What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to another tournament. It's patch 8.1. So let's see what's cooking, man. Let's read the patch notes and break it down. We're going to be starting the tourney, though, in just a second. Let me see this here. Give me one moment, please. All right. So heading on over to the website, Total Tavern. Let's see how this goes. A lot of good buffs for old Papa NURGLE today, which is great. I'm going to be casting today, though. I overdid my hand a little bit yesterday. That 6-hour co-stream really took it out of me, so I'm going to be chilling and watching some other people. Hopefully somebody plays NURGLE today. I would imagine somebody will. We have 18 people signed up, and yeah, they should be good to go here in just a second. So I'm going to give them some updates real quick. Don't forget to check in. And then we got Alexander. Don't forget to check in. All right, so we gave some people a minute more to check in. If they don't, we're going to be starting in just a second. Cool, cool. Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, NURGLE is definitely getting a little bit of sauce. The Toe Dragon is quite a bit stronger now. We're going to go through all the patch notes, though. Let me set them up here so we can look. Multiplayer. They did mess up a couple things on accident. It's pretty funny. So Shadow Walkers, if we take a look at Shadow Walkers, let me show you guys this. Going to the Heilfroster. Shadow Walkers. Where the hell are these guys? Yeah, so look at this. Shadow Walkers have Poison, they have Burnt, they have Flammable, and they have Shield Breaker. So as it currently stands, Shadow Walkers are basically a bug unit. There's going to be... Yeah, they're banned, obviously. Having all these effects is obscenely strong, and it wasn't intended. And the other bug was on Slaanesh, on the mask. So the mask, the aura, one of them got heavily overtuned. Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. It's one of these things for the mask is way higher than it should be. The values, I think it might be the vigor reduction. Yeah, 1% per second. It's supposed to be much less. Oh, that's pretty funny, Satsu. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. How did they even do that? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's some sort of a clerical entry, I guess. Justice for... I have no idea how that happened, honestly. Okay. Outstanding. And let's go ahead and refresh it. Okay, let's make sure. There was a couple people saying they had some issues with check-in, so let me make sure they're all good before we start. We'll go over all the patch notes, though. We're going to do it all. So Alexander Nuts is checked in, Ponty's checked in, Gondola is not checked in, and yeah, we're going to be starting now. And aces. All right. Good luck and have fun. Let's go ahead and generate the brackets right now. The speed, the spice of life. It is. It is. Okay. It's going to be fun, though, to go over all these notes, man. I'm excited to see what's cooking. All right, and let's generate the bracket. So I'm going to go see if anybody's playing NURGLE, and we're going to follow them around for maybe a couple games just to look at some of the changes. I think that will be a fun idea. Okay, so faction declaration. Let's see who's here. Come on, somebody had to do NURGLE. Okay, looks like Subutai is doing NURGLE. And yeah, so we can just follow his games. Okay, so let me announce that the tournament is live here. We're going to do it. And then, where is this? Goblins. Tourney is live. Good luck, have fun. All right, so the tourney is live, and we will do Subutai's game because he's playing Big Papa NURGLE, and I want to see some of the NURGLE stuff. Pope Hattie got the buy round, and Subutai is going to be playing Freya. All right, Subutai. Lobby code, please. I'll cast your game. All right. So we got a game here. And yeah, he's going to be playing the new and improved NURGLE, which is great. So 1, 2, 3, there we are, and outstanding. Yeah, cool to see him playing some NURGLE, which is fun. Slaanesh and Norska seem stronger overall. We'll see. All right, so while we wait here, Homie's going to be setting up his game with his opponent. We got the brackets up. So Pope Patty unfortunately gets the bye round. Sorry, Pope. It's okay, though. It's a 6-rounder, so we got 6 rounds in today's tournament. It's going to be a little bit longer. Sometimes they go by quick, but you never know. There's always that one person who takes like 45 minutes to get their first round going. Played my first few multiplayer matches yesterday. Got karate chopped. Yeah, it's normal, man. It's like that with any multiplayer RTS game. I did see the AdMech versus Necrons match. Yeah, again, it was pretty one-sided. There's a pretty big skill difference between those two hosts, but it was still really cool. I liked being able to see the core mechanics of both factions. Seeing that the AdMech is all about like spreading their network is kind of cool, and then seeing the Necrons have like a Zerg creep mechanic, and then the resurrection mechanic is pretty interesting. So yeah, I'm excited. I am excited. Okay, I don't know why it's not doing this. Okay, let's do that. There we go, and cool. So now let me just set this up. Got to fix Pope Patty's score. Can't wait to see the Cho Dragon. I don't know if he's gonna bring it. No, yeah, King of the Dead's playing in today's tournament too. Yeah, he's playing today. So the boy has returned. We played a couple games the other night, got some good reps in there. And we'll see what he's going to be able to do. I would imagine he's playing his beloved Tomb Kings. So it's going to be Dark Elves versus NURGLE. I don't know if we're going to be seeing a Toad Dragon in this matchup. You know, players still want to win, right? So Toad Dragon against Dark Elves, maybe there's some sauce to it. I don't know. All right, guys. So while we wait for them to get set up, let's go ahead and jump over and take a little bit of a look at the patch notes here. So let's go right here and do it. All right, so we got Bashiva. Battle Balancing. The White Tiger passive ability has been buffed to 100 meters. Pretty good. Tiger Warrior Sawai are cheaper. Splash attack changes. Predatory Instincts add 24 melee attack added. It's pretty good. And yeah, so a nice little buff to the Tiger Warrior Sawai. The Claw Speaker. Ferocity of Kamau is cheaper, so pretty much all the Claw Speaker abilities getting cost reductions. Pretty nice. Cool. Additional 25% armor piercing melee acted to the Mantra of Righteousness. Tiger Warrior Stalkers no longer use precursor missile ammo profile and are now missile skirmishers. Now that's an interesting change. So they're like a proper skirmisher unit now. I'm gonna have to try that. I mean, that's a lot better. Like the precursor ammo is nice and all, but it's like being a proper skirmisher. I wonder if they adjusted their ammo to be a little bit higher or something. Tiger Warriors get Woodsman and use Small Force Strider effect group. Okay. Tao Yan now has immune to psychology, splash attacks, Fueled by Vengeance. Still going to be terrible. Honestly, it's a foot character with no impactful ability, so Tao Yan still going to be terrible. Celestial Dragon Guard, plus 4 HP per entity. That's pretty damn good. That's a lot of extra HP, and then they get mass increases? Damn. All right. Yeah, that's not bad at all. Terracotta Sentinel now has Sunder Armor Contact Effect. Oh, really now? That's actually kind of badass. Sunder Armor on the Terracotta is going to make them really good with Jade Warriors and Jade Warrior crossbows. That's actually pretty good. I like that change. Terracotta Sentinels kind of bashing your armor down with their big glaives. I don't hate that. That's a cool change. All right, Astrogoth, Mechanical Overdrive, base weapon strength increased. Okay, so a little bit of a buff. Stone Mantle no longer has health activation flag there. Now increases based on the amount of spells casted by the player, and that makes more sense because in lore, Chaos Dwarves turn to stone when they cast spells. So that makes more sense. Speed penalty increased, but physical resist increased. So that's cool. A little bit of a change up to Astrogoth, but no substantial changes. Mask of Slaanesh loses HP, loses melee defense. The Chancellor of Speed, additional 15% charge speed, okay. And yeah, I mean, minor nerfs. HP and melee defense is good. Probably a good place to start from. Slam Gores lose HP, charge bonus, it's fine. They were a little bit OP anyways. They should be squishier than the other Gores, you know, since they're kind of naked with dual weapons. Dakala, Dance of Destruction, added 36 melee attack. Wow. And Unyielding Assault, not terrible. Praise of Slaanesh. 360 block attribute added. Wow. So Dakala getting a huge missile block, like a steam tank almost. Wow. And Elixir of Damnation getting more uses as well. All right. Druki Anointed, 25 weapon strength, so Druki Anointed getting buffed, which is cool. The Praeton getting the unlimited usage of the damage reflection, which is kind of nice. It's still not a very good ability. Probably won't see play, but still neat to see. And Endless Malice has been increased to 55 meters. Devotees of Slaanesh have Murderous Mastery. Second stage weapon strength is now 20%. Okay, Champion is Slaanesh, getting immune to Psychology and bonus first infantry. That's fine. Seeker Chariots getting armor, losing armor, and getting the 20% charge bonus, or 20, not percent, but 20 flat. Hellflayers getting the same treatment, so losing armor, getting charge bonus. Probably still not going to see play. Armor is more important, actually, I think, just their staying power. Hey, Tinkerbell, thank you for being a member for 44 months. Yes. Yes. Chaos Lord of Slaanesh now has Soporific Musk contact effect. That's kind of cool. Beguiling Gem, I like that. Getting that makes him kind of a cheap Footlord option. It's a really, really good ability. Okay, the game is starting right now, so we're going to pause on the patch notes, and we will come back and look at that in just a minute and break down these builds. So, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the NURGLE army. Oh, he's doing it! Oh, he's doing it, baby! It's the new buff Toad Dragon! Okay, so the new Toad Dragon has more HP, so he went from 11,900 HP all the way up to 13,900 HP, becoming one of the tankiest monsters in the game, as it should be. Still not as much as the Rogue Idol or the Dread Saurian, but it's quite a bit better. Homeboy does have the Unspeakable Foulness, the buffed Breath attack, which can now be used in melee. So even if you have a Toad Dragon tied up, Homeboy is going to be able to breathe on you. Chosen of NURGLE and Chosen of NURGLE. Great build here by Subutai. I'm loving it already. And aside from that, he does have some Marauders, Festus, and Occultist. And that's going to be the whole army. Pretty elite infantry backed up by a Toad Dragon. And for the Dark Elf army, I'm going to really regret not bringing missiles. Oh god, oh no. That's the reason I'm literally not playing today, because of that Co-3 game yesterday. It just took too much out of my hand. Yeah. So that's like the whole reason. Alright. So Witch Elves and Bleak Swords backed up by some Scourge Hunter Chariots, but the Toad Dragon won't really care about that too much. Because he's, you know, so tanky. And with Festus healing, should be fine. Festus just has Fleshy Abundance. So really just going to be looking to heal. And yeah, probably going to be trying to snipe Festus out using most likely Lokir Fellheart. We'll have to see. Alright, so NURGLE is going to be going for a full court press. And we love the sick here. Festus does not have his healing elixirs on. Subutai needs to micro that. So he's not healing anything at the moment, which is a little bit unfortunate. Pestigores do get that outside objective, and NURGLE is going to be pushing up to get this one. They're going to need something to stop the Scourge Hunters from running through. Honestly, just using the frickin' Plague Toads is usually a good bet. Marauder Horseman, going to be trying to screen out old Lokir Fellheart. And now the Toad Dragon is going to be advancing up and getting ready to party. So here he comes, getting on objective 2 very quickly. And Unspeakable Foulness being used on the Witch Elves will be the correct play. Alright, looks like he's going to be throwing up here. Oh, he's thinking about it. There he goes. He doing it? Alright, there he goes. Yep, lovely. I'm sure the Witch Elves are going to love this. And he does throw up all over them and does a little bit of damage. Not bad at all. Ooh, yeah, actually pretty decent. Look at that, taking about 30% HP off. The Marauders of NURGLE moving up into combat with Witch Elves is a mistake. Should probably just keep them in the back in reserve. Dragon engaging against Pestigores on the flank. Not a bad pick. Granted, the Marauder Horseman might be able to bleed him a little bit. We're going to have to see. And now the totally awesome Toad Dragon is going to be advancing up. Oh, yeah. Dad is here. Oh, yeah. Toad Dragon. Oh, that's exactly what you want, though. The Witch Elves were, like, super bunched up right in the hill right here, and the Toad Dragon just went through and absolutely crushed them, which is amazing. Alright, so the totally awesome Toad Dragon. They also increased the rate at which he turns, if I'm not mistaken. So you see how the Toad Dragon's much more maneuverable? It used to take him, like, 45 years. Let's see, turn the game is zoomed in. Can't see the whole screen. Really, is it? It looks fine to me. I don't know what you... No, it looks the exact same. Are you guys seeing something funky going on? Let me know. Well, anyways. Toad Dragon going to be battling Lokir. The Toad Dragon is certainly best used to trample over infantry. That's what it wants to be doing. Up at the front, Festus does have his healing elixirs activated right there, so the Chosen of NURGLE are getting fat heals as they continue doing their business and butchering the Witch Elves. And the Toad Dragon is engaged against big old Lokir, and it's an okay fight for him. Again, he's an anti-infantry monster, but, you know, can hang here, and he does have his Worshippers of the Crow as well. So those bad boys are here, and they do provide a little bit of poison support on the ground. Granted, everything does poison on NURGLE. But yeah, Toad Dragon versus Lokir, probably fine for old NURGLE. Now, NURGLE holding on to objective 1, number 2, and down here we do see the Chosen and the totally awesome Toad Dragon continuing to rampage. What you want to do is get the Toad Dragon down the side and have it just run over the Witch Elves. Corsair Handbow's coming out, but the Dragon itself, of course, pretty high armor. Should be durable-ish there. Marauder Horseman coming underneath to try and keep Lokir Fellheart awesome. Oh, did we get a disconnect there? No, we're good. It looks like it was just a little bit of lag spike. All right. Dragon now going to be moving in and roller skating into these guys. You can see a direct charge from the front doesn't do quite as much damage. Charging with the Toad Dragon and these type of monsters in general, whether it be like a Khemri and War Sphinx, usually they're best used when they go down the side. All right, Breath Attack coming in from the big dragon up in the sky. Lokir Felheart getting one on the Chosen of Nurgle, and they do eat a little bit of damage. Middle objective is in flux. Some of the Chosen are going to be waddling back to the point to make sure it doesn't get stolen. So good instincts by Subutai to pay attention to those objectives. But right now, this is the classic Festus experience. This is where he could potentially get sniped. Breath Attack coming in from the Toad Dragon, and he throws up all over your boy, his lord. He throws up over Festus, which is pretty funny. But you're going to need a little bit of mass. And this is where Subutai's maybe inexperienced as Nurgle may come through. You usually need to bring Kha'Zix or bring like some Battletoads with mass to try and stop Festus from being bullied. If you don't have like the Toads or like appealing character, it can be tricky. Granted, the Toad Dragon is doing a pretty good job of it. Now back on the middle objective, Chosen kind of battling the chariots, but hang it in there. And Festus is going to be coming back most likely. He is broken for now. Worshippers of the Crow are trying to protect him. He does have the healing elixirs on, so even though he is broken, he is going to be perpetually healing. And the Toad Dragon is putting in work. It definitely is. Another unit of Marauder Horsemen coming in. Subutai needs to micro that a little bit better. Come around the outside and try and get some throwing weapons on top of Lokir. Toad Dragon, though, still getting those healing elixirs, but the dragon itself is a little bit of a stronger fighter. With Lokir on top and the dreaded Duelist activated, you're going to be having some potential problems, right? But yeah, they need to get the throwing axes over here to help out. Where's the other one? The other one's right here. Subutai needs to micro those things around. And the Toad Dragon needs to get a Fleshy Abundance if it can. So Festus is actually allowed to come back. A bit of a mistake, actually. I think Freya might be overstaying their welcome here in the fight, as Lokir Felheart continues to go fisticuffs with the dragon and also the infantry. The infantry are still great weapon boys. So yeah, you don't want to be just standing there with the dragon and fighting it. Marauder Horseman coming in. Festus is on his way back. He's going to want to get a Fleshy Abundance on the Toad Dragon to keep that thing fighting. Chosen in the middle, still anchoring. Meanwhile, Freya is going to be rotating down to the low ground and is going to be able to steal it. So very, very good play here by Freya. Freya getting the Dark Riders and more Dark Riders and some Witch Elves to come down and clean up that objective. Festus gets nailed by a Doom Bolt. Very, very nasty damage. But he, again, still has the healing elixirs, which is going to keep him fighting a little bit longer. And the Toad Dragon is, still pretty functional here. So Chosen, anchoring the middle. Nurgle has its horsemen over there. Lokir Felheart getting a little bit low there. Yeah, so those boys are taking a little bit. Yeah, Festus is a very vulnerable character. I mean, he's really good. Has some of the strongest abilities. AoE healing, AoE Mortis Engine. But, he's vulnerable for that. Which is, he should be. If Festus was, like, obscenely tanky, it would just be really stupid. All right. Toad Dragon, though, is doing great so far. He is currently sitting at 1800 value. He has been able to fight very effectively against the Witch Elves. And again, for anybody just joining in today's patch, the Toad Dragon did indeed get ye old buffs, which he certainly deserved. It was one of the worst monsters in the entire game. So him getting buffed, I think, is great. Freya using Lokir in very safe fights, just trying to pick off Nurglings and scraps. Oh, the Breath Attack from the side? It kind of only gets one of them, but still not bad. Cultists of Nurgle bashing it out right there. Meanwhile, the Hordes of Hell are moving up to objectives number 2 and 3. Value trading does favor Nurgle a little bit. Lokir did very well, but he overstayed his welcome. And now the Toad Dragon comes in and does get a big old rampage right there on the Black Ark. So not bad at all. Cold One Knights, not a bad choice here. Definitely very good against Toad Dragon if they can catch it in open field. But if the Toad Dragon has infantry support, the Knights are going to get wrecked. It's going to be a pretty bad situation for them. Pestigores and Nurglings moving up to the middle. Festus going to be getting Doom Bolted again. Nothing you can really do about this. As a Nurgle player, you just have to eat it. But again, he took so much damage earlier, he's kind of approached his healing cap. And Subutai might have to just accept the fact that he might die, but I mean, I guess if Lokir doesn't come in and go for the kill, he might actually hang in there. All right, the Toad Dragon doing well. Obviously, the Great Weapons and the Cultists here are providing buffs. The Cultist is debuffing all these nearby enemies, lowering their stats with the icon of Eternal Virulence, and the Toad Dragon itself is able to get back and let the infantry get in there and do the job. But yeah, you gotta kill Festus. I mean, Festus is just such fresh fish right now. Lokir Felheart is diving the Marauder Horseman, does get a little bit of a break right there. Some Chosen still hanging on to the point. And I do think that this is going to be getting increasingly difficult for Freya. Having a healthy Toad Dragon on the battlefield in the late game, just like any healthy monster, whether it's like a Khemri and War Sphinx, is going to be incredibly tough to deal with. So the dragon lands, and I'm getting these like weird little lag spikes. I don't know if you guys are seeing that. Like things are freezing up. And there's always weird shit when CA has a patch, Always something a little bit funky. All right. Chosen of Nurgle battling it out versus the Dark Riders, and Festus the Leech Lord getting attacked here. Is it too little too late for the dragon? So the dragon moves in. Doing the dreaded hump attack, but it looks like it is going to connect. Oh, it's hard to say. Fleshy Abundance activated on the Chosen. I think Subutai knows he's going to be losing the Lord, and Festus does get broken by the dragon, and Lokir Fellheart is going to be able to get it. Yeah, here he comes. Okay, so one more attack, and Festus is going to most likely go in the trash. His melee defense is relatively high for what he is, but yep, the dragon does get the kill, and down goes Festus the Leech Lord. But is it too late? That kind of needed to happen maybe like 3 or 4 minutes ago. And it would have been a different story, but alas, it was way too late, and the Toe Dragon actually looks really good. Granted, that Dark Elf build was very different. It didn't have repeater crossbows, it didn't have Dark Shards, there was no Shades, there was no shooting to punish the Toe Dragon, really. So that was like a perfect habitat. 2,900 value. Chosen did very good as well, and yeah, I love it, man. I mean, I loved every second of that game. Seeing my beloved Toe Dragon actually do stuff, oh god, it's so good. And yeah, for Lokir, not bad. A winnable game, honestly, for both sides. Just slightly different decision-making, slightly different plays, and the game could have maybe gone the either way. GG, well played. So that's going to be round 1 of the tournament, and now we're going to head over and look at the patch notes again. But firstly, let me check on the tourney and see how we're looking on the rounds. I would imagine we still have a couple, but we're going to follow NURGLE for a couple games because I want to see the NURGLE changes in action and see what unit difference people are playing with there. All right, so Subutai winning. The rest of the matches are still going. And let's go ahead and look here and go to the desktop capture. There we go. Okay, so back to the changes. Chaos Lord of Slaanesh getting Soporific Musk. Alluris getting some cost adjustments, which is fine. The Marquis of Masochism getting a cost reduction, which is great. And more Enfeebling Foes. That's the Greater Demon, by the way. Cultists of Slaanesh getting some minor changes to his items, which is cool. Chimera losing leadership, which is a good change. Chimeras were a little bit overtuned, just a little bit. So getting a leadership thing is debuff is good. You know, those kind of wild feral monsters should break easier anyways. Yeah, so that's that. Now, the Dreadmaw, -5 leadership. Burrow has a 25-second cooldown, and that's good. Yeah, I like that. Dreadmaw wasn't even meta, though. Like, there was this big thing about Dreadmaws being, like, super oppressive, and then, like, nobody even uses them. Like, they're like a fringe pick. So, yeah, Dreadmaws get a minor nerf. The Burrow cooldown is now 25 seconds. That's a pretty big change. So Dreadmaws can't just be as elusive as they once were. Slaanesh got random buffs on their terrible shit. So the buffs that Slaanesh got was on like their Alluris and like the Demonettes, sure. Like nothing that they actively use. They're just kind of encouraging diversity, which is good. Bloodshriek Chimera. Perfect Predator now has a target range of 55 meters. Okay, so that's going to be a game changer. Yeah, all right. So now it's only going to be able to, I believe, heal when it's close by to something. Okay. You didn't miss too much. No, just one really good NURGLE game so far. Famir Noble getting a cost reduction and some buffs. Nice. Beorg Bearstruck now deals 20 bonus versus large instead of 20 bonus versus infantry. So they changed him back. So Beorg Bearstruck went from anti-large to anti-infantry and then back to anti-large, it looks like. 20 bonus versus large instead of bonus versus infantry. And he got replaced Potion of Toughness with Praeton Horns in Custom Battle. Okay, so he's back to an anti-large character. Got it. Slaanesh got buffs to several of their weak units. Yeah, I think that totally makes sense. Riders of the Mighty Serpent, 100 gold. That's fine. They're pretty ubiquitous. Kurgan's getting a small buff. I think is fine. They were kind of squishy. Wolfric the Wanderer, Hunter of Champion, now lowers armor. Wow. And Sword of Torgold has the inevitable end contact effect, which we're going to have to see what that does. And the Warshrine Mammoth cost is cheaper too. Let's go see what that does while we're here. So we're going to go to Norska. And the Sword of Torgold. Is there any way to like look at that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Inca. Whoa, look at that. That's cool. Awesome, man. So the Sword of Torgold has anti-healing ability now. That's sick. I mean, that's great. That's really cool. I love the flavor. You see, they need to do more shit like that. Like, make these, like, really useless items and abilities have, like, cool effects like this. Sure, it's only temporary, but, like, that could be a big difference maker. If he's going for a kill on, like, a NURGLE or a Life Wizard or anything like that, that's a healing mitigation, yeah. That's cool. I like that. All right, guys. So, what do we got now? Throg is cheaper. He gets Copious Strike, has a contact stomach acid effect there. Yeah, anti-Tyrian weapon, no kidding. Straight negates healing. Famir from the Mists, get melee defense. Feral Mammoth is cheaper. Cursed Atten Rune Collar. Enfeebling Foe, Flock of Doom, gets 3 uses. That's pretty good. 3 Flock of Dooms is a lot of value. I actually think you could legit start seeing Et and Rune Callers being played. Wins magic reserves per second now is 0.07. Hold on a sec. Let me see that. So we're going to the Et and Rune Caller. Okay, so he's got 3 flocks is pretty freaking good, dude. Like, this guy is almost like having a wizard. I legit think you're going to start seeing the Et and Rune Caller. 3 Flock of Dooms is big. And yeah, him generating reserves for you is quite strong, obviously, but he already did that, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Cool. Soul Crusher's cheaper. And now we're on to the NURGLE stuff. So the Toe Dragon got 2,000 HP, which it deserved. It has more armor piercing. It's increased acceleration, collision attacks profile adjusted, and unspeakable foulness can be used in melee. So big changes. Yeah. So he's fast. You know, a little bit slippery with the increased acceleration. He's got way more HP, way more damage. Honestly, that's exactly what that kind of a monster needed. I don't think the Toe Dragon's going to be OP by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it's going to be good. Yeah, Peppy, I'm glad you enjoyed those. Yeah, 2k health. I mean, it was so bad before. The Toe Dragon was one of the biggest pieces of shit in the game, so the fact that it got these buffs is pretty good. Tamarcon also gets that, so Tamarcon's going to be getting some love. And wait, what? Bubalos... Hold up. Bonus first large now 30? And Feast of the Maggot Lord now heals at 50%. Okay, wow, okay. Let's go look at him real quick. So you're telling me Tamarcon on the Toe Dragon. Okay, for some reason I thought he was anti-large. It says bonus for infantry, okay. But, oh, is that just him on foot? So on foot, he's got... Did they just buff his anti-large on foot, I think? Yeah, I mean, 13,900 HP is really, really nice. Hang on. Bonus first large now 30. Okay, so Tamarcon on foot got more bonus first large. Okay, for a second I was like, did they give him anti-large in the Toe Dragon? That'd be so good. Holy shit. But no, it's on foot. Okay, that's fine. So Rotflies are cheaper. Plague Ogres got HP and cost reduction really good. Plague Ogres were overcosted and pretty bad, so... Getting a cost increase there is good. Nurgling's got HP. Rot Knights, it's fine. I assume that's something to do with the hitboxes. Plague Ridden, that's a support caster. Plague Flail can now be purchased in custom battle. All right, let's see what that actually does. So, Plague Flail gives... Oh, shit! A Walmart Mortis Engine! Yeah, Tamarcon getting a big bonus for his large increase. I mean, he's going to be eating well. I already really like Tamarcon as a lord, but now he's going to be quite a bit better. Holy shit. So, look at that. The Plague Ridden getting a Walmart Mortis Engine. I mean, that's not terrible. Like, you could... How cheap can you get these guys? So, if you just bring, like, Fleshy and the Plague Flail... For 900 gold, you can get, like... If you bring 2 of these guys, you could get, like, 2 Walmart Mortis Engine effects with armor piercing. That's actually not terrible, man. Yeah, the Feast of the Maggot Lord, let's see. So it heals 3% over 21% of the life. And, enemy lord or hero, when hit points reach 0, so... Yeah, okay. Yeah, you have to be in melee for the Plague Ridden Mortis Engine, the Plague Flail. Dude, that's super cool. NURGLE eating good, yeah. NURGLE is eating good indeed. Let me check the round, by the way. Okay, we're waiting on Tommy and Zale to finish, and then we're going to be going to the next round. Yeah, Tamarcon can only use his Feast ability once. Epidemius getting a cost reduction and his various things buffed, which is nice. Tally of Pestilence... Max melee attack is now 20. I think that's even a buff. I think it was 15 before, right? So that's nice. Bilious Thunderguff gets Violent Wind. Increased damage, removes corroded armor contact, replacing it with Suffocating. Okay, let's go look at him real quick. Bilious Thunderguff. So what do we got here? So he now, ooh, just has a contact effect. So he just hits you and it applies corroded armor. Oh, and it spreads! Oh, that's awesome. So he just hits you. He freaking corrodes your armor, and then it spreads to nearby enemies. Dude, that is sick. Oh, I love that so much. That is so cool. Hell yeah, dudes. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about right there, boy. Oh, that, and they removed his farting ability, which was just dog shit, I think. No, they kept it. But yeah, no, it gets suffocating now. But that corroded armor is really. He didn't have that before, did he? I don't think he did. No. Hey, L-shaped and owned. Thank you guys for resubscribing. Appreciate you. That's a crazy buff. That's really, really good. It is. Great Unclean One has Fetid Stench. Let's go look at that. So Fetid Stench is... Okay, look at that. Great Unclean One giving -8 leadership aura. So for like a leadership build, dog, that's pretty good. -8 leadership. I don't know if it's still enough to see for him to see play, but -8 leadership is a lot. That is like a lot of leadership, dude. Oh, we're eating well today, boys. We're eating well today. All right, Cultists of NURGLE can purchase the Brass Cleaver in custom battles. Yeah, it's a decent little AoE buff item. The Changeling. By the way, let me check the tourney. I don't want people to be waiting up for me here. We're going to keep reading through this. So we're still waiting on this game. Okay. Let me make sure that there's no issues here. Okay. Yeah, dude, I'm very happy. Contact effects stack now is huge. Yeah, that's going to be really big for NURGLE, actually. Being able to stack all those like effects, like the corroded armor and the poison. Disgusting. Thank you for subscribing. Your name is very fitting for the stream. Yes. Turin, have you seen units can now have multiple contact effects? Yeah, I've heard about that. It's super exciting stuff. All right. Let me check here. All right. And all right. Popatty got the buy round. Yes, he did. Yeah. He did indeed. Okay, one sec. Just doing a little bit of adminning real quick. We'll continue looking at the patch notes once I get into the lobby. We're almost through the entirety of the patch notes. There's not too much more. There's a couple more pages here. You need to check out Shadow Stalkers from High Elves. They all have contact effects. Yeah, Jeff, I banned them. Did somebody use them against you in the tournament? Because if they did, then you would get the win. I literally put it in the description that they're banned. So, yes. All right. Let's do this here. Just got to add a player in. All right. Almost ready. I'm not playing today. I'm resting my hands. Yeah, I gotta rest the hands a little bit because of Saturday we have that Minecraft event. And it's gonna require 3 hours of sweaty clicking, so I gotta keep my hands fresh for the next couple days. All right. So there we are. No problem. And I think we're all set. Yeah, Tiger Warrior Stalkers are now skirmishers. Yes, we went over that in the beginning. Yeah, no, the Shadow Walkers thing is really... I don't even know how you do that. They're just like, yeah, let's just randomly add every contact effect to this unit, you know? It's just wild. It's just wild. Yeah, man, I'm loving the NURGLE buff, so... It's a little scary in some ways, because you're kind of like, is NURGLE actually going to be OP once we get some new stuff? Yeah, I hope not. I hope not. You never want anything to be really OP. Like, nobody likes Slaanesh because they're OP, right? So, Slaanesh players... You don't want NURGLE players to become the villains. Yeah, some quality commentary. That's right, Andrea. Thank you. That's right. We're going to have some fun. All right. We should be about ready for the next round. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's cooking. And then we will go ahead and do this. And we are advancing to the next round in just a moment. Turn hands, Lionel Messi's feet. Does Lionel Messi have bad feet? Yeah. Anticity lost the 2 first games versus Bretonnia Slaanesh. Well, Bretonnia has always been kind of good against Slaanesh Kimsey. Like for I would say the past year or two, they've been decent. Bretonnia is like kind of a known counter against Slaanesh. They have a lot of really good tools against them. Like high level Bretonian players will often beat Slaanesh anyways. So I'm not surprised to hear that. Yeah. Dude, I'm so excited for DAO 4. You guys have no idea. We're going to be trying to get a new version of like a new website up for hosting tournaments for DAO 4. It'll be the same as this one, but like updated, and we're going to update this one too, ideally. And yeah. What matchup would Plague Ogres be decent in? I'd have to think about it. They're okay in like Beastman, and against like Khorne, they're not bad. There's a couple matchups they thrive in. All right, so let's refresh this. And we're done with the round. And yeah, we're going to follow Subutai for a couple games. Goblins, round 2. Okay, and now we're going to advance the Swiss here, so let's advance it. Cool, round 2 is up. Dude, Dow 4 is going to be so fun. I'm really excited to dive into it. Probably going to main, what's up, Upside? Yeah, of course, we'll get you in the event, don't you worry. All right. There we are. So round 2 is live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go see what is cooking in the neighborhood. It's going to be Subutai versus... Oh, Gondola and Pope Patty are playing great, so they deserve each other. And then Subutai and Alexander Bignuts. All right. Subutai. Lobby code following NURGLE for a few games. Yeah, man, he's here. What's up, Rusty? How you doing, dog? So we're going to go find Subutai's lobby. I think it should just be named this. So he's got Alexander Bignuts in there as his opponent. Alexander's a really strong player. Actually, he when I was watching earlier, he was the one who beat Anticity, I think, in that match earlier you're talking about. Okay, so let's go here and do it. So tournament is live on round 2. Desktop capture is going up here. All right, so Changeling, Deceiving Shadows. Now give Spell Mastery to the Changeling. The decoy now has the disoriented contact effect. Oh. Yeah, I mean, who is actually going to use the Changeling as the Changeling? I mean, come on, nobody cares. Screamer's getting a buff, which is good. They were pretty bad. Shrieking Skyray getting a buff as well, in accordance with Screamer's getting one. Flamers of Tzeentch getting a cost reduction. The dreaded Cockatrice. Gets to use Petrifying Gaze twice, which is good. I like that. It's a nice change. Happy birthday. It's coming up. Yeah, in 3 days, actually. We're not going to do a stream on the birthday, but it'll be probably the day after. We'll do like a belated one. You should do an invite tourney. That's exactly what we're doing. Oh, for Warhammer 3 Upside? I would, but the problem is the ladder system is so freaking bad in this game. Like the training would just be rough. I considered it a couple times, but like between the ladder system being trash and peer-to-peer connections, there was a couple variables. But for Dawn of War 4, we'll definitely do that kind of stuff, and for 40k. But for Warhammer 3, I don't know how smooth it would be. Because there's a good platform for other RTS games to like get training on, but here there's like, ugh, it's not great, and there's no way to like the ladder doesn't even work really. Yeah. Iridescent Horror, Locus of Change, duration now 40 seconds. Okay. Village the Curseling has hide. Oh, he can hide in the forest. Oh. Barrier now heals 1% per second. AoE maximum intensity requirement reduced for Twisted Twin. Okay. So getting the barrier healing at 1% per second. The Blazing Squealers. Cost reduction, more accuracy. Nice. Aecold Hellbrass. Thorn's Aura. Duration now 30 seconds. So it's not permanent anymore. It's 30 seconds. I could have sworn it was a permanent thing before. Total War is that one dive bar you love, but you don't invite anyone to because it's so run down, people don't understand your love for it. That is the best analogy I've ever heard for this game. Now has a flammable contact effect on their missile weapons, the blue scribes. All right, nice. So when they hit you, it makes you... Oh, wow, hold on. Blue scribes, are they secretly goated? So blue scribes make you weak to fire when they shoot you now. So you get the blue scribes, and then you blast them and make them weak to fire, and then all your other Tzeentch shit can... Oh, blue scribes and Changebringer meta is upon us, guys. Yeah. You love to see it. Oh, Thorn's Aura is 20 seconds. Catholic says, okay, got it. So it's a buff to Thorn's Aura. Seer of Destiny, Golden Griffin, and it looks like those are the changes. So good changes, honestly. It's a really good patch. Shout out to Catholic Alcoholic. I'm sure he had a big hand in this. And yeah, obviously, the one other thing is that contact effects can now stack, which is pretty big. So you can have like poison and like other, corroded armor or whatever on top of units. Yeah, that's a great patch. It's a great patch. Yeah. More fire on Tzeentch. Yes. Evil. So players are doing their army. Let the scribes feast. That's right, man. Let them feast. Good times, man. Control with the Herald of NURGLE. Did I miss something on the Herald of NURGLE? Yeah, I don't know why you would use him. Herald of NURGLE got the Tormentor Sword. Okay, did I miss that? Sorry, I was eager to get back to the tournament, so. Where can you find the different builds for different factions? If you join our Discord, we have sections where people give builds and stuff, yeah. In a couple of the competitive clans in this game, they have like build reservoirs where they have builds for every single matchup, so. Yeah, contact stack effect stacking is really good. It's going to be good for Slanesh too, yeah. Soporific Musk is something you can stack with poison. Total War 30k. I don't know if I would be as interested in 30k. Like, as much as I like Space Marines, I like the diversity of them fighting like Xenos and aliens and stuff like that. That to me is really the spice of life. Are dwarves weak? I don't know. Dwarves are probably fine. They're a very polarizing faction. Like, they're really good in some matchups and really bad in others. So, yeah, dwarves are fine, honestly. Like, dwarf mains do well enough. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and break down the builds and see what's cooking. Oh, Dad is here. All right, so for Subutai, he's going to have Mass Marauders of NURGLE backed up by a couple of Marauders with Great Weapons. Chosen of NURGLE as well, so he's really leaning into the Chosen these days. Kha'Zix the Befouled is an incredible choice, just a strong character. He can fight most things except the Green Knight. And we do also have Tamarkon on the Toe Dragon. Now, this is risky because like Subutai's entire army is weak against cavalry except his characters. So I'm a little bit nervous. Typically against Bretonnia, you don't go shielded infantry, you spam great weapons, but we'll see how it goes. I don't know about Subutai's experience with NURGLE, but it doesn't look terrible. Here we got mounted Yeoman and Yeoman for Alexander Bignuts, and he's going to be going mass mobility to try and punish the slow NURGLE army. And on the backside, it's going to be more Yeoman, and his cab is going to be Knights Errant with Alberic as well. Yeah, Tamarkon on the Toe Dragon, I mean, he's got some huge buffs, guys. He has got freaking 2,000 more HP. So, I mean, talk about really, really, really strong. All right. I'm very excited for this. Life Wizard is going to be there to heal Alberic. The cavalry is pretty low quality for Alexander Bignuts. It's mostly the Knights Errant, but Knights Errant will be enough to beat Marauders. Marauders are pretty... you know, they're like elevated low-tier infantry. They're going to be better than like State Troopers and things like that and like Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats, but they're still very squishy. 15 armor and, yeah, they don't love getting charged. The Great Weapons in the back are lurking. I wonder where he's going to be sending the Chosen. Yeah, for NURGLE, probably just holding Objective 1 and 2 is going to be the play of the game. I would imagine that Subutai has a Life Caster, or not Life Caster, but a NURGLE Caster in reserve to heal up the Toe Dragon. You don't bring a big character like Tamarkon and not bring a healer. It's just stupid. You don't do that. Like, you need to have healing. It's like bringing Karl Franz with no Life Caster, because it's so bad. He really, really needs that healing, right? All right. So the battle is soon to be on. We got the Frolickers Bubonic in the woods. The little gremlin Nurglings are there, and it looks like Alexander Bignuts may have crashed. Yeah, I think Alexander crashed. Let's just reboot it. Or did they load into the wrong map, maybe? I'm not sure. That was weird. Strange. I think they communicated something to each other and decided to restart. It's either a connection thing or one of the players forgot something and they just wanted to reboot. So it's all good. Glad to see Turin casting. I feel like I only ever see him playing these days, which, yeah, no, I love casting. Yeah, I love casting. So it's always a good time. Yeah, Franz is definitely not meta. Franz could use some buffs, honestly. He could use like a cool contact effect or something like that. Easy win, yeah. It looks like they just wanted to restart. Yeah, the builds are the same, obviously. Don't know why. That's weird. Isn't that weird? Bob, thank you for being a member. Happy patch day and 5 years of Warjank. That's right, dude. God, 5 years, Bob, huh? It's been 5,000 years. He probably forgot a caster, maybe. I don't know. All right, guys. So, yeah, the army for Bretonnia is the exact same. It's mass light cavalry. So, Yeoman maxed out with a bunch of Knights Errant. So, yeah, it's going to be, I think, 4 regular Yeoman, 2 archers. And then we do have Knights Errant to run down NURGLE infantry. And Alberic to give things anti-large, which is really, really, really good. Turn, are you a fantasy fan or 40k plan? I play both. I have Death Guard army and some Chaos Space Marines. And for fantasy, I have Tomb Kings, I have Chaos Dwarves, I have Empire, and I have a small NURGLE force. Not much, but some. So yeah, I'm a big tabletop gamer. I play Trench Crusade, I play Star Wars Legion, Middle-earth strategy battle game. I have armies for all of those games, so pretty sweaty in all those. All right, so for Subutai's army, it's going to be an infantry check. Just a lot of infantry with Tamarkon and Kha'Zix being the big centerpiece carries. Tamarkon with the Dragon, recently coming off his buffs today on the new patch 8.1. Homeboy is going to be rocking 2,000 extra HP. He has better acceleration and looks very, very cool. All right, on the other side, Alexander Bignuts is going to be getting all 3 objectives out of the gates. I mean, that's his reward basically for getting a bunch of light cavalry. Light cav are not the most effective in combat, but those bad boys, of course, will be really good at grabbing the objectives. I used to play Age of Sigmar, but they shit on my army and got rid of it, so I stopped playing. I played the old cities of Sigmar using fantasy models, and then they got rid of them. They squatted them, as they say, and so I stopped playing. But yeah, maybe someday I would go back to it. But for now, you know, that kind of, I was like, I based an entire army, got red, and then they just get rid of it. I'm like, all right, dog. Like, I bought the codex that was like built around it. I don't know, getting burned like that, you know, yeah, not fun. So Yeoman and Yeoman waiting out in the wings, and Alberic the border low. Looks like he's maybe trying to find a character and or Tamarcon. Oh, the Plague Ridden with the Plague Flail. Look at that. All right. So in the back, we do see the Plague Caster being left to the dogs. A very blunderous play by Subutai, but again, he's very cheap. He can kind of fight against Alberic, but even still, he's going to need a little bit of sauce. Tamarcon's going to be coming back there to help out a little bit. Meantime, on the other side, Marauders of Nurgle do arrive on the point, but they're going to get obliterated. I mean, Alexander Bignuts is going to be really brutal here with his charges. Yeah, so it looks like in the front, the Yeomen engage, and the Knights Errant going to be getting around the back. And in the meantime, Alberic does get away. But still, that takes Tamarcon away from the front lines, and these Marauders of Nurgle get run down by all the cav right there. All right, so good night, my sweet prince. And Nurgle is advancing up on all sides. Over here, the Frolickers be Boniker in the woods, but the defenders of Fleur-de-Lis, I don't know how they're going to do against those Nurglings. The Nurglings might hold their own if they fight in the woods. Fighting in the woods does penalize big units that are mounted or monstrous. So, yeah, those knights not going to want to battle those ROR Nurglings in the tree line, I don't think. Elsewhere, Subutai really needs to get Rotting Riders. He needs to get some sort of mass like Plague Ogres, you know, something in that vein. So now he's moving up. He does manage to chase back those Yeomen, but so far Subutai is kind of getting picked apart a little bit. A little bit of a Nurgle inexperience, perhaps, because I know he doesn't play this faction. I think he's just playing them today because of the patch. I don't think I can remember the last time I've seen him play Nurgle before. So, yeah. Like here, you would want to already have out your Rot Knights. You'd want to have out maybe some Plague Ogres or some Toads to provide mass to your army so you don't get run over. Very, very possible to win it, of course. I would say Nurgle-Bretonnia is a pretty even matchup. Especially after the patch. Maybe it was slightly Bretonnian favored before, but now I would say, you know, pretty much, pretty even, I would say. All right, so the Plague Ridden is waddling up with his Mortis Engine. Back here, Kha'Zix the Befouled does get surrounded by Alberic and a bunch of Knights Errant and the Companions of Quenelle. So another big blunder by Subutai here. Losing his 1,300 gold character, about 1,400 gold. When you bring him with just one item, it's about 1,400 gold. So losing that character is bad. Tamarcon does get a breath attack. But Alexander Bignuts is able to dodge that right there. On the backside, is it going to be Rotting Riders? No, it's going to be Plague Ogres. A viable choice, surely, but not as good as the Rot Knights. Rot Knights would dominate everything on the battlefield here. But again, they couldn't be everywhere at once, so it's not like it's automatically going to be winning you the game or everything. But yes, Alexander seems very good at Bretonnia. I watched him beat Anticity Slanesh earlier on another game when I was watching End Stream. He seems to be an absolute menace with this faction. So Bretonnia, you know, making the comeback these days. They're very, very popular. Actually becoming meta. Bretonnia is becoming meta. Okay, so elsewhere on the board, did Kha'Zix come back? I think Kha'Zix is running. He might actually rally. He does have 700 HP and is still healing. So there's a chance that Homeboy comes back. NURGLE is trying its best to get its clutches on the middle objective, and they are chasing back the defenders of Fleur-de-Lis with Tamer Chad. And on the outside, Pestigors coming up. Pestigors are good against Bretonnia. They have good armor piercing and poison, so they can drag down knights under the right circumstances. Plague Ogre is going to be rallying up to the middle, while we do see Alexander Bignuts is up pretty considerably in value. Now, if Kha'Zix didn't get broken, if he had just still been alive, like chilling over here, this would have maybe even be an even-ish game at this point. But with Kha'Zix getting bullied like that, that's a huge loss, man. That's a lot of meat that's gone out of your army. So Plague Ogres arriving at the middle. Couple of the Marauders here fighting, and the Plague Ogres need to rally over here and go fight all these big cav if they can, and maybe do it with the Plague Ridden. Tamarcon is waddling back and forth. Curse of the Slug is activated, so going to be slowing those bad boys down. Looks like it's going to be 2 Pestigors coming over here to flank. Yeah, the Rot Knights got a hitbox change. I don't know how it's going to affect them, but we will see. Yeah, I've read some 40k books. Yeah, I've read the Thousand Sons, Black Legion, a few of those. Yeah, that's always fun. All right, so Plague Ridden is going to be attacking, and his Mortis Engine is going to be draining. There it is, the Plague Flail. But even still, he's heavily isolated. Alexander calling in the worshippers, not worshippers, excuse me, Subutai is calling in the worshippers of the crow to try and help out. You're going to need to use Fleshy Abundance on yourself right now. I think it's worth it to keep that Plague Ridden alive. And on the back objective, Tamarkan trying to chase off these cavalry units, but really, really struggling to do that at the moment. Kazak has returned, and he is on his way back. The Plague Ridden here getting a little bit of Mortis Engine value against all these units, but right now Nurgle is just super struggling to get the objectives, having a really, really hard time with it. They should be able to get the back one here. Tamarkan is just waddling and chasing these bad boys down, and the 2 Pestigors and the Plague Ogres are going to be arriving, and it looks like finally one of the objectives will be flipping. That is going to be the wind spell. Pretty good. Chosen will hold, but it is negative 16 leadership. I don't think it's going to break anything since these are chosen, but yeah, big pit fight going down in the middle. Still a game that is potentially winnable here. We're going to have to see. This objective does start to flip, and the Knights Errant are retreating, while Alexander Bignuts using his Mongolian Bretonnian tactics to flee the scene here. Tamarkan would love to be in that middle fight right now, man oh man, but Kazak actually comes back and is reasonably healthy. The Chosen of Nurgle anchoring that one down. Subutai is going to have to start considering how he wants to play the back objective. And yeah, that objective does go to Nurgle. You're going to need to leave some units here, though. You can't abandon it. When you're playing against Mongolian Bretonnia, you can't. You got to leave some Pestigors. You got to maybe leave your Furies here or something. There needs to be some pieces hanging there. For the lady, longtime lurker, and now a new member of Flavor, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, and thank you for the $5. I greatly appreciate it. All right. So, how are the Plague Ridden looking? Back here, Pestigors are fighting against the Cav, the Knights Errant, and with Tamarkan's help, they should be doing fine. The Chosen are anchoring really well, by the way, and it seems like Subutai is starting to get in his groove now, but is it too late? He's playing well. He's not making as many mistakes as he did early in the game. It seems like, wow, Tamarkan wrecks those Knights Errant with a breath attack. I think that was a melee breath attack when I looked away. The Toe Dragon, of course, can use its breath attack in melee. But yes, this objective is in flux, but it looks like the Bretonnians will not get that. Nurglings are popping out of the bushes, and Subutai is going for the back cap. Good instincts. He knows he's going to have to triple cap his opponent, so you got to play for the long game here and play for all 3 of those objectives. Nurgle is winning some of the blob fights, and value has been caught up. So now it's just a points issue, really. You can't let this objective go. This is how you lose the game right here. You cannot afford to lose this objective. It looks like there's nothing coming back here. No hounds, nothing. Subutai's not even on the objective with the Gorse, man. Oh, that's so rough. And why is Tamarkan leaving? What a mistake. You can't afford to relinquish these objectives. It's way too close to the end. So big misplays going down, big misplays. But regardless, playing well aside from that. But yeah, that's tough. So on the back objective, it looks like some Marauder Horsemen and some Nurglings going to get back there. Mounted Yeoman and Questing Knights going to be coming to try and dispatch that. Here, Pestigor's chasing down the Knights of the Lionhearted. Big breath attack right there. Very nice from Tamarkan. Able to go right down the side. And is the Plague Ridden still fighting? Plague Ridden is, I think he might still be in the mix. No, he might actually be dead now. No, he's still there, actually. Yeah, he is. So Homeboy's hanging. And the back objective, it looks like the Pestigors did get back on the point. Are they sitting on it? Oh, my God. It's so dodgy. Subutai needs to micro better. Get back there. Oh, my goodness. He needs to. Oh, that's such a throw right there. Because he's actually on the brink of coming back. Like, the Bretonnian army's looking kind of raggedy. And the objectives are in the process of flipping right now. Nurglings are going to steal this one. The Pestigors, they need to get on the objective, dude. What is he doing? Oh, God. He's throwing so hard. All right, objective number 2, owned by Nurgle. The Bretonnian army has been pushed back pretty heavily. This objective, I don't know if the Nurglings will have the staying power to flip this against Questing Knights, but maybe they will. We'll have to see. A couple Marauder Horsemen helping out there, but that one is on the brink of flipping, and he does end up maybe throwing his back objective. All right, Nurglings are heading over there. 1,300 points are on the board, and Nurgle is just doing a full court press. Plague Ogre's doing it. Really nice Wrath of Madon right there, the Trident. Whatever the hell that ability is called, Wrath of Madon. Breath attack coming in from the Dragon. Pretty good. He gets a big throw up right there. Tamarkan is currently sitting only 1,000 value this game. He's been getting kited pretty effectively. Nurgling's definitely not the best fighters on this objective here. The Questing Knights will be able to beat them. But there are a lot of reinforcements coming in, including Furies, which are going to be descending on these pieces. So they need to go to that back objective right now. Back in the middle, Subutai taking over the value. The Bretonnian army getting really, really run down. The backside objective, Pestigors are fighting, but the Yeomen are kind of swarming them a little bit. We'll see if the Nurglings can get it done here. Another Nurgling is on its way out. But so far, will Nurgle find a way to hold on to this objective? I don't know. We do see the big Nurgle host following the Bretonnians. The Bretonnians are going to be Helm's Deeping on their back point here. See, little things like losing this back objective, I think cost him the game. I actually think Nurgle may have won that if he had held on to the back objective. Here, it's going to be very difficult. I guess he does have capture weight and Furies and different pieces coming in. Maybe Tamer Chad and his infantry can get over there. He also needs to leave something to hold the middle objective against the Bretonnian Gremlins, because they have all these Knights Errant, these mobility pieces causing, you know, various degrees of havoc. But yeah, a lot of capture weight coming in right here. Subutai moving up here as well. And Fury swarming, Tamerkhan coming, Kasich the Befouled. But he only has, you know, he would have a lot longer if he didn't lose that back point. But the back point has flipped. And it does look like this one is going to be going to Bretonnia. A winnable game for both sides. Just big misplays from NURGLE early. Cost him quite a bit, but it made for a really exciting match and well played to both players. Really, really fun one. All right, guys. GG, well played. Victory for the lady and for Bretonnia. And now we're going to be getting it primed and ready for round 3. Game over, man. Game over. Yep. Mass Bretonnia, Genghis Khan Bretonnia. Against NURGLE Infantry Swarm, which again worked well. Just little positional errors cost him. All right. So let's go ahead and jump out here. And then we will now see how the tournament is looking. New Tamerkhan is fine. He's not wrecking Goji. He did fine, though. He did fine. Yeah. All right. So Gondola and Patty playing it out. So let's refresh this and we can start looking. I also, by the way, for anybody interested, I did reset the stats today. So the tournament competitive stats have been reset. So it's all fresh. Bretonnia off to a 2-0 start. NURGLE 2-1. So yeah, whenever there's a new patch, we always reset the stats on Total Tavern. So we do that. All right. Cool beans, man. Let's see what's up. Popati defeating Gondola, Martinius defeating Hun, Yankee winning his game, and Hobo Honkers defeating Glidden. And a handful of other games are going to be wrapping up. We know Subutai and Big Nuts just finished as well, and those two gentlemen will be going on from there. I don't know if anybody else actually signed up with NURGLE today. Let's go ahead and check. NURGLE's Pestilent Glory. Was late with check-in. Okay. And drop. So where are you? So that is going to be who? Gotta do a little bit of a drop here. I think you're not even in the events. Yeah, I don't know what he's worried about here. And cool. And all right, we're all set. Great. Hey, Kevin, thank you for the donation. Jesus Christ, man. Goddamn. Thank you. I haven't gotten the chance to repay you for keeping me entertained, so here you go, champ. Dude, that means a lot, brother. Thank you, man. Holy shit. It's a very generous one. Thank you so much. Well, hopefully the rest of the stream will be entertaining today. It is an SFT, so you will be seeing these players return on these factions. You will be seeing them. I'm going to read the list of factions, by the way, that we're getting at the moment. So I'm being pinged. Okay, and who do we got here? So Warriors of Chaos, Bretonnia, NURGLE, Greenskins, Warriors of Chaos, Bretonnia, Norska, Grand Cathay, Dark Elves, Demons of Chaos, NURGLE, Warriors of Chaos, Tzeentch, Beastmen, Tomb Kings, Wood Elves. Those are the factions that are being played today. Hey, Anticity, thanks for the raid, dog. Did he just finish playing? Wasn't he playing in a marathon tournament? Like a really long one or something? Who's playing Greenskins? I'm not sure. We'll find out. Yeah. All right, let's check this. And cool. And all set. Okay. Not playing today, casting. I wanted to get some, different factions, even though we've just been casting NURGLE. We have 2 NURGLE champions who I would say have a pretty high likelihood of reaching top 4. So if we look, we have not Alexander Nuts, but Hobo Honkers is on NURGLE, and then Subutai is on NURGLE too. Hobo Honkers actually started off as a NURGLE main before he switched to High Elves. So he's probably going to be in good shape. He was playing in Rizato's tourney, but he dropped. Yeah. Did he win or? Oh, I guess he dropped. He didn't win, but I assume he was doing very good. Hopefully you guys had fun over on Endstream. Welcome to the party. We're having a launch day tourney here, resetting all the stats. And they made the Toe Dragon chonk. Yeah, he's way chonkier now. Way chonkier. He's a thick boy, dude. 2,000 plus HP. Yeah, it's serious business. Yeah, so ending the stream to get some fresh air. Yeah. I get that. Yeah, long tournaments can be brutal, man. That was one of the biggest problems with Warhammer 2 competitive. Was the freaking was the tournaments being like 6 to 8 hours long consistently, and like not just for the caster but also for the players. It was rough. Like those long best of 3 brackets. Oh god. But yeah, then we started doing SFTs. In Warhammer 3, we came up with that idea, and that made the tournaments a lot more pleasant for the casual player. I think that was a big change. But yeah, it's good times, man. We're gonna have a really, really fun event for the Dawn of War 4 launch. We're thinking I'm gonna get high-level players from a couple different games. So we're gonna get like maybe 2 StarCraft Grandmasters, two high-level Total War players, Warhammer. So we'll get like Anticity and someone else, and then we're gonna get 2 professional Company of Heroes 3 players. We're gonna get 2 Age of Empires 4 Grandmasters. So we're gonna get some big dogs to play in that. Ask Harry and Grubby. I don't know if they would. Yeah, I don't know if they would. But it's going to be something similar to that. Basically, the idea is I want to get 2 champions from every RTS game, give them like a week to train, and then after a week or maybe 2 weeks, we'll see. 1 week's probably fine because we want it to be near launch. Yeah, we'll see, Hupsai. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, and we can get more players from each game. I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I'll invite whoever, but I need to see if I can get some folks to sponsor it too. Because if you want to get, a lot of people won't play unless there's like prize support, right? But yeah, we're gonna put on a big tournament. It's gonna be really fun. Very, very excited for that. So, all right, hey Kevin, man, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Some of the elector counts, yes, Alex, yes. I will throw my hat in the ring for the appreciation. Thank you, brother. All right, so let's see if we're ready for round trace, and we are about ready. Yeah, Hupsai, I would. I mean, I don't know if they would attend. Do you think they would? Obviously, we got to get you in there, big dog. Just don't do anything controversial between then and now, and you should be good. Yeah, nothing wild. There's a version of the game where you can play early. You could make the week start at that date. You're saying like an early access Speedstar? I don't know anything about that. Yeah. I don't know anything about that. Okay. So it's closer to the standard launch. I don't know anything about like an early access or whatever, so I still haven't gotten into the dreaded alpha or beta test. I've been trying every time. All right, so let's advance this. And here we go. So advancing the Swiss to the next round. Thank you guys for joining today, man. Round 3 is upon us. Bail him out of jail for the event, yeah. All right, so let's party it up, and that's going to be round 3. Yeah, you thermal join? Cool. All right. Goblins, round 3. So this is round 3 of 6. It's a big 6-rounder here. I should see if Creative Assembly will sponsor the Dawn of War 4 event. Yes. That would be a brilliant one. What's the big changes for this patch? There's a lot of stuff. Contact effects stack now. NURGLE got a bunch of buffs. Changes to Slanesh. A bunch of small changes across the board. Yeah. King's Art Games. Yeah. I don't know if they would. I'll see what I can do. Okay, let's check here. See what we got. And do we want to do one more NURGLE game, guys? I think we do, right? Let's see who's undefeated right now. Pope Patty, Alexander, Martinius are undefeated. Martinius is playing what? Let me see what he's playing. We can take a break from NURGLE games since we just did a couple. Martinius is on... you know what? Let's do a Hlidden game. Let's do a Grand Cathay game. Yeah, I want to see if he uses the Tiger Warriors. So we're going to cast a Grand Cathay match right now. Lobby code, please. Dude, I love Iron Harvest. It's a great game. It just needed a little bit more support. If they gave Iron Harvest a little bit more milk, it would have been a really fun multiplayer experience. Like, not having spectator mode is really bad, or replays or anything like that. Like, look, if you're not going to give spectator mode, I get it. You know, you're focusing on campaign, single player, but if you're not gonna at least give replays, like replays are not only for people who do YouTube and stream and stuff. It's like, it's great for the players to go back and watch and learn. It really helps cultivate, you know, competitive multiplayer or just solid multiplayer in general. But yeah, it's, yeah, that was a shame. All right, so round 3 is up. Yeah, the new terracottas as well, guys. Yeah, they got some buffs. So Mirak needs to get his buy round point. So let's do that. Okay. And we're going to do it. Yeah, but Iron Harvest was fun, man. I enjoyed it. I love the flavor. Like, you know how like in Company of Heroes, there's like really epic moments, like when the carpet bombings go down or like a huge tank fight, you know? Like, how many of you guys, were any of you guys in yesterday's stream? And we had those like epic, like 30 tanks versus 30 tanks, just like the tigers battling the Hellcats and just like rockets coming down and heavy artillery. Like that shit is awesome. And that's why I love Co, right? And Iron Harvest had a very similar thing. Like you would get like a huge, you know, Rusviet or one of the German mechs coming in, and then a bunch of the Polish mechs would like ambush it with their bayonets. And you just get these huge, like, impactful fights with, like, mechs exploding and, like, oh, like, I love that shit. Like, that was very, very cool. Yeah. The bridge map was pretty funny. It was such suffering, dude. Oh, my God. That friggin' 2-hour-long game yesterday, that was just pure pain. Yeah, the tanks just disappearing into the Shadow Realm. Yeah. Yeah, it was wild. All right, so yes, he should have his opponent here. Hlidden is going to be playing against who is it going to be? Hlidden versus Zale. Okay, so we're going to see what Zale's doing. Your opponent respond. I'm just making sure his opponent shows up before I commit to casting this game. We don't know. Dalfor does kind of look like it's going to have that same epicness. I feel like King's Art game is good at the aesthetics for sure. Like the big explosions, the big armies clashing. It looks really good. Never forget the Catalina wine mixer, dude. Oh, God. The Catalina wine mixer was such suffering. It was indeed. Aces. Okay, cool. So we have a confirmed match. It's going to happen. It is going to happen. All right. Chaos Dwarves versus Grand Cathay. All right. That's going to be fun. What up? What's up? How's it going, Mike? Welcome to the stream, big dog. I like that factions in Dalfor seem like, yeah, they're so different, and I love that. That's my one gripe with AoE 4 is that like the factions have a lot of overlap and similarity. Like they all have spearmen, they all have archers, they all have horsemen. Like I get it from a competitive RTS standpoint, that's good, but like I like when factions are completely different. You know, like that's also why I like Co. Sure, I mean you have riflemen, but grenadiers are very different, and Panzer Grenadiers are pretty different as well, like the functionality and how the units play. Like I like when there's less symmetry in multiplayer. Not for maps. Maps should be symmetrical, but for like factions, it's harder to balance, but man, I love it. I feel like the voice acting for Dalfor is the weakest part of it. I'd have to go back and look, yeah. It might be a weak point. We'll have to see. StarCraft, my beloved, exactly. StarCraft is a great example of that. Yeah. Turin coming out against chess is a competitive game. Yeah. Okay, I'm so glad we came to cast this game. It is everything you wanted, everything you dreamed of. Oh, yeah. Terracotta Sentinel, Saitang the Watcher, double Peasant Horseman, Bashiva the White Tiger, and then a couple Peasant Spearmen. Dear God in heaven, it is everything we wanted. It is everything we dreamed of. Oh, God, yes. All right, guys. And now looking at the Greenskin army for Zale, it's going to be a battle line of Orc Boys, backed up by some Black Orcs, a very Chadley build, and a Ragnarok Spider Lord. So it's going to be a Goblin Great Shaman on the Shrine, and then we have a Giant as well. Dear God, this is going to be epic. Now, Giants do beat Terracottas in combat. Terracottas, I believe, lose that fight. I'd have to double check that, but the stats are pretty similar. But the Giant, I think, just hits a little harder. It has, I don't know. Yeah, it's actually going to be really interesting. This man emptied out the toy box. He really did. He brought all the goodies. You're going to have to pause your campaign to watch this one. Yeah, I have no idea how this is going to go. All right, so the two armies are marching forth. Now, Terracottas have armor sundering now. This is another change in this patch. I think that the monster fight will be won by the forces of Grand Cathay because Saitang the Watcher is going to wreck that Giant. Although it looks like he's going to go after the Spider, which is probably a better bet since it is the Lord, and Greenskins hate losing their Lord, so he is going to be going there. All right, Peasant Horseman screening out the greenskins off the objective, and Setang the Watcher is going to be ripping some fat shots into the Goblin Great Shaman, which is going to hurt pretty bad. The Goblin Great Shaman does get hit there. Slight tickling of the pickle. It was a glancing shot, but still enough to make contact and do the damage. I think Giants should beat a Terracotta. I don't know. They kind of have inverse stats. Usually, historically, I would assume Giants would win, but could be wrong. So Bathsheba running over, intercepting the skirmishers here, and we do have the Bandits of the Silver Road being called out. So those are just the basic archers, while Setang the Watcher continues shooting in, and the double Terracotta Sentinels. I'm so excited for this. Hammer of Gork called out. All right, the Hammer of Gork is here. This is what it's all about, guys. Forget the meta. Embrace the... Oh, that was such a sick shot. The two Terracottas going while the big dog was like jumping and shooting in the background. How awesome of a cinematic shot was that? And now they're going to be stomping on these orc boys. And this is what Warhammer is all about right here. This is the good stuff, yes. I love to see it. All right, so in the back, the Bandits of the Silver Road going to need some Crowmen support. In the meanwhile, Setang looks like he's going to be moving into combat as well. And they are going to be all right-clicking onto the Goblin Shaman. Oh, here he comes! Oh, what a cool character. What a cool character. And yeah, the Goblin's taking a bit of a hammering, but remember, the Goblin is an anti-large character. Bathsheba coming in, though, with the Assassin. The cat is out of the bag, and Bathsheba is going to start attacking into the Goblin Great Shaman. Now, does Bathsheba have the Hidden Huntress ability? Terracotta is going fisticuffs with the Giant, so that is a little bit of a clash right there. In the meantime, archers are online, and the Greenskins are going to be getting a full court press. Now, the Greenskins could very well win on the objectives by just getting a lot of bodies on there and, you know, Grand Cathay not having the tools, but Bathsheba is laying in to the Spider character. The Hidden Huntress is massively debuffing the melee defense down to 6. Which means every single hit is like just basically guaranteed to hit. It's like an 80% chance to hit it or something like that. The Terracotta Sentinels are going to be circle beating on the Giant. Looks like 2 of them are, while Bathsheba is going to continue hunting after the Spider. The Spider is going to be trying to weasel away. On the back objective, the Paul Blork Mall Cops are here. The Black Orcs are there. And the Crowmen doing their bombardment on top of the Orc Boys. Not bad, but oh, friendly firing those Peasant Horsemen there. That feels a little bit bad. All right, so the Terracottas still duking it out in the lines, crumping at these Orc Infantry, and Bathsheba, as well as Setang, continuing to hunt down the Goblin Great Shaman, which is shaken and stirred, sending it about 3,000 HP right there. And even if the Goblin does run, you could put Setang in guard mode and just start ripping shots. And the Giant looks like it's going to the back objective. I don't know if I like this. I liked the Giant in here fighting the Terracottas, but now the Giant is just kind of waddling out on its own. Whereas it probably should have been staying in combat here, because now it's vulnerable to being shot in open field. There's a couple of issues it might end up having here. Now, the Greenskins should have stayed on that objective. Having the Paul Blorks back here to chase down the Peasant Long Spearman and seal that objective would have been the correct play, but not the... Oh my god, did you see that? Mom, get the camera! Dude, Bathsheba just dodged a magic missile with her teleport ability. I have never seen such a play in Total War. That was sick. God, I feel like this is like a normal RTS game now in some ways with the teleport abilities and shit. Did you guys see that? That was the coolest thing ever. Dodging the magic missile with Bathsheba's teleport. If that was intentional, dude, by Glidden, that is freaking amazing. All right, so Bathsheba's going to be hunting down the Goblin Great Shaman. Meanwhile, the Terracottas kind of getting bashed up by the Giant. So Zale ends up making the right play and coming back here. No, it's like a Warden in Warcraft 3, man. But yeah, the Giant and Setang are fighting, and Setang will lose his fight most likely. You know, he's more of an archer, but yeah, the Giant's going to keep boinking. But with the Goblin Great Shaman getting chased down, that is a very, very problematic situation there. So Black Orcs fighting in the backfield. Yeah, it's dodging a Stormbolt with Blink. It is pro gamer Cathay. I know, it's so sick. You love to see it, man. You love to see it. How cool is that? All right, Peasant Horsemen fighting against Black Orcs, and the Black Orcs are going to have a very good time in that fight, pretty much just face tanking all you guys. Meanwhile, some Savage Orc War Boys do not want to be charging into Peasant Longspears. It's going to be a bad fight for them. The Greenskins do have the double cap right now, and we have the Kaiju fight going down here. Exactly what you guys wanted. Okay, that's cool. Do they have any sync animations? I seriously doubt it, but let's see if they do. I'm going to watch them for a second. I seriously doubt they have any sync interactions. But yeah, they're duking it out, man. Armor is sundered on the Giant. It looks like there's like a knockback stagger animation, so at the very least they have that. And, okay, that kind of looked like he tried to block that attack. Okay, Bathsheba coming out of nowhere with the steel chair. And, oh, this is so cool looking. Like, Bathsheba's attacking the foot while the Terracotta, like, staggers the Giant. Oh, man, Total War has got to be one of the best looking RTS games. It's so freaking cool. Great Book of Grudges, thank you for the raid, and welcome everybody from the Great Book stream. You arrived just in time for a very epic battle here as the Giant and Bathsheba duke it out with the Terracotta Sentinel supporting as well. A Titanfall moment, it really is. All right, lads. Objective number 3 is owned by Grand Cathay. The Greenskins are about to lose the middle objective unless they get their infantry up in time. The Goblin Great Shaman is routed. Say-Tang the Watcher fighting over here. It looks like the Dweller's Blow coming out. But yes, the fight does rage on here. The Giant is being backstabbed pretty hard. Bashiva with the Mantra of Invigoration coming in from the Claw Speaker. That is the healing ability right there. So that is going to be very clean and very strong. While the Mortal Kombat does continue here. All right, negative 22 leadership right there. Terracotta getting regrowth is pretty goated, and the Giant is going to be taken to Pound Town. And with that, I don't see too many win conditions for the Greenskins. They've lost their backfield push. Maybe if the Greenskins had found a way to get this objective with their Black Orcs, but they did not. They lost a Giant. The Greenskin Lord is just packing up and running for the hills right now. So Homeboy's like, you know, smell you later. He's running for the edge of the battlefield right here. And, yeah, it is looking rough. The Terracotta Sentinels are going Ultra Giga Chad here. The Giant getting friendly fired. Oh, my God. The Rock Lobber just boinking its own Giant and doing, like, 200 HP damage. You love to see it. But Grand Cathay does get its clutches in the middle. And what's going to happen now is that the Terracotta Sentinels are just going to farm all the infantry. There's not really going to be too much going on there. I'm really new to competitive, says MW. What point value do you guys play at? 1,500 points. The first person to get to 1,500 points is going to be getting the fat dub. And that is how that goes. Right, Giant is fleeing. In the meantime, Say-Tang the Watcher is going to be battling it out with the boys. And the Claw Speaker, also a respectable little fighter. And the Crows of Grand Cathay doing some beautiful bombardments over the enemy forces. So this is really, really good against the Greenskin Infantry. Yeah, Cathay is looking like a pretty fun roster these days, man. After the Tiger Warrior update, they've got... Oh, that's so... Dude, the animations on this guy are so incredibly cool. Let's actually just take a moment since the... Oh, I love that. That is so sick. And yeah, Greenskin Infantry able to reclaim the objective, but the points are close enough, right? Like, they're really, really close in points. It's not like he's going to be able to... Oh, and we got Tiger Warrior Stalkers coming out. Proper skirmishers now. And, yeah, the Tiger Warrior Stalkers will be able to wreck these boar boys, especially since there's Cathay Spearmen holding them in the front and an ambush of the Tiger Warriors in the back. A lot of these piggies are going to be, you know, going out to pasture right here as they do get routed off. So farewell, sweet pigs. You will be missed. GG, and well to the plate. Jade Lancers on their way up. The value is pretty brutal. Grand Cathay has 11,000 gold value done. The Greenskins have about 6. So it's very much been a slaughter in that way. Say-Tang with his magic missile right there, able to nuke down the Savage Orc Biggins on the approach. And looks like Grand Cathay does manage to stabilize the middle objective while the Goblin Rock Lobbers keep shooting at the bandits of the Silver Road. But ladies and gentlemen, I think that is going to be all she wrote. Really cool to see the new Terracotta Sentinels in action. The fact that they do armor sundering now, I think makes them a little bit better in a handful of matchups. Probably maybe like the Chaos matchup, like, because against Forsaken, that's really cost effective, right? Forsaken are very meta, so lowering their armor down to 50 is a big difference for your archers and for your Jade Lancers. I still don't know if they're going to become like super high level competitive, probably not, but this is an awesome build by Glidden, and I knew this game was going to be fun. All right, so ammunition is still really sparse on the Tiger Warrior Stalkers. They are proper skirmishers now, but yeah, they don't use it as precursor ammo, and that's going to be victory for Grand Cathay and victory for the Terracottas. Yeah, we went over the patch notes earlier in the stream. Yeah, we did. All right, thank you guys for joining. All you homies from the Great Book of Grudges streams. Hope you guys had fun. And yeah, man. Say-Tang, 1,700. Terracottas held the line. Bashiva got 2,000 value, took down the enemy lord. And cool to see some Tiger Warrior Stalkers and a Claw Speaker. And yeah, not a bad build from the Greenskins. A couple meta elements were missing. You would probably want to index into some archers like Rugled's Armored Orcs. But yeah, aside from that, you know, it had its strengths. Not bad at all. The cinematic army, dude, there were some great cinematic shots there. There really was. Okay, so taking a look at the tournament rounds as we approach. Let's see if there's any admin stuff I need to do. Okay. There we are. And let's go here. Take a look at ye old desktop capture. So yeah, that was the second game to finish. It looks like Gondola the Patient defeated Yankee Mosh Pit. Flynn defeated Zale. Subutai is playing Honey right now, and we have a couple of other games going down at the moment. So probably another 5 to 10 minutes before the next round starts. I'm going to cast the rest of the tournament, of course. We're casting everything all the way through the grand final. So yeah, we have, this is round 3 we're in now, and we have 6 rounds in total. So we got, yeah, we have Glade, Jade Tomb, and Pit of Treasures, and then we have a semifinal and a grand final. So in total, we have 5 more games we're going to be casting here. And yeah, so a lot more action going on, man. A lot more action. This is a Swiss tournament, best of one. So even if you lose, you get to keep playing, which is a really, really welcoming format for newer players, right? So even if you just get punched right in the wiener and you're 0-5, you're still getting tournament reps in there. You're getting to play. I typically like Swiss better than elimination formats for casual tournaments and like, regular tournaments, but it's not as good for competitive, but in my opinion. Doom Divers are worth it, Homeless Pirate. Yeah, they are. They are good. Doom Diver catapults are used in a bunch of matchups, dog. If you're expecting single entities as the greenskins, like, let me show you. You can definitely get a lot of mileage out of them. Like, sure, they don't kill things like super quickly, but like a couple Doom Diver catapults are definitely not bad at all. All right, so let's just go here, test this out. And we're going to go an Ogre's Folly. Oh, let's do Pillar Bone. Pillar Bone's always a good map to test on. Great. Greenskins, and we have a little bit of time. Yeah, so like double Doom Diver is not bad because like with greenskins you can present a really like cheap wide army. And for example, we could just get like a Beast Lord and get like a Giant or something. Yeah, so we'll just like show you what it's capable of. The Swiss format's good. Yeah, most people in our tournament scene run the Swiss format. It's pretty much the standard nowadays, I would say. I feel like oddly, Bashiva makes the Terracotta Sentinels more viable, being a solid duelist character that can 2v1. Yeah, and the mobility is not bad at all. Alright, so yeah, you don't like kill things super quickly, but it's you're gonna notice the Giant's gonna start, taking quite a bit of wounds over the course of a battle. Right, so that's one volley there. Pretty good, right? That's like 1,000 HP. And Grimgore's obviously gonna die, but he'll hold this thing in place. So like that's good. Like, if you're expecting any sort of single entity action, that's pretty damn solid. So Grimgore's pretty Chadley, actually. You might be able to hold here. We'll see. Yep, Doom Diver Catapult still putting the work. And, I mean, they have a ton of ammo, too, right? So even though, like, one Giant is offline, you can still keep shooting them. And they're good against enemy lords, enemy characters. You're next. It's very, very lore accurate, right? All right, and cool. So that guy's getting boinked. We can let him get shot at by the Doom Divers a little bit. He's a foot character, so foot characters don't really take damage from Doom Divers. It needs to be against like a mounted character of some sort, but you could see pretty damn effective against big stuff, right? Yeah, like there are matchups in which you bring at least one Doom Diver, because you can just sit it on an enemy monster for the whole game, and eventually it'll get it, Yeah. Grimgore isn't great. The problem with him is he just gets kited. He's strong, sure, if you sit and fight him, but yeah, it's really, really hard to get the fights you want. Doom Divers are very accurate. Yeah, that's their whole thing, is they're guided by goblins, so they're definitely accurate lads. Would have been great in the last matchup. It would have been. It's a little risky to go Doom Diver against Grand Cathay though, because Cathay will sometimes bring cannons, and cannons hard counter Doom Divers. So and also Crowmen, you have to worry about Crowmen diving them. Yeah, so a little bit of a tricky one there. A little bit of a tricky one. Yeah. By the way, did you guys see the new Chaos minis, dude? For Old Worlds? Oh my god, they look so cool. New Chaos miniatures, Old World. Yeah, let's look at some of these bad boys. So they have a new starter box here. Yeah, and look how good these models look. Oh yeah, those are awesome. To be honest though, I don't love the paint scheme they did. Like the silver looks good, but the silver onto that like silver gold, it's like it really just kind of blurs together. You don't get to see the outline as much. But the minis are great. Behold, I know. So awesome. The Steed of Chaos, I know. The Steed of Chaos is way cooler. Yeah, and then here's the Chaos Knights, very chunky. My favorite factions in Warhammer 3 are the Empire, the Chaos Dwarves, NURGLE, and probably Warriors of Chaos would be my favorites that I play the most. Yeah, like I think the trim should have been like a more stark contrast to the silver armor, but that's just me. Yeah. Then you got the Chaos Dragon here. The Chaos Dragon looks incredibly cool, but I have a special hatred for dragons in tabletop because of how OP they are. So for me, I'm like, oh, I want it, but I don't. But that dragon looks incredibly cool. Yeah, I mean, come on, dog. Look at how badass that thing looks. And then you have a sorcerer on a dragon too, so that you can build him as a evil Harry Potter on a dragon. Oh, yeah, that's kind of cool. Is it the paint? They have different heads, I think, or no? It's the same head. Yeah. You'd love to play Cathay in the old world. Yeah, Cathay is really strong. They've been dominating for a while. Actually, they're very, very good. All right. Yeah, there's the wizard. And I think that's mostly it. But like Chaos has gotten a ton of good shit. Let me show you guys something real quick. Hold on. Got a little bit of time before the round ends. Okay, so Old World, Warriors of Chaos. Warriors of Chaos got a huge range update because they got the new Marauders too. The new Chaos Marauders look freaking good. Look how awesome these guys look. I mean, these are awesome, dude. It's like the it's like the team in the World Cup. It's the is it Norway? I think it's Norway, right? Yeah. And what faction do you think are underplayed? I mean, ogres don't get played that much these days. Any more HOM content? Yeah, I think so. There will be something. It's not my favorite at the moment, but I will go back and play it because I still do enjoy it. But there's other things I'm enjoying more. Yeah, so they got like a whole new line of Chaos Marauders. I mean, these minis look freaking great. Yeah, very, very like modern retro. Yeah, it's cool. The giant spawn is pretty haggard. Yeah, they still have some of their old school stuff, but yeah, man. Wolves of the Sea are an awesome army too. You can play Norska in this tabletop game also. They cleared out the biker bar, yeah. The new Marauder Horsemen look great. Yeah, really, really fun stuff. Really fun indeed. All right, let's see how we're looking on the tourney. Let's refresh. Couple games still to go. Subutai and Poe Patty and King of the Dead are going to be playing their games out right now. And then the current standings. Let's refresh this real quick and get a look at things. Sorry for the blinding white light of doom. When is Satan getting a tabletop model? Honestly, you could someday. Poe Patty undefeated. As of now, yes. And Alexander Bignut's undefeated. Martinius undefeated. And we have a couple other people lurking around the second place brackets. But again, there's 6 rounds, so there's a lot of opportunities to catch up. Slanesh is balanced. We'll find out. Yeah, time will tell. It's going to be really hard to gauge like proper competitive balance until we have our world championships. King of the Dead's back. Yeah, he's won 2 games today. He beat Tommy and he won round 1 too. So King of the Dead is 2-1. He could still qualify for top 4. I played 3 games with him last night or 2 nights ago. Yeah, to get him back in it. We got some good ones. Yeah, so pretty fun. He's returned from the shadows to claim vengeance. Yes. What's funny about him is he doesn't use control groups. King of the Dead. He refuses to use control groups. He literally will not do it. He just raw dogs it. When King of the Dead loads in, let me show you guys. So, one sec here. I'm going to show you how he plays, which is just staggeringly wild to me. I mean, in the late game, I don't really use control groups a lot, but in the beginning, I do. So here, he just raw dogs it. When he goes into a multiplayer match, his army looks like this. It's just pure chaos. Like he's got these guys in the front, maybe a couple archers in the back, and he like just manually micros everything. So like he'll have mobility pieces, and he just like he'll click and micro instead of using control groups. Like it's so wild. Yeah. And he kicks my ass. Oh, King of the Dead. You just lost your game? Yeah, don't worry about it. The guy you're playing, Poe Patty, is extremely good. He's on one of his mains. He would beat me up too. Don't feel bad, man. There he is. All right. We were just talking about how you don't use control groups. Poe Patty is really, really good, King. Don't worry. You'll get there. All right. A lot. You don't use control groups, Gondal. What is this? The new all you youngins not using control groups? Oh my goodness. I have 1 group from my main army. That's at least something though. Yeah. You probably have 1 group for your main army and then like maybe 2 other groups for skirmishers at least, or no? Do you just raw dog it with the other ones? All right, let's get this. You know I can move the unit cards, I do. Oh my god, all the youngins are rising up against me, dude. The old ways no longer. All right, so let's advance to Swiss. Looks like we're ready for the next round, and round 4 is coming. Yeah, Patty's on Bretonia, I think. I'm not sure. All right, so we're going to get you. Do this. And then next round is up. All right, guys, go find your opponents. Good luck, have fun. And goblins. Round 4 is live. All right. So it begins. So next up on the docket, we're going to do Pope Patty versus Martinius. Those are two undefeated players. Lobby code, please. All right, let's get this. Are you planning to do a vid talking about the latest patch changes? Not really, no, because we talked about it here today. So if people want to see the summary, they can just watch the stream here. Which faction do you recommend for newer players? Norska is really good. Yeah. But if you want Cathay is a great one to get into, Jaeger. But Norska is really good for beginners. Like, very, very good. They're strong. They're easy to play. Their units are individually strong. Factions that have strong individual units that can win a lot of fringe engagements are usually very good for beginners. Yeah. Okay. I do have the butler hands from Scary Movie. I am the guy from Scary Movie. All right. Perfect. Yeah, Norska or Cathay are both good choices. Yeah, I would say so, especially since Cathay just got some great updates and they have a lot of diversity. Kislev is all right for beginners, yeah, but you still have to have really good cavalry micro, which is not an easy skill for beginners. To maximize your effectiveness with Kislev, you need to have good cav micro, yeah. You do. Okay, so that's all set. And there we go. Let me check. All right, perfect. Outstanding and perfect. Can I make a full... I can do that too, though. Yeah. They're not that bad. All right. Cool. Let's see what's up here. We got Beastmen versus Bretonia. Oh, that's a fun matchup. It's always fast and furious and aggressive, man. I'm going to go get some water, by the way. I'll be right back. BRB. And we will start this next game here in uno momento. All right, guys, what did we miss? I don't know if we missed anything. I think we're good. Beastmen, Bretonia. Two very mobile factions here on the Glade of the Everqueen. And yeah, man. Go time. Hardest for beginners might be Bretonia Dark. Skaven is probably the hardest beginner faction of the game, I think. I think if you're new to multiplayer, you're raw dogging it, you're getting in there, Skaven are hands down the hardest faction to play. Now, that may change, down the road, we'll see, but for now, it is the case. Hey, Tombo, thank you for subscribing on Twitch, man. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the family, brother. Thank you guys so much for subscribing. All right. Yes. Beastmen, Bretonia. Pope Patty, one of the best Bretonian players out there. He's an absolute menace on them. And Martinius is usually good at the Chaos factions, like Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos. Like, those are his bread and butter factions, so... yeah, he's very, very good. What World Cup stuff do we got going on this weekend? We got World Cup matches. Okay, so right now we have France and Morocco playing, huh? That's got to be an interesting game. And then tomorrow we have Spain and Belgium. And Norway and England playing on Saturday at 2 p.m. Oh, okay. I'll be able to watch that, actually. The Minecraft event will be finishing before 2 p.m. It starts at 10, finishes at 1, so yeah. Cool, man. It's going to be a good time. I really have been enjoying the World Cup stuff, man. It's been good. It's just the freaking the flopping, man. It's really, man, how has that not been rooted out of the game? The theatrical flopping and acting to try and bait fouls, like how has that not been rooted out of the game yet? You know? Like I feel like it would be easy. Like if you are in a situation where you're rolling and writhing in agony on the ground and screaming and being theatrical, the player gets sent off for the half. You're out of the game. You can come back in the next half. You're done. So why would that be a problem? You know, that would encourage players to, if they're actually injured, to stay down, or if they're not injured, to get back up instantly, or else you're going to get sent off. You're going to go on the injured list and be sent off. Sure, they can make a substitute or whatever, but you're off the field. Hard to get rid of always. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I feel like how is that not gotten rid of? Too many whining managers of rich teams. It's rewarded, not penalized. Yeah, like, what is that? Well, if they get hurt for real, then yeah, that's fine. If they, you know, you treat them, you send them off like you would an injured player. But if they're not hurt for real, then they also get sent off to punish them for, you know, because like at the end of the day, like I'm really having a blast watching World Cup and football and soccer, whatever, you know, wherever you are. Dude, I'm having a great time. It's so fun. But that's the one thing that I just hate. It makes me not want to watch it sometimes when I see that. And I'm like, dude, it's such a fun sport. If they just got rid of this bullshit, it would be great. It would be perfect. And you know what I really don't like about it is it's deceiving. It's being like duplicitous and like cheating basically, right? Because you're like exaggerating a situation that isn't the real situation of the game to get like a cheeky like call against, like it's not earned. I don't know, man. It's just like I can't believe I feel like it would be such an easy thing to solve. And they could even start yellow carding people for doing that shit. Like if you overact and you get back up and start playing, just yellow card, boom, you're done. Like they should just be way, way tougher on it. I think the sport would definitely appeal more to at least the Americans. That's been one thing that, you know, myself and my friends, I mean, I played soccer in high school. I played in college too. We didn't have a lot of flopping. There wasn't a lot of that. It wasn't something we were ever taught. I don't know if that's the case. Soccer fans would say it's clever. No, it's not, dude. It's cheating, basically. It's like exaggerating. I just don't like it. It's the same. I don't like when they do it in basketball either. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing. Yeah. Anyways, I know basketball does it too. It's another thing I don't like. Yeah, I really don't like it. The flops in football are just so much more dramatic, though. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Boomer rant is over for now. And let's break it down. So, spawning in on the east side of the map, it's going to be the Bretonnian legions. It's going to be Alberic, peasant mobs, Grail relics, foot squires to battle the beastmen infantry, which should be pretty good against most of the lightly armored beastmen, who of course will not have the armor piercing to get through the foot squires, and the anti-infantry will be quite nice as well. Peasant archers in the back to lay into the lightly armored beastmen mobility pieces and to the minotaurs and things like that. One word, corruption. Yeah, no. You know, I never was that in tune. Okay, the Boomer rant is not over. I was never that in tune with, like, the elements of, like, you know, I'd always heard jokes about, like, corruption this, corruption that, but, like, I don't know. Like, the conspiracy theories, now that I've started to watch it a little bit, I'm like, yeah, there's a there's a little bit of that, you know. All right, Pestigores, not a bad choice. They're good against cav, feasible against infantry. Minotaurs with great weapons to fight against cav units. Martinius has got the Butchers of Chatting Guard in the bushes, great Bray Shaman of Shadows with Pendulum to kill archers and Melkos to kill cav, and Minotaurs and Bestigores in the woods. Oh, double Bestigore. I do like that. Yeah. Soccer is like, you're saying football is like Total War land battles? I hate football. I'm Italian. It's a mess, both in game and outside the culture. It's just vile. Yeah, dude, and it's like, also seeing some of the fan stuff. I never really like followed the flair of it. And we can talk about this a little bit more while we wait for the game to really start in earnest. They're just kind of scouting each other right now. But like the way that fans act at some of these games, like I've seen just horrific racism at some of these games, like horrific. And then also seeing how the fans act outside of like the arenas. I mean, some nations have very respectful fans. You see some of the Japanese fans like cleaning up the stadiums and stuff. But dude, some of the racism and like, oh man, it's rough, dude. It's really rough. Yeah. But again, there are some fans that are really awesome. Like there have been like uplifting stories too of like, you know, one nation loses and then the fans of another nation will support the fans of the losing team and like be really welcoming. So there are like good moments, but then there's also some stuff where you're like, ooh. But to be fair, like, is it that different from going to like an old school Oakland Raiders game in Northern California, you know, when the Raiders fans would like beat up San Francisco 49ers fans, and you know, like there's a bit of that, you know, there's a bit of that. So I don't know, man. So ladies and gentlemen, very calm right now. The Beastmen not loving this engagement. Here we have the Knights of the Realm and Knights of the Realm hanging out, grabbing objective 1. So if you guys are a little bit newer to this game, you're going to be seeing the Beastmen chilling back, and you're probably like, why is the Beastmen player not fighting? Why is he not engaging against the Bretonnians? Well, there's one reason for that. Let's say you're playing Age of Empires 4 or StarCraft. You're in your base. Your opponent has amassed roaches against your Marines. Roaches and banelings. Well, you're not going to want to move out with your Marines and fight that. You're going to sit in your base, okay? And then you are going to build Marauders and you're going to build medevacs so that you can fight that army composition. This is the exact same thing. The Beastmen player is saving resources. He doesn't like his chances against the current army composition. So what he's doing is he is going to be building up an army that he feels can then fight against this Bretonnian army more effectively, and he's going to be going in all at once. So that is a playstyle that was kind of popularized a little bit by NURGLE, a guy named Tim. Although this might not be quite as much of a build-up, but again, he is bleeding a lot of points. So the advantage that Bretonnia has is that they're getting 3 victory tickets a second here. He's using Melkoth's Overcast on top of the Knights of the Realm, but a regrowth is going to be coming down and pretty much doing it to it. Domestic abuse cases in England go up 33% whenever they lose a match. Is that actually true, or is that just like a meme? I feel like that's like a meme at this point. Tim the Enchanter, yes, of course. You know, I've watched a couple football games in soccer games. I don't know what you call it. So yeah. In English pubs, and everyone was always really nice and very jovial, you know, even though they knew I was like, you know, there for another team or whatever, you know, they were always very friendly in England when I was there. But again, I was in Horsham, I guess, so I don't know what it's like in all over the country. The Olympics are known as divorce season in some places. Oh my goodness. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is on. The Beastmen herd is going to be advancing out. They're going in numbers. That's a lot of angry cows descending on the Bretonnians, but the Bretonnians stand at the ready. Korok's Man Rippers are doing a big envelopment. Now, the reason why you flank with halberds in this game is because everybody defends their flanks using cavalry. So when you flank with a halberd unit, it becomes very problematic, right? But yeah, Martinius is going to be sounding the horn of war, although a little bit of a lapse in micro. His Minotaurs are very deep set. It looks like he maybe has forgotten about them. We'll have to see. All right, so the cows have been brought in. Bestigor herds will beat Foot Squires. Foot Squires will put up a good fight, but these small bros here are going to get cleaved. I mean, these cows are probably like 7 feet tall and just pure steroids. Imagine fighting a bunch of like half Thor Bjornsons with great weapons, and you're just like a French dude with like a two-handed sword. That's essentially what's going down right there with Bestigors. It's even worse with like Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors are basically fighting half Thor Bjornsons. You know, that's exactly what's going down there. All right, so the halberd's going to be flanking about on the outside. The Beastmen coming in. Minotaurs being sent in from all directions. Curse of the Slug. No, not Curse of the Slug. Tears of Nurgle activated and does actually hit those Pegasus Knights, slowing them down a little bit. As the main lines do clash on the flank, the Bestigors break through, and the Foot Squires are being put in the trash can. Minotaurs with great weapons have saturated in, with Bestigor support as well. Martinius getting some good penetration, and the Korok's Man Rippers are going to rip up these men here and then move on over to the Trebuchets. In the center lines, the Bretonnians are holding on some fronts. The Bretonnians holding right here, but Minotaurs and Pestigors coming in could change the dynamic of this fight. We're going to have to see. These brave knights not going to be having the best of times here, but there are spears and there is a Grail Relic as well, which will keep them fighting for quite some time. I really like this full engagement across the entire line by Martinius because Bretonnian troops are not as good individually. So if the Beastmen can force a lot of individualistic fights all over the battlefield, it's going to be very, very good for them. All right, guys. Halberd's fighting it out, and yeah, getting a good fight versus Pegasus Knights. The Trebuchet is going to be getting unsummoned by Pope Patty, as there is going to be some sort of a foul pendulum spell going down right there. Very nice. Does tickle the pickle of those two units right here. Pestigors and Minotaurs pressing the back objective as well. The Bretonnians calling in Knights of the Realm, which will be very effective against the Minotaurs if they can get a square fight, but it looks like they are a little bit tar-pitted by infantry as well. But even value trading here in the game, the points are going to be close-ish soon as well. Damsel of Life dropping some fat heals. And now it does look like the Baconators are going to be arriving, plowing through these Knights of the Realm who are very, very beat up. And yeah, the Koroks Manripper is doing a great job on the flank, as the Bushes of Kalkengard also doing a good job pushing through. So those bad boys are going to be getting there. Bestigors are going to be moving up. And ladies and gentlemen, the Beastmen onslaught continues, but Pope Patty is on the defense and does have the advantage of being on the defense. And has healing. The Beastman army doesn't have healing, so there's a high likelihood the Beastman army is going to be getting tired. And oh, the Green Knight called in. So the Green Knight was summoned, and he knows that the Bray Shaman is hiding in the woods. Oh, it's like a horror movie, dude. So the Green Knight is in the trees looking for the Beastman Lord. He cannot find him yet. The Beastman Lord, is he hidden at the moment? He is hidden. So the Green Knight has not been able to find his prey, but I'm sure he will continue on his merry way and see what he can find. So Beastmen still continuing their full court press and having a lot of success getting into the archer lines. Minotaurs are still reasonably healthy. Koroks Manrippers in good shape as well. Pestigors having rough trades in some areas, but for the most part doing quite well. And the Green Knight with a full erection is going to be chasing down the Lord here. And the Green Knight is going to be getting intercepted by the Grog Hooves of Wolf's Run. And the Great Bray Shaman looks like it is going to be able to get away there. But the Green Knight, yep, tar-pitting him with Centaurs is a good play. I do like that quite a bit. Elsewhere in the lines, though, the only issue is that the Bretonnians have the home field advantage. They're fighting near their spawn, so they are going to be getting reinforcements a lot quicker. Granted, Beastmen with their Vanguard are pretty good. Now, this, by the way, is a pro-gamer play. If this haggard-ass damsel is able to steal objective number 1, I cannot tell you how bad that is going to be for the Beastmen. Because the Beastmen are behind on points, and if you're the one pressing your opponent like this, you want to at least have the objective on the advantage. The advantage on the objective. Jesus Christ, I need to eat something a little bit more today. But Bestigor herds and Pestigor herds clashing it up. Butchers of Kalkengard still at full health. That is a big problem for Bretonnia. They are going to be a problem to deal with, and it looks like there are going to be some Unga Bunga Spearmen called in, but they're not going to have the capture weight to even stop the damsel. Meanwhile, the Green Knight still surrounded by the Grog Hooves. He might be able to get away. The Bray Shaman just going to be hiding in the bushes. Very, very ridiculous, but that is his natural habitat. And yeah, normally the Beastmen would be in a very good position now, but the fact that they're going to be losing Objective 1 maybe gives the Bretonnians more time to catch up, which is not what they want to be, not what the Beastmen want to be dealing with. Minotaurs boinking down archers. Alberic looking a little bit helpless here, trying to figure it out. Bretonnia going to be rotating with a couple cav units, so Knights of the Realm and Knights of the Realm, and they are going to be trying to saturate in and get this outside objective right there. Couple spears have set up shop. I mean, they're going to get wrecked if they're not braced. Will they brace? They do brace. So form ranks. It's like the orcs and Lord of the Rings bracing for the Rohirrim a little bit. But yeah, they do manage to keep the cav in check and force them off the objective and buy time for the Minotaurs to come in as well. So the spears have arrived on this point. The Green Knight is still kind of surrounded here, right? Although he does get the Pegasus Knight support. Green Knight, did he lose any HP? He's still pretty healthy. His Ethereal is very, very strong. But yeah, a pick on the Grog Hooves is very good. Yeah, Beastmen need to get that back objective back. If Martinius is able to get his back objective, I think he just kind of wins. So I would imagine Martinius will put a little bit of effort into that. We'll have to see. Tuskor Chariot, Minotaurs are coming back here. I think you just ignore all this shit. You move your Minotaurs over here, get that objective, and just win on points. The Bray Shaman is the best part of this game, by the way. The Haggard Benny Hilling here is so funny. Holy shit, look at this guy. He's just... cue the circus music, man. He is rolling in the deep through the trees. So there he goes. Fleeing on away, but you know the Green Knight is nearby. He's lurking. Look, they're exploring every corner for him. They're exploring every corner. Oh my goodness. The Green Knight is like looking all the way over here. That's so freaking funny, dude. And he's just like cowering in the trees and hiding. Oh my god, that's hilarious. So yeah, Martinius is giving the Bretonnians a bit of a chance by not securing Objective 1. If he had that, he would already be at like 1,100 points. And Pope Patty would probably be, broken out of the game. Very, very well played. Beating Pope Patty on Bretonnia is not an easy thing to do. Granted, this is a game that still could go either way. If the Beastman Lord gets sniped by the Green Knight. That's going to be a pretty big disaster. Here, we do get Razorgore herds attacking into the Green Knight with some Minotaurs with Great Weapons as well. Melkoth's activated here. And in the meantime, Pestigores are going to be rolling out. Double Minotaurs coming there. And Bretonnia has a couple of Haggard Archers shooting in, but the Koroks, Manrippers, and the Pestigores should be able to hold that point. Meanwhile, on this side, we have Besties and Ungors holding right here. Pope Patty going to be resorting to his mobility, trying to use his cavalry to find opportunities and picks around the battlefield. And right here, it does look like the Ungors and the Bestigores are going to start getting some capture rate. Martinius needs to be a little bit quicker on his micro here, get these guys up on the point to get that, because the quicker you get that third point, the faster you're going to be bleeding your opponent out of the game. The Green Boy Scout, he is. So the Green Knight is trapped by a bunch of chaff units, although Minotaurs might be able to actually put some hurt on him, despite 55% Phys-Res. God, and 15% ward save, because, yeah, he's fighting in the trees, too. So the Green Knight actually heals in the forest, which is hilarious. That is precarious. All right, so now there's a triple captain full effect. The Bretonians just circling about, looking for engagements, trying to see where they can have success on the field. Running down these Pestigores is probably a good call. I like that a lot from Pope Patty. And here they come. Lances out for the lady. And, yeah, many of these cows are going to be getting punted by the glorious Knights of Bretonnia. And I would imagine the capture weight is going to begin flipping. So Knights have 4 capture weight apiece. Infantry have 5. But that's a lot of Knights there. And that's tough, though. The Beastmen are just going to full collapse on this with everything. Yeah, and then reinforce their back objective with some Minotaurs. It's definitely very smart. Green Knight, how's he looking? He's seen better days, 3,200 HP. The Minotaurs are getting damage on him, as are the Razorgore, so it's a progress. Not much of one, but it is progress. And the Beastmen, do they arrive to secure the objective? It looks like they will. When these spears get here, I think they're going to have enough capture weight, and with the Bretonians fleeing off the objective here, I think they are going to have that one in the books. And the Beastmen secure the objective. Wow, that's really, really big. Yeah, the fact that Bretonnia didn't stay long enough to get that, that's huge. And now Martinius is approaching 1,250 points. It is going to be, right now it's triple cap. So basically Martinius can just Helm's Deep if he wants to, sit on one objective and most likely win the game. But again, I still think going for the full court press here is the proper play. Butchers of Kalkengard going to be duking it out here. Meanwhile, the Bretonians in the back, we got Foot Squires coming up, a whole bunch of spears. Knights of the Realm going to be encircling as well, thinking about coming here. But, yeah, it is going down. Great Brave Shaman of Shadows lurking. Green Knight still dead weight. He's basically just a paperweight in the back. Ethereal used to be like 90% plus. Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous. But now it's much less. It's still really good. Like, ghost units are really oppressive in a couple matchups. Like, greenskins actually just can't beat vampire counts because of ghosts. So it's very strong. Yeah, this game's over. I think that Martinius has got him pinned in. He's value trading more effectively, and he's got the triple cap. I mean, is there any inkling of like a split push here? Maybe Pope Patty's going to save for 2 Yeomen and try a split push. Might be the option, but he's just calling in infantry when he feasibly doesn't have any time to get the objectives. Martinius is known for his Bestigore play. He really likes the Bestigores, and he made them look pretty good this game. They were incredibly menacing. Pestigores always have been pretty good in this matchup. Great Weapons are just good against Bretonnia in general. Warriors of Chaos, for example, used to use Chaos Warrior Great Weapons as main lines against Bretonnia until Foot Squires became more popular. So, yeah, still pretty good, though. Pretty darn good. Yep, backside. The Benny Hilling in the woods, I think, was one of the big advantages. The goat hunt, yeah, it went on for too long. The Green Knight was just kind of back here, not doing anything. Pegasus Knight's chasing back here, and that's going to be victory for Martinius. GG, well played. All right. Fun little game right there, guys. I enjoyed the hell out of that one. And, yeah, the Minotaurs did really good. Bestigores were awesome. Pestigores also traded okay. And the Brave Shaman lived. The one who got away, man. The one who got away. Green Knight, kind of a limp noodle that game. Pegasus Knights got shut down a little bit as well. All right, lads. GG. Yeah, Beastmen are a top-tier faction. They're very good. So is Bretonnia nowadays, but they are both very, very strong factions. All right, so Tommy, I need to give him, check his points. So let's do this properly. Give Greenskin Savage Orcs magic attacks. Yeah, that would actually be helpful for sure. That would be helpful. 0-0 from Morocco and France is wild, yeah. I mean, France was what, 1-0 against Paraguay, so. Okay, so Tommy should have. So 1, he should have 2 points. Let me see what he's got right now. Tommy. He's got his 2 points, great. Down there, we had a drop as well. You never like Slang. Slangors are good because of their speed, you know? Yeah, their speed is pretty nasty. All right. And I think we just finished the round, actually. So we're going to be going to round 5. It's a big 6-rounder today. I did a longer one because I wanted to get a feel for the new meta. and see, you know, what things are looking like. So that looks fine. And let me make sure nobody wants to drop before we go to the next round. Okay. And I will take care of this. And it looks like he already dropped. Okay, that's fine. A lot of people playing during the workday. So meetings pop up, things go. I did watch the Dow 4. I did. Yeah, it was very fun, dude. I had a good time with that. I'm so excited for Dow 4 because I love Dow 2. I've been grinding that game, and it's just I'm so pumped. The only thing I don't like is the forward reinforcement thing. Being able to reinforce like in the field. It's just like weird seeing guys teleport out of the air. Yeah. France had a penalty and they missed it. Wow. Holy shit. Who shot the penalty? All right. So now we're going to get this, and we're going to go round 5. Round 5. Good luck, have fun. All right, and I'm being pinged. Zale is, let me see. Okay, no problem, and we're all good. So buy round point is going to be going to Yankee here. Let's give him his buy round point, and then we need to find another game to cast. Let's go back to do another NURGLE match. Oh no, we got to do a King of the Dead game. Yeah, he's back. We got to cast one of his matches. All right. So we'll do Tomb Kings versus Grand Cathay. Yeah, this is going to be fun. All right. So Lydon, we're going to get your lobby, and let me get a spectator slot out of him. Lobby, please. Mbappe missed. Oh, okay. Bretonia's strong, King. I'd have to look at your build. Are you using like Tomb Guard and stuff, or are you using usually you just want to go like maybe one Chosen to the God Ushabti and one Sepulchral Stalker, and then go super wide infantry is how I would play that. Yeah. Thank God you got a buy round. You've been getting abused. It's okay, man. It happens to all of us, brother. Don't stress it. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge. McGregor versus Holloway? I have no idea, dude. That's such an unpredictable one. Holloway's been having some rough fights recently. He's been knocked out a few times, right? So you can never, you never know after that happens. And Conor McGregor, obviously, a huge layoff. And you never know what kind of a state of mind Conor McGregor's in, because he's just like, is he partying? Is he, doing the, living the 80s a little bit? I don't know. Dude's a little nuts. So I can't predict that one. That's too hard. I don't know. Like, the safe bet would probably be Holloway since he's been more active, but I don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, Grand Cathay versus Tomb Kings are here. You're using the dreaded Kolek Scylla build. Oh my god, you're using Kolek with Scylla to try and rampage and boink things? Yeah, that's pretty funny. I love it. All right, we're in. We're in, baby. It's go time. Yeah, Holloway did take down Gaethje. Yeah, that's true. You never know. Probably Holloway's would be a slight favor, I would say. All right. So Grand Cathay, Tomb Kings. I have no idea what they're going to be doing. I mean, Lydon seems to be playing off meta today, so do either of these guys have a chance at top 4, by the way? I don't know if they do. We'll see how the round look. A lot of people with 3 wins. We're going to have one more round after this. So it is a 6-rounder. When it doesn't, I'm left with Kolek and Scylla getting pin cushioned. Yeah. It's a fun way to play, man. Kolek with, you could use Scylla and Kolek and then use Shadow Magic and overcast Occam's Mind Razor and just have them doing 1,000 weapon strength each and just boink people in the head. There's a lot of fun stuff. Rusi says, I've been thinking about doing a tournament sometime when I'd like to play Hiles, but when I jumped into some quick matches, I got demolished by Empire. Mortar 3 and 3 greatsword by 4 mortars and 3 greatswords. Okay, so are you talking domination mode? Rusi, are you talking about land battle or conquest? I need to know which format. But if you go wide against such a build, you're just gonna shut that shit down. A build with 4 mortars is not going to be able to contest the battlefield. So you probably, I mean, I can give you a build after this game. But you need to play it in a certain way, of course. But yeah, I can give you a build after this game. I don't know if terracottas are meta. I wouldn't say that. They're better. They have armor sundering, but yeah. Should be a fun one here. The Lord of No Control Groups himself is battling it out. Yeah, so against a greatsword build like that, I would probably go 3 Reaver Archers, 2 regular Reavers, like 5 Spearmen, 2 or 3 White Lines of Krace to wreck the greatswords, and just do a full... I would grab all 3 objectives instantly with my Vanguard pieces, and then I would just do a full court press. Yeah, just absolute full court press. There's a couple options. You can go with Eltharion, the Grim. He's pretty good. You can get Apotheosis and Tempest to shut down any flying Empire stuff, or you could go Larry too. Larry's pretty good with healing, but probably Eltharion would be good. Tyrion would honestly be fine in a build like that. White Lions trade really well into greatswords. Yeah, like if somebody is artillery maxing against you, you take all 3 objectives instantly. And then you just press them into the trash can. And even if they outvalue you, they will often lose the game on the objectives. Wobble, good evening from Germany. Good evening, man. What is it? 11 o'clock for you at night? Yeah, getting a little late out there. I'm trying to start the streams earlier these days. So we started at noon today. We'll be getting earlier and earlier. Yeah. Unlikely that Hidden or the King of the Dead make it to the finals. Yeah, I think they both have 2 wins. It's not impossible. King has 2 wins. They both have really strong tiebreakers. So if they win their next 2 games, they win this one and the next one, then they have a chance. Martinius is undefeated. Alexander Bignut's undefeated as well. Yeah. It's 10 p.m. in Ireland. Nice. I've always wanted to go to Ireland. The land of my ancestors. I love RTS games, but I'm so terrible at them. Can't compete at all. Love watching these cats. Yeah. No, I get that. There's RTS games I'm like that with too. I just prefer to watch. The boy likes to watch. I have found I seriously love the Jet Lines, though, because they provide the Yang harmony on melee units. Yeah, Cathay has a lot. Yeah, dude, because if somebody has 3 greatswords, like think about their agency, 3 greatswords and 4 mortars. The rest of their army is going to be very small. So if you have like 5 Reavers, like 3 of which are archers and 2 of which are regular, you instantly get all 3 objectives with Vanguard deployment, okay? And then you just move up. Spearmen are just there to be a blade of wounds, and what's really good about the War Lines of Krace is they trade well into Empire Cavalry, and they wreck the Empire Greatswords too. So they're really, really good. And then from there, yeah, you can do a couple of different things, but it's definitely solid. Hi from Poland. Cześć. Hope you're doing well, man. My wife's going to be back out in Poland soon. I'll be here still, but she will be out there, and yeah, we'll see you around. 43 in California today. Impressed with that turn. How hot is it where I am? Let me see. So it's not that bad right now. It's 85 degrees Fahrenheit and 29 Celsius. Like that's not that bad. 29 is it's amateur hour there. That's not bad at all. Yeah. Not bad at all, my friends. Although later in the week we do have some higher days coming. We have yeah, that's going to be rough. We have frickin' 35 degrees Celsius coming later in the week. Yeah. Usually I don't stream on days when it's that hot. During the day, I'll just stream at night or something or record videos. Yeah. Yeah, dwarves are awesome in this game, yeah. Oh, absolutely. They're a little bit one-dimensional in how they play, but they're fun. You're too much of a campaign noob to undervalue white. Dude, White Lions are also really good. The White Lions of Krace, not the swordmen, but the axemen are really good into the Empire, but so too are the lions themselves. Oh, you had 40 yesterday in the UK or in Europe. You're saying it's been 36 Celsius in France all week. Jesus, really? Oh yeah, and you guys don't have air conditioning, right? Because that's another thing. We all have air conditioning in America most of the time. So it's like, unless you live in the Pacific Northwest, but yeah, we have AC. So for us, it's just like if it's 100 out, it's not that big of a deal. You just run AC all day, and it's like whatever, you know. Yeah, you guys aren't rocking AC. So that is suffering. And it's probably humid also, right? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this Duel of Fate. Spawning in on the north side of the map, it is going to be Hlydin, and he is going to be playing the Human Dwarves, a.k.a. Grand Cathay. And on the south side, it is going to be King of the Dead returning from exile. He has awoken from his slumber, and he is back in business. So King is going to be going wide. Tomb Guard Ekar warriors, a couple archers as well, and a boner giant. Oh, fat boner, dude. And yeah, the bone giant in this matchup is probably not the best, but it's going to be very cool, so I do dig it. Double Tiger Warrior Stalker and Bathsheba. Oh my god. Oh, is he going to ambush the boner giant? Oh, I hope so. That would be so funny. So Hlidden has double Tiger Warrior Stalker and Bathsheba. The rest of his army is going to be Nangao Grenadiers, backed up by Jade Warriors, who are going to be providing harmony to one another. And then we do also have some Empress's Crowmen coming overhead. Yeah, highlights from the patch. Big buffs to Toad Dragons, and contact effects like Poison now stack. So you can have like Poison and Soporific Musk and a bunch of different effects stacking on somebody. Those are the big things. Bathsheba going for the anime kill, teleporting into the Bone Giant, and doing a little bit of damage. So the Boner Giant, obviously going to be losing this fight. The Blades of Shangyang. Oh, look at that. And now the Tigers are coming in. Oh, I love the Tiger Warrior flank. This is the spice of life right here, guys. Yeah, spice of life. All right, so Empress's Crowmen chasing the skeletons, and Chariots look like they're going to be coming back. So King of the Dead is going to be desperately trying to rally and save this. And the Chariots will hard counter the Tiger Warrior Stalkers. Meanwhile, Bathsheba with the Blades of Shangyang continuing to lay the beat down on the Boner Giant. But yeah, those Tiger Warrior Stalkers having kind of a bad time. The Chariots are very good against them. But oh, beautiful bombardment by Hlidden here. Nailing down those skeleton archers. Oh my god, straight up source code deleted, ladies and gentlemen. Bathsheba still going. Arkin the Black going to be coming in to throw some hands. He should start spamming Spirit Leech on Bathsheba. That would be a good play. But yeah, Arkin is not going to want to stay and fight. Bathsheba will lay into those units. Tiger Warrior Stalker still fighting it out and putting up a good fight. Dragging down some horsemen and spearmen and doing a little bit of damage against the chariots as well. But yeah, Arkin has got to be very, very careful. Crowmen have landed on top of the Blessed Legion, and now the Bombardiers are coming in. The Nangao Grenadiers are up in full effect, and they are going to start wrecking these Tomb King's infantry. So in this matchup, typically for Tomb Kings, you want to go for Screaming Skull Catapults, but yeah, there's a couple ways to play about it. But yeah, Skeleton Spearmen going to be getting shreked by the Bombardiers. Meanwhile, Arkin the Black dueling it out with Bathsheba, and it looks like Arkin is doing well, probably because of magic. And oh, by the way, King of the Dead loves Tomb Scorpions. Every game I played against him the other night, Tomb Scorpions. So it's in. And honestly, it should be good against Bathsheba in theory. Anti-infantry monster has good mass, can definitely bully Bathsheba back a little bit. And the Boner Giant has stabilized and is ripping shots into the Nangao Bombardiers over here on this side. Tiger Warriors getting flattened by the Chariots, so that's really good value from this Chariot unit. Probably up to about 800 value, I would wager. 1,000 value Chariots as the wheels of Nehakara keep rolling. And yeah, these Tiger Warriors are basically hard countered. They're getting punted by these Chariots. Certainly not a good time for them, so great play from King of the Dead right there. Now back in the front, Spirit Leech activated on Bathsheba. Bathsheba going to be getting the Mantra of Invigoration, so a little bit of healing coming in from the Claw Speaker. In the meantime, the Jade Warriors do push through. The Ushapti Summon, for some reason, stopped attacking them. We're going to have to see what they do. Nehakar Horsemen should be able to fight those Jade Warriors off. Meanwhile, Tomb Scorpion is just kind of waddling about looking for a fight, as both Tiger Warriors do get wrecked back there by the Skeleton Chariots. And the Boner Giant, where is it shooting? I don't know. It looks like it's just shooting into the Bombardiers and or the Claw Speaker right here. And yeah, look at that. Tomb Scorpion and Ark of the Black hunting down the Claw Speaker, making contact. The Tomb Scorpion is a decent little character assassin. I actually had a little bit of an idea for Tomb Scorpions. If you gave Tomb Scorpion, they're not really a good meta monster at all, but if you gave Tomb Scorpions anti-infantry and anti-large, so they're one of the unique units that has that, that'd be really cool, because that's what they have in Tabletop. In Tabletop, Tomb Scorpions are also anti-large and anti-infantry. They do both. Anyways, Tomb King's lines kind of faltering in some places. The Nangao Grenadiers have been doing very well, but the Tomb Guard are still holding. So we have 2 Tomb Guard here for the Tomb Kings. And the back objective is stable for King of the Dead, as he does use his Nehakar Horsemen to run these guys down. Awakening of the Wood activated, but it looks like those Jade Warriors are going to be broken. So macro look at the battlefield. Bathsheba the White Lion is very, very low. Certainly has seen better days. Ark and the Black Spirit Leech and the Tomb Scorpion putting in a lot of work right here, guys. Check this out. As the Claw Speaker is getting bullied by the Scorpion. Anti-infantry, it's doing something, man. Hlidden does call in ye old Jade Lion here, so the Jade Lion is on the field. Probably not going to be terribly impactful. Bone Giant with a fat boner shot, going to be unleashing from downtown onto the Jade Lion there, and it looks like it does connect relatively well. A lot of ammunition left on that Bone Giant, so I would wager it's going to be able to punish that lion over the course of a long battle. Tomb Guard will be able to hold here very, very effectively. Arkin dropping a Spirit Leech on the Claw Speaker, and the Tomb Scorpion is going to be coming back there as well. A little bit of pressure here from Grand Cathay on the back point, but Nekar Horsemen will be able to win that fight and secure that. And the Chariots run over the Tiger Warrior Stalkers once again. And yeah, that Chariot has hands down been one of the biggest MVPs here in this game. All right, King of the Dead massively up in value right now. Big pit fight going down. Liber Mortis here as well. So that's a huge amount of Fizz res going down to this army. Bashiva is going to be trying to assassinate one of the characters, I would imagine Arkin. But if King of the Dead just right-clicks on Bashiva with the Scorpion and with Arkin, should win that fight. Although, I don't know. Bashiva does hit really hard with the Swords of Chang'an. Another Tomb Scorpion is called in, guys. Oh, man, that's very, very fun. We do see the Jade Warriors getting routed off, and the Tomb Scorpion able to take some names right there. As the Horsemen move up, take down the Nangao Grenadiers. The big pit fight here probably going to be the big deciding factor. Arkin the Black able to weasel away. Tomb Guard providing some good sustainability, but Glidden with some beautiful flanks here. The Empress's Crowmen and regular Crowmen, as well as the Bandits of the Silver Road, getting great jacket in. Some Chariots, though, are going to be circling around. And honestly, this beat-ass Chariot right here, even in its current health, is going to be getting it done. And I saw a couple of you guys asking questions about the meta and stuff. Ask in between games, and we'll answer those kind of questions. All right. Objective 1 is, yeah, it's a cockfight, all right. Tomb Guard, though, finally are going to be meeting their end, having paid for themselves. They only cost 750. The Jet Lion providing some nice DPS, too. The Boner Giant in the back is tar-pitted by some Jade Warriors, but it looks like Necropolis Knights with Halberds coming out, and they're not really going to be great against infantry, but they will get there eventually. That is going to be a Fate of Boring on top of the Jade Lancers. Not a bad call. Granted, I think it's a misplay, not just Spirit Leeching Bashiva and getting the kill there, because that would put Bashiva in the trash. The Tomb Scorpion is trying to finish off Bashiva, but it is heavily surrounded, and it misses there, knocks back some of the Tiger Warriors, and Bashiva also gets a heal, right? So you had an opportunity to maybe snipe Bashiva here with Spirit Leech, but yeah, Tomb Scorpion is at the end of the rope here. Has paid for itself, though. Tomb Scorpion actually doing some decent work. All right, Bone Giant is back here battling it out versus the Jade Warriors. Necropolis Knights with Halberds have gotten in the mix. They should trade reasonably well here, but Cannons called in from Glidden downtown. What a good back-and-forth game we're getting here, guys. Yeah. And the Grand Cannons, you love the name for Buna. Buna, you know, I didn't come up with that. Indie Pride actually came up with Fate of Boring. He started calling it that because he thinks it's a boring spell. So I did steal that one from him. Grand Cannons are shooting into the Necropolis Knights, which are going to be trying to LOS around the pillar. So those guys are going to probably be sitting back here where they can. Arkin the Black and Bashiva having an anime duel in the middle. Arkin, though, oh man, is this going to be a throw? I felt like King of the Dead had this game in the bag, but he may have thrown it with a little bit of sloppy Arkin control here. Arkin trying to get away. Oh, but the Hidden Huntress is activated. 750 HP. Tomb Scorpion's coming in, and it misses. It looks like it skated past him right there. So if the Tomb Kings want a chance in this game, they're going to have to get a pick on Bashiva. The Jet Lion battling the Tomb Scorpion right now. The Boner Giant in the back is, oh, and the Necropolis Knights ended up being kind of a bit of a throw right there. They're just getting wrecked by the cannons and not really doing anything. That's an extremely expensive unit. So what a close game. Okay, Bone Giant Shaft, Bashiva able to dodge it. Healing coming in for the Mantra of Invigoration. So beautiful control by Glidden here. And in the meantime, the Jet Lion is kind of a bit of a soft counter against these Tomb Scorpions, which is very, very cool to see. Cathay is going to be stealing the back objective. I feel like if King of the Dead had just called out a bunch of infantry and moved up and kept Arkin back conservatively, he would be in a winning position right now. But since he called in Necropolis Knights, which are doing absolutely nothing, except getting killed by cannons, I think he may have thrown the game. Yeah, maybe a bit of a throw. But again, just getting back into the tournament scene, so I'm sure he will improve very, very quickly. All right, Tomb Scorpion's fighting, but with Arkin the Black off the battlefield, it's binding to reality here. Its necromantic power is going to be waning, and its leadership is going to be -10 because of that. It's going to try and finish off Bashiva. On the back point, a couple boners are on their way up. The Bone Giant still tar-pitted. Got to get some light horsemen to free up this Bone Giant. I mean, that Bone Giant could win you the game. But instead, he's kind of leaving it to the dogs back here, because that could help snipe the Lion, it could help snipe Bashiva, a couple different things like that, right? All right, so the battle continues to rage on. Necropolis Knights getting about 500 value, so better than nothing. They certainly had a very, very rough start there, as more and more Jade Warriors are going to be on their way out. I like the Carrion call in. Carrion going to be flying downfield to go after that cannon right there, so putting the pressure on that. Meanwhile, Bashiva didn't hear no bell. Bashiva's really good. I mean, that is how foot characters should be designed, like Bashiva. Like, if Grimgore could be as impactful as Bashiva, it's really just a mobility thing, honestly. But, yeah, the mobility, the teleporting, and, yeah, makes her very, very good. If Orion is Mel Gibson, who is Danny Glover? I don't know. I'd have to think about that one. It's a good question. The Boners are going to be reclaiming their back objective, and what they should do is probably do a full court press and try and get all three. The odds are low of that working, but I think you got to try at this point. The Carrion end up landing on Jade Warriors. What the hell was that? And now they're going after the cannon back here, so maybe they'll get back there. The Bone Giant is online. Probably should shoot at the Jet Lion here, the Jade Lion. Yeah, Bashiva running away. And the Tomb Kings didn't hear no bell. They are going to be reclaiming this objective, but King of the Dead is massively behind on points, so the time is not on his side. Crowmen, not Crowmen, but Carrion do reach the cannons back here, but Grand Cathay is going to be able to call in a Jade Lancer and or a Crowmen to protect that very easily. Or they just get these guys back here. But if this cannon goes down to one piece here, High Elves are very good in multiplayer. Their artillery usually isn't the best, though. But yeah, High Elves are very, very strong in multiplayer. Yep, beautiful play right here. Shaken and Stirred is that Grand Cannon, as we do get the call-in going to be Tiger Warrior Stalkers. So here they come. And, yeah, it is time. The Carrion, weak binding, fleeing the scene. Grand Cannon, though, maybe going to be taken offline. Not fleeing the scene, but being disintegrated off the scene. Chariots in the back have been very effective this game. And somehow, King of the Dead has Palpatine returned. I mean, he's staying in this game. It's very close. The Bone Giant shooting at ineffective targets. The Boner should 100% be shooting at the Jade Lion, trying to knock that thing offline. Bashiva is getting chased down, I think. Oh, the Tomb Scorpion hero! Oh my god, look at this. The Giga Chad Tomb Scorpion taking down Bashiva. That is so clutch. And Bashiva actually gets killed by a Tomb Scorpion. Okay, that is massive, ladies and gentlemen. That is massive. All right, Chariots are coming up, but the objective does flip, and King of the Dead is going for a full court press. We're going to see if it works out for him. Chariots are on their way in. The Bone Giant needs to waddle up and help contest the objective as well. Tomb Scorpion's going to be on its way back over. Does look like the Grand Cathay Army is still favored. The fact that they're going to flip this objective here is really big. Chariots are super good against these infantry pieces, though. And the cannon, oh, the cannon did get knocked offline by those Carrion. That's pretty massive. But yeah, the army of Grand Cathay is just a lot stronger. They have a big Death Star of units right here, and then also those guys, and they're probably going to move over here and do a little... Oh, I've never done a side wiener before, but yeah, probably going to move over here and just squash this push. All right, so here it goes. Chariots running through. King has been very good with the Chariots this game. 2,400 value on a light Chariot is super strong. A couple Bone Giants and Tomb Guard are on their way up. Skeleton Horsemen as well. Tomb Scorpion is going to be trying its best to salvage that situation there. And these Chariots need to continue running through right here. They got to do it. We'll see if they can. King Nikesh's Scorpion Legion coming. Not going to be the most useful. I suppose against the Cav units it might be. Crowmen, oh, they're going to end this game right now. The Empress's Crowmen are going to use their hand grenades and just obliterate all these infantry. It's going to be a freaking disaster. Boner Giant advancing up on the point with the Tomb Scorpion. Having a little 2v1 versus the Jade Lion here. But they're both, you know, pretty terrible against big stuff. Tomb Guard will provide good capture weight. And here, the Empress's Crowmen ending the career of these infantry. The Nangao grenades are so, so good. But what a good, proper scrap this was. You know, weird, off-meta builds. You know, both players basically, you know, threw at various stages, I would say. There was, like, points where both of them were ahead, and then they kind of threw the game. Like, initially out of the gates, hard to say. It kind of looked like the Cathay forces were ahead, and then they started to slip up. And then King of the Dead, I would say, went up to a 70% chance to win this game based on how things were going. But then I think he kind of started to throw a little bit, losing Arkin, having a couple sloppy engagements here and there. But yeah, overall, really, really fun match, man. And those are the best kind of matches where both players make mistakes and it makes for a good contested match, you know. But yeah, 1,350 points here. We do see the Boner Giant shooting into the, or punching into the Lion there and actually finishing it off. So the Bone Giant getting a 1,200 value, not quite paying for himself, but trying his best. Light Cav of Grand Cathay and Tomb Guard are flipping that objective. And can the Tomb Kings wrestle this one? I mean, is this game over? It's got to be over, right? Skeleton Horsemen can maybe come over here. The Chariots are putting in work and routing those infantry units. Right here, it's in the process of flipping, but it's taking a while. Flynn is at, you know, 1,410 points. So that's a lot. It is in the process of going. Basic Tiger Warriors are going to be coming in. Bill, we did go over the patch notes, and NURGLE got some big buffs. Holy shit. Is King of the Dead actually going to be able to do this? No freaking way, right? That objective is flipping. He steals his opponent's home objective. No way. Light Horsemen coming in, but the Tiger Warriors are going to be able to do very well on this point. Light Cav coming in. No way. No way he's going to bring this back. But he's got to hold for a while. Oh my god, he's bringing it back, dude. His milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Is he going to get it? He doesn't have much time. Tiger Warriors get wrecked by cavalry, though. They do not want to be fighting Nakara Horsemen. Chariots are coming across as well. And here the Skeleton Horsemen intercepting the Jade Warriors, keeping them off the victory point. Ooh, this is so sketchy. Oh my god, I think we might be getting a comeback. Another reverse Uno here in this game. Chariots annihilating, but they need to move back right now. They need to go back to Objective 2. This objective is totally secure. I mean, not totally. There are some stalkers, but He's got to go make sure he doesn't get flipped over here. So Skeleton Horsemen fighting it out versus the Jade Warriors. They're, of course, going to be losing that fight. And Hliden needs the micro here. Hliden needs to get on that. Get on that with all those units, Hliden. He's got to do it. Oh, my God. The Chariots are coming back and across. Light Horsemen are coming, and it looks like there are going to be some Tomb Guard waddling all the way across the map for the late game insurance to secure the game. The Chariots are coming. The Tomb Guard still fighting the Tiger Warrior Stalkers. The Boner Giant giving a nice anchor there as well. And another Jade Warrior unit is going to be coming across. Chariot's trying to get across and run down these infantry. He needs to get more troops over here ASAP, but are there more troops available? If he has Light Horsemen, now is the time to get them here. All right, so we do see the Jade Warriors getting run down here. Hliden needs to pay attention and move these guys on the objective, man. Chariots penetrate through. Dude, these Chariots this game have been so good. Freaking 3,200 value Chariots. Oh my God, they are melting those Jade Warriors. Dude, I have not seen Chariots look this good in a long time. So the objective belongs to Grand Cathay, but for how long? Man, he's got to get everything over here ASAP. Those Chariots are trying to put this game on their back, but if he loses his objective for even 1 second, it's basically just game over. All right, Carrion coming. Does he have any reinforcements on the way? The Crowmen are coming here as well. He's catching up on points, but he's at 1,300, but it looks like Grand Cathay is going to be getting this right now. The Jade Warriors are wavering to those Skeleton Chariots. A couple of the big dogs are on their way in, and it looks like Jade Lancer is going to be cruising over as well. The Tomb Guard not going to be able to get here in time. And Skeleton Horsemen, oh no, he called them in on the back instead of Vanguard. Not that it would matter. But yeah, the Chariots have finally run out of gas, and it looks like Hliden is going to be able to get this one back. Holy shit. What a freaking game. And Hliden comes back with the steel chair in the fourth quarter. That is what I'm telling you guys. This game was so back and forth. One of the better games we've had in a long time, to be completely honest with you. Really cool to see some of the old players come back and get back into the tournament scene. But yeah, GG, and they're not going to be able to get that back. Grand Cathay is going to be able to secure that point. The Bone Giant there crumbling down as well. GG, well played. What a match. Super, super fun. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that one as much as I did, because that was an absolute banger of a game. And Bashiva with 3,300 value, but the real MVP is this freaking Bone Chariot. 3,500 value on a light chariot, putting Bashiva to shame there a little bit. Arkan did fine. I think if Arkan was played more conservatively, it's an easy win for the Tomb Kings there in the end. Yeah, what a match. Hey, good to see you, Zed. Yes. I'm late, worth getting back, going back to the start. We have a couple more games. We have 3 more rounds. Yeah, 3 more rounds. Skeleton Chariot's looking freaking great. That was an amazing game, by the way. Okay, so the round just finished. Yankee Mosh Pit should have 1, 2 wins. Let me make sure they have that. I'm going to fix this real quick. GG King, really, really fun match, dog. That was a great little game you played there. We enjoyed the hell out of it. It was very close. We thought you were going to lose, and then it looked like you were going to win. And it was just back and forth emotional roller coaster. The Chariots of Ramses, yeah. Sure, it's been asked, but do you think NURGLE buffs? Yeah, NURGLE has seen play at the high level recently, and them getting a buff there is pretty good. Are the Tiger units any good now? They are good. The Ironclaw Tiger Warriors, I think, are the best ones, honestly, but I haven't seen them getting played as much. The anti-large ones with armor, they're pretty good. I'll stay live for now and catch up on the rest later. Yeah, you can always go back and watch. We've had a lot of good games today. A lot of good old matches. All right, let me see. I'm getting pinged for things. Okay, and that's going to be Hobo. And cool, so that is done. And then I have a little bit more admin stuff I got to take care of, guys, and then we should be good. Yeah, you did great, man. It was a really good match. I did watch the Dawn of War 4 battle. I'm extremely excited. That game is probably the game I'm just... That and the War for Westeros are going to make quarter 4 of this year are going to be really fun for all of us, guys. We're going to have a good time. Like Game of Thrones RTS. And then Dow 4 obviously is going to be the main squeeze, but we'll be doing all that. Yeah, it's going to be super hype. And yeah, hopefully the company supports Dawn of War 4 and doesn't abandon it like Relic did with Dow 3. Granted, Dow 3 was kind of a dumpster fire anyways. But yeah, we will find out. Just waiting for the updates, and it looks like Pope Patty has how many points? Is he undefeated? I think he shouldn't be. Pope Patty should have 1, 2. Yeah, he lost the game, so he should be down to 4 points. So let me fix this. All right, all right. And we got one more round coming up. Dude, I know AdMech and Necrons do look really cool. I like that they brought some factions in we haven't seen. I'm very sad we don't have the Chaos Space Marines though. Like CSM was what I was really hyped for. Like if I could get Death Guard, oh god, I'd be so stoked. Yeah, why do the Tomb Kings not have an ROR chariot? I mean, you do have Cetra's chariot, which is kind of like a legendary chariot of sorts, but okay, so then we're gonna drop him. Sorry guys, just doing a little bit of score adjusting. And then we will refresh this one more time. That was a great game, dude. It was really good. All right, and then we got to drop you. And that is going to give Hobo Honkers a point, which we need to fix. The Honker needs to get his score fixed. There's no Chaos Space Marines in the new DAO game yet. They're going to get added, though. It's probably going to be Imperial Guard and then Chaos Space Marines. If I had to guess the next two factions, that's what you would get. Because you have to have a Chaos faction, you know? You have to. Uh-huh. So Hobo, let me look at his games. So he should have 3 wins. Yeah. It's going to be Guard, and then it's going to be Chaos, and then from there we'll see if they keep supporting the game. I think those are at least going to be the next 2 factions, because the thing about DAO 4 is they already have Guard models in the game. When I played the early demo, there was Imperial Guardsmen that looked pretty good. So the Guardsmen are already in the game, so they're probably already a work in progress. Would be my guess. Yeah, it's got to be the case. The Lawnmower Patra, that'd be great. Yeah, be really good. All right, let's see if there's any other pings. Oh, looks like we're all good. CSM and Guard are most likely the first DLC, especially Guard. Yeah, Guard are already in the game and stuff. Yeah, so it's for sure going to be the case. All right. Yeah, you got to have a Chaos. Chaos is like the great enemy, right? You need to have Chaos. Like, sure, Necrons are scary and, orcs and stuff, but you need Chaos, in my opinion. I mean, very selfish, of course, in that. But, all right. So this is the last round of regulation here. And then we're going to be going to the semis and to the grand finals. And then, oh, King of the Dead got the buy round, dude. Oh, wrecked. Okay, no problem. And let me check this. Goblins, round 6. Good luck, have fun. So we're going to have the top 4 after this. And then the semis and grand finals are going to be on the docket. Turin, do you think Warhammer 40k Total War steals players from DAO 4? Probably not. They're pretty different. Because like 98% of people who play 40k are going to be there for the grand strategy campaign. Whereas DAO 4 is going to be more, PvP, RTS traditionalists. Yeah. Yes. Perfect. And great. King of the Dead. Yeah, good upside, good. All right. And yeah, looking all good in the neighborhood. How much do you think Nagash is going to cost? I don't know, probably like between 4,000 and 6,000 with his entire kit. Then you downscale him to be more effective, probably. All right, King. So you get your buy round point. It's all good, dog. Now you get to sit and chill and just watch and hang out with the boys. You had a good run today, man. And technically you end going 3-2 because you get a victory for a buy round. Ho, ho, ho. So let's go ahead and do... let's do Martinius again. Lobby code, please. I think 100% of any StarCraft 2 creators would be interested in anything outside of StarCraft 2 is in a really terrible position. Dude, what the hell was that change? I mean, were Protoss really OP? Like, did they really need to nerf the gateway thing? I was very much like excited to go play some StarCraft again. Then I was like, wait, this game has been out for 15 years and they just changed one of the most fundamental aspects of a faction that people have been practicing for 15 years. I mean, sure, changing things up is fun and add some new spice, but I was like shocked about that. Yeah. Am I making videos about So when Dawn of War 4 comes out, we're going to stream it probably 5 or 6 days a week and then have a replay battle report going up every single day. It's going to be incredibly heavy coverage of that game. Yeah. All right, let's see. So King of the Dead says, how long do you take after the release of Warhammer 40k to become a good game? Or I think 40k multiplayer will not be the most exciting out of the gates with only 4 factions. But once you get like 1 or 2 new factions in there, I think multiplayer will be pretty solid. It'll still be fun with 4, but not quite as exciting. Yeah. But the campaign, I'm sure, will be good out of the gates because that's what CA focuses on, right? All right. So let's go find Martinius and Adler. They're over here. Okay. It's crazy because Protoss had a lot of spots in Grandmasters League, like 38 to 40% of GM was Protoss, but the win rates were still really even. So they nerfed Protoss and Giga buff Zerg, and now Zerg has like a 65% win rate versus Protoss. Jesus, that's really bad. Yeah, especially with only 3 factions, man. So, like, yeah, like Protoss was more popular probably because they were easier to play, hence more representation, but it's not like their win rates were actually higher. Is what you're saying. It was just more people played them. There's a more popular faction because they're mouth-breathing, right? Protoss were always easier to play. And now Zerg are just like the Terminators. Okay. That's so weird, dude. Grey Goo. Oh, I've heard of that one, Wambly. Yeah. So Beastmen versus Demons of Chaos will be a fun matchup. Probably see some Zangors with the magic damage. Oh, let's get it, baby. Let's get it. I'm excited for DAO 4, man. I played the demo of it, and I really liked it. I thought it was very fun. I'm very excited for multiplayer. I'm going to be a mouth-breathing Space Marine main, probably, just because they're, I think, going to be the easiest to play for my old man hands, so... Necrons, though, might be pretty mouth-breathing, too. From what I saw, they just, like, get the free resurrection and just, like, wave attack things. So, the thing is that Necron player, he only made the warriors. Yeah. I guess he made the obelisk, but it was teleported into very dire positions, I noticed. Yeah. What do you play in the old world tabletop? The army I play the most is probably Tomb Kings and Empire. But I have a Chaos Warriors army, and I have a Chaos Dwarf army as well. Chaos Dwarves I play, but they're a legacy army, so they don't get really supported well, so I don't play them as much. But Empire and Tomb Kings are my mains. Yeah, they're really good. Tomb Kings are fun. Just like throw 100 skeletons at somebody and just like use evil magic and whatnot. It's always a good time. Do you look at other games like Broken Arrow? I've been told to look at it, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Kind of probably going to be riding the DAO wave. It's only 2 months away. 2 months. 2 months and like 8 days or something. Yeah, give or take. AdMech is kind of cool too, though, man. I mean, AdMech firepower looked really, really good. The AdMech, like, we're just melting those things and getting the Imperial Knight. And then those Dune Crawlers, the Onager Dune Crawlers, and then the Martian robots. Like, they looked pretty freaking cool, man. I did, Jeff. Yeah, I might try that. I might give it a try. The Imperial Knight looked really cool. Like, when they call in the Imperial Knight and it drops in that church thing. Oh, dude, it's so sick. Yeah. That was freaking awesome, man. Let's see here. What factions do I play in Trench Crusade? Well, I play Red Brigade, New Antioch, and my buddies play everything. I play against every faction. I'm in a group with 4 guys, and we play a campaign, and everything's represented. You know, you have Grail, you have the 7-headed serpent, heretics, you know, all of it. Yeah, Wambly, I'd love to see you in there, man. Love to see you. Yeah, I like AdMech as a starting faction. Sam, I think it's fun because it gives it's like a new twist on things. We've had Guard in like and Guard will come, but I like the new inclusion of the AdMech. I think it's really fun. Yeah. I'm curious how you're going to play against AdMech. Is it going to be like really important to like raid their backlines and like shut down their supply chain thing, or is that just going to be too hard to do? I wonder. Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, against the Necrons, it's going to be all about like stopping their creep expansion, not letting them expand their networks, and keeping it'll be like playing against Zerg, literally. Like, you got to kill the creep tumors, you got to kill the Necron buildings that spread the power networks because it makes them stronger. Yeah. You're saying the World Cup game is decided? All right, let's go take a look at the live updates. Oh shit, yeah, okay, never mind. That's pretty done. I mean, still, I mean, look, Argentina was down 2-0 against Egypt and they still came back and won, but how's the game, man? Holy shit. I felt like the Argentina Egypt game there was like some weird calls in that one. Am I crazy? I don't know. I don't know the sport well, but like I just felt like some of the stuff was a little like, yeah, some of the calls against Egypt were kind of weird, but maybe they were just playing, I don't know, in a certain, I don't know, man. No, am I crazy for thinking that, or is that just like the conspiracy theory rising? Yeah, I feel like Egypt got it a little bit dirty there, but yeah. All right, still super impressive for Argentina to score 3 goals and come back, but yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, the new Great Unclean One is here. So the Great Unclean One got buffed today. He now has the Fetid Stench, so he has -8 leadership aura. Yeah. That's pretty good. All right. So it begins. Argentina were for sure in the refs' pockets. Yeah. So Deacon saying, you're saying Egypt choked a little bit after they scored? Okay, fair play. What are some other opinions? Curious to see what's cooking. Every call that could have gone either way was decided against Egypt. It was suspicious. Okay, just no proof, but just a theory. Okay. There's no other rounds, King. You're out of the tournament. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's go ahead and break it down. Because you got a bye round. Because there's an uneven amount of players. So you technically got a free win for the round. So for the Demons of Chaos, they're basically just going to be playing Nurgle with a little bit of Tzeentch. We got Plague Bearers in the front line. The big pimp is here. Oh, yeah. Check that out. Oh, Dad. And he is going to be rocking the Fetid Stench. So -8 leadership. Not bad at all against Beastmen. In the back, we got Sour Guts and the Chromatic Abominations, both of whom got some buffs as well, if I'm not mistaken. Exalted Lord of Change with Blue Fire and Pink Fire. And Adler is going to be rocking some Nurglings up in the Vanguard as well. All right, guys, battle lines for the Beastmen. It's going to be Zangors into the Sunset. Zangors are an auto take because they do magic damage, so they circumvent the 20% Fizz res that pretty much all demons have. We do also have a Beast Lord here on a Chariot, a bunch of Raiders, and Sons of Goros are magic damage Centaurs, so they're a really good choice against demons. And more Gore Herds, and some Chaos Spawn on the outside as well. All right, guys, so it begins. Let's get this party started, and let's have some frickin' fun. So Objective 1 is going to be getting taken here by the Nurglings. And where is the Lord of Change going to go? Is he going to start Blue Fire spamming on the Beast Lord? It's certainly not a bad idea. It looks like that's what he's trying to do. He keeps flying forward and casting it, but the Beast Lord is kiting him back, so it's keeping him from getting blasted by the Daka. But eventually that Chariot is going to get it pretty good. Can you dodge this? Probably not, you know. Pretty okay damage. Yeah, I mean, that adds up over the course of a long game, for sure. And, yeah, now the Beastmen take Objectives 2 and Objectives 3. The Haggard forces of the demons are on their way over. The Great Unclean One, he's going to have to watch out for all these arrows. There's going to be a lot of pincushions. Almost hiding the Beast Lord might be the correct play. He's very, very vulnerable here. Morkor the Shadowgate probably would have been a strong pick. He's really hard to snipe, and the spawn summons are quite good. Yeah. And the advance is on. Plague Bearers of Nurgle, pushing up on all sides. Shrieking Skyrays. They are pretty good with their little Lamprey's Bite ability. It's like a zap. It's really good against light armor, so you can use that against like Zangors and Raiders and things like that. Gore Herd's getting an envelop, and now it looks like the Beastmen are going to be yielding the ground. Martinius hiding his Beast Lord somewhere? Where the hell did he go? No, he's over here still. Okay. So he's chilling with the Sons of Goros. Now, the Unga Bunga Raiders are on the way up. Yeah, send me the replays, man. You're all good. Send me all the replays. Raiders are going to be great here. They'll definitely punish the Plague Bearers, and it looks like the demons are going to retreat off the point. Probably seeing the archers or expecting them to come up. But no, they're just reforming. So the archers are still hidden until they shoot. They should be, at least. And here comes the Unga Bunga firepower. That's going to be nice. Great Unclean One going to be getting pincushion, losing about 600 HP right there. So very, very cost-effective stuff. Meanwhile, the Zangors and the Raiders waiting in the wings. Pink Fire of Tzeentch activated. Really nice damage. I mean, Ungors are just glass cannons. I don't even know. They're just glass, really. I don't know if I would say they're cannons, but really vulnerable against those type of abilities. Granted, the Ungor Raider will come back. They didn't lose any models, so they still have 120 models there, so they will come back. All right, Zangors waiting. Zangors here, and the Beastmen are probably going to sound the Horn of War soon. Up in the sky. Oh, Rotfly's also got cost reduction, too. So Rotfly is getting buffed as well, so very cool to see them in play. I'm curious what they'll be good against. I guess Rotflies are a counter against Chariots, because they have mass and they have armor piercing. So I think that's kind of a cool inclusion of those bad boys as well. All right, Unga Bunga Raiders are shooting. Mr. Adler, dude, I've been seeing him in tournaments lately. He has been crushing it in these events. So I'm really excited to see him in any upcoming championships, which I'm going to be scheduling a world championship for Total War in probably mid-July. So I'm thinking like July 20th through July 30th, there's going to be a championship coming up. So, all right. Yep, good dodging from the Exalted Lord of Change. And this is why Tzeentch used to be so strong in land battle, right? Because like a Tzeentch army could just like sit back and not really engage you, and they could just like abuse you with spells for like 15 minutes before actually fighting you. So in domination, it's not quite as strong because obviously the objectives make you fight. But yeah, an old land battle is just misery. Spell kiting was always fun. Beast Lord going to be getting a blue fire, and great fortune there for Martinius. Blue fire is not as accurate when you're close, and that was a complete miss. So all the spells basically just missed there. And the Beastman Unga Bunga is in full effect. The Zangors are in, and oh, the Chungus, he comes from around the pillar. All right, let's see what Dad's going to be able to do. Damn, son, he's baptizing those guys, and Battletoads are going to be in as well. Now, Ungor Raiders going to be shooting, and the Shrieking Sky Rays have yet to engage. We'll see what they end up doing. Sons of Goros charging to the front, but getting wrecked a little bit by that pink fire. On this side, Chariots penetrating through, and the Ungor Raiders are getting a little bit of a healthy volley fire, while the Beast Lord going to be cruising over with his Chariot as well. Narcissism used on the Chariot here, and now Fiends of Slaanesh are going to be on their way in for the Demons of Chaos, which are going to be a big problem to deal with. Really, really good mass. Definitely a hard counter against Chariots. And look at the Rotflies coming in. Dude, don't you just love it when everybody works together? We got Nurgle, we got Slaanesh. Khorne is just kind of sitting in the doghouse right now, but all the Demons of Chaos are just jovial, and they're working towards a common cause. You know, it's always great to see a little bit of friendship out there in the world. But the Beast Lord is heavily trapped. The Great Unclean One is all up on him, as is the Big Chicken, so the Exalted Lord of Change is hot on the case. Raider Fire is doing okay damage, you know, definitely wearing down some of the Plague Bearers and whatnot. Shadowcaster nearby, and the Beast Lord does manage to get away, but he is shaken and terror-routed for a moment. So he is going to be packing up and running. Zangor's trading well into the Plague Bearers. Looks like some of the Nurgle positions will fold over there, but Mr. Adler does pull a little bit ahead in that fight, getting the good boinking on the Beast Lord. And if the Beast Lord does die, that's going to be a big disaster. But this fight is very good here for Beastmen. Just having your 3 archers teeing off with nothing interrupting them is just a chef's kiss play. It's very, very good. Now, if the Beast Lord stabilizes here, maybe the Beastmen are going to be okay. But if he gets caught and killed, probably going to be GG. I would wager that they're going to be cooked at that point. The Beast Lord wavering. He does manage to weasel away here. Centaur is being called in. And the Beast Lord Chad does manage to endure and survive. But look at this. Chromatic Abominations moving up. And yeah, they do have shields as well. A pretty good counter against the Ungors if they can close the distance. And it looks like they have so far. Back in the front line, the Zangors as well as the Chaos Spawn actually grinding reasonably well with a little bit of Gorbel support. And the Beast Lord is just going to be Netflix and chilling in the backfield, I would assume. Centaur is going to get a buff from something, it looks like. Yeah, the Occam's Mind Rays are really nice. So giving them 50% damage and magical attacks. The Rotflies are getting folded now, right? That's a really, really nice one. Although, why is he not staying and killing those guys? Looks like he's moving forward to try and help out in this fight. He really should have stayed and finished off those Rotflies, but now he's going to be moving into a bigger engagement, I suppose. Beast Lord hiding in the back. This objective is being threatened by the Great Unclean Chad. So he is up, and he is, oh, dude, hell to the yeah. We're seeing a Great Unclean One in a competitive game. What year is this? -8 leadership makes a big difference. It's very, very good against Beastmen, and that's going to be a tap out. The Demons of Chaos have routed the Beastmen. Holy shit. A Great Unclean One actually did something. That never happens. And all it took was a cost reduction, I believe, and a little bit of a leadership debuff aura. And now it seemed to actually be a useful anchor this game. It didn't do a lot of damage, but the aura was good. Yeah, GG well played, guys. Fun match there. The Beast Lord was kind of the weak pick. I think he was just useless and kind of gave up a ton of agency. But, yeah. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do the semis. So, tourney semis. Let's go ahead and host the game as a spectator. We're going to do this. Yeah, Unclean Aura, man. Getting the job done, and the rounds are coming to a head. And we're going to see what our top 4 looks like. Martinius, even though he lost, has already qualified. So he will potentially get a rematch. And we just approach top 4 now. I love when the Great Unclean One walks forward and just went, yeah. Oh, I know. They're so great. Okay. And there we go. See. Cool beans. Let's going to be a fun one on Saturday, guys. Saturday at 10 a.m., so a little bit early by my standards. We are having our Minecraft event, so it is a server war, basically. It's myself and Davok on a team. And then we have Battlesea. Let me get all the alliances here 1 second. So, yeah. Cody Bonds on Vampire Counts. Myself and Davok on the Empire. Monsters Abound and Battlesea on the Dwarves. More Warpstone on the Elves. And Loremaster of Sotek and Epic Synergy are going to be on the Orcs. Yes. It's going to be very fun. What's that, guys? Okay, cool. It's going to be fun. There's no Chaos faction. I'm surprised there's not a Chaos, actually. Yeah, there's no Chaos faction there. It's really, really cool, though, man. More Warpstone, they created a custom Minecraft map that is just like, has these epic cities. It's going to be fun, man. It's going to be fun. Davok and I have been scheming it up. We've been talking strategy. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. So just about done. We're just waiting for a couple more games to finish here. Martinius and Adler just finished their game, so they need to report that. Lydon and Gondola and Yankee Moshpit and Tommy are playing. And then we're going to be taking the top 4 here. So we'll see what that looks like. But most likely it's going to be Martinius, Adler, Alexander, and Popati. Although Gondola is still playing, isn't he? So Gondola might be able to make it here, depending on the tiebreakers. We're going to find out. We are going to find out. So let's refresh that. Will we start a Chaos Cult in the Imperium? Yeah, it's absolutely a possibility. All right. Is Warhammer Online still alive? I think people still play it, actually. Yeah, I think Warhammer Online has a decent little community. I've seen some people streaming it over the years. 1v1v1 on Dom. I don't think you can do that. You can only have 2 teams. Free-for-all, though, you can do. But, that actually could be kind of a cool format. Like Domination free-for-all. That's actually interesting. But then, yeah, that would create some really, really fun paradigms. A Domination mode free-for-all with objectives. That's actually kind of a cool concept, I think. Age of Reckoning is the new version of Warhammer Online. Yeah. Warhammer Online switched to a fan run server. Yeah, it's community run. Okay. There we are. And what do we got here? Looks fine. So you're saying I don't like that they resigned the point. I think they said, somebody said that, okay, Belak, can somebody confirm this? But I heard whispers because I was talking about how I'm not as much of a fan of Annihilation in like co-like games. And somebody told me that the developers or the team behind Dawn of War 4 said in their Discord channel that multiplayer is going to have objectives. So what they're showing are just casual showcases, but Annihilation is not going to be they're going to have objectives for multiplayer. I don't know this for sure, but I've been told this by a couple people in Discord. So I don't know if that's the case. Yeah. Yeah. Whispers are circling around, yes. I just hope the official... I don't think it will be. I think it's going to have objectives. Yeah, I think it's going to have objectives. I would wager. Mm-hmm. Oh, stretching the old man hands. Oh, God. Goodness gracious. Okay. So adminning a little bit here. Round should be coming to a head. Martinius and Adler, they need to report their game. And then we just have Hlidden and Gondola. So let me tell Adler to report it. Great. So Adler should get on that. All right. And looking good. Come on, you're still very young. Oh, man. I have this like annoying autoimmune disease that makes me feel a little bit less young, but no, I still feel young in general. But yeah, I get it. Currently watching on my way home in Europe, and people are screaming at each other. There's a big football play, even though it's almost midnight. Oh, so there's some action in the game. I know the score looks pretty set there. No, okay, yeah, it's still the same. You probably heard cheering from like one of the earlier, goals that were scored. Okay, refresh. Adler reported it, and now Hlidden and Gondola are going to be doing their game as well. There's no age, just entropy. Yeah, NURGLE's entropy. Yeah, yeah. All right. Okay. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to refill my water. All right, team, we got the H2O, and I think we're ready for the semifinals right now. Let's see. Stay up late, yeah. And okay, so that match is still going. Hlidden and Gondola. Let's see what we get. All right. So gondola. Yo. Let me know when done. I just got to make sure they're playing. Sometimes people just don't play their game and just like disappear into the shadows, like that meme of the guy in the bushes with like throwing his 2 fingers down. Yeah. Yes. Dude, I don't drink enough water during streams. Something I've been trying to fix. Like I'll stream for like 6 hours and drink like a sip of water, and then after I feel like shit the rest of the day, you know. So trying to fix that. All right. Yep, those guys are still duking it out. Just finished a nail biter. Nice. Send replay. All right, perfect. Semi-final time. Thank you guys for sticking around today. It's been a very fun stream, and now we are ready to go with our round of 4. And who's going to be the champion? Did our NURGLE Chads make it? I think both NURGLE Chads were defeated. Maybe Hobo is close. Nope. Looks like, we have a playoff. Okay, so we do have Gondola and Alexander Bignuts are going to play for the playoff spot. Okay, so you versus Alexander versus Gondola, playoff for top 4. Okay, so we have an extra match. You guys are going to get a extra replay here because they're tied on every metric, unless one of them just wants to drop and let the other one go. But you know, I doubt that. They're here to play, I would imagine. Playoff. Okay, so essentially why there's a playoff match is, let me show you, is because number 1 is Adler, 5 wins, undefeated. Martinius undefeated also. Or wait, no, that should be, yeah, nobody's undefeated. So 5, 5, and 5. So these guys all won 5 games. And then Alexander and Gondola both won 4 games, and they both also have the same exact opponent score. So if all the metrics are ties, then what we do is we just have a mini playoff, basically. So that's how that's going to be going down. Unless one of them drops or doesn't show up or something, and then we just move on, call it a day. So yeah, that is what is up. Okay. Cool. And yeah, there we are, man. What's up? Oh, everything's good, Emperor. Thanks for asking, man. So the map is, we're just going to do the semifinals map for this. So semifinals map is going to be the Jade Tomb. So let's get that. No, semifinals is not Jade Tomb. Sorry, it's Itza. Okay, even better. It's going to be faster. So we got Warriors of Chaos versus Bretonia. This is a fun matchup. I love this one. Dragon Ogre sometimes see some play. Big Daddy Colette can make appearances. But yeah, here we are. Warriors of Chaos and Bretonia duking it out for the fate of the old worlds. Patch stuff is, yeah, some good changes, man. I mean, not a ton of changes, but good ones where they were. Some buffs to NURGLE. Skaven kind of didn't really get anything, did they? Yeah. Surprised we didn't see any Skaven buffs. But they tried their best. They tried their best, little rats. One sec, guys. Sorry, I forgot one last thing. I got to change laundry. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. All is good now in the neighborhood. That's Gondola the Patient, Martin. Yeah. AKA MILF Hunter. He goes by many names. So yeah, that is him. Okay, so let's get this party started. Bretonia is ready. Warriors of Chaos are not. Gondola is a big fan of like chosen builds, but he's weird. He memes sometimes, but then he goes like super hard meta sweat sometimes. It's hard to predict what he's gonna do. We have the honor of seeing the dwarves. Probably not. I don't know if we had any dwarf players sign up today, so they'll make appearances in future tournaments. Yeah, they'll appear. Let me check here. Yeah, his name is Gondola the Patient. And his Discord subname, I think, is SexHaver420 or something, and then he also goes by MILF Hunter. He's got a couple names. Pretty great. SexHaver420. All right, that's some good stuff right there. Morgie, thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate it. Welcome to all the new homies following on the stream. Just kind of waiting for Walk to ready up, and then we will advance to top 4. Man of Style, incredible names. Yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, it says one of the most common maps. Oh, I love it. Oh, what the hell is this shit? Festus, 4 Khorne warriors with halberds, and 3 shielded chosen. Okay, that is, I don't know how you protect Festus with that build. You're going to have to call something in, or else he's just going to get karate chopped. But yeah, that is, this is a Gondola special right here. This is for sure. All right, so yeah, 3 shielded chosen, 4 Khorne halberds, and Festus to heal them with AoE healing. That's pretty much it. Just go sit on the objectives and grind it out. Alexander Nutt's going to be playing Mongolians again, so he's got the mounted yeomen and the yeoman archers going to be encircling and having some fun. And the rest of his build is going to be defenders of fleur-de-lis and a bunch of knights errant. So he's playing like the same style he played earlier when we saw him. Mongolian Bretonnians, as I like to call it. And a Damsel of Life as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Decision making is going to be a big value situation here. I think for Chaos, you probably just play the 2 objectives. You just like plop your infantry down on 2 points and trying to defend those. Because this army has very little agency to keep pace. He probably has a Hellstrider in reserve and or like some Dragon Ogres or something like that. We'll have to see. Hellstriders are very good against this type of a build. They will trade well enough into Knights Errant, and they can chase down the Yeomen and the Skirmishers and all that stuff as well. All right. So it begins. The great battle of our time. Chaos Warriors with halberds going to be moving out this way. Chosen as well, and he's partitioning his forces now. It looks like he's going to be playing objectives number 3 and 2. So he's just going to be playing those 2 right there. All right, guys. The waddling begins. The infantry-centric army. Of course, very, very strong. Traditional domination. Old school dom was very infantry heavy, but now the meta has kind of shifted. Mobility is kind of king, but infantry can still do very, very well. And yeah, good times, man. Emperor, thank you for the $3. Content is great. Been watching nearly a year. Well, I'm happy to have you here, man, and many, many more good times to come. Alberic thinking about charging these halberds of Gondola. They are Khorne halberds. They will take some casualties on impact, but honestly, they'll probably give some back. We're going to have to see. Festus could drop a Fleshy Abundance on them maybe, but it looks like they're going to be left to their own devices. And you can see, despite being 2v1, I mean, they're killing a shitload of these Knights Errant. These Knights Errant are dropping like flies, and the Chaos Warriors are raid bossing that pretty well. So this is like kind of what Chaos wants, is just to have their infantry get these individualistic, strong engagements. Khorne Chaos Warriors have very high base leadership, so even getting like swarmed like this, they're holding well. And, you know, slight favor for Alexander Big Nuts on value trading there. Slight favor. On this side, we got Armored Chaos Trolls coming up. Armored Chaos Trolls are a really, really good choice. They're a hard counter against a lot of these mobility pieces. Alexander parking Cav all around, cycle charging from Bretonnia, and Bretonnia basically sending in its entire army to help here. And is there going to be a Fleshy Abundance coming down or any sort of a healing support from Festus? I don't think so. A couple of Chaos Spawn from Gondola. But finally, the Khorne Halberds do get terror-outed by Alberic, and they are finally going to be breaking. Now, middle objective does go to the Dark Gods. Out here, it looks like the Dark Gods are also going to be getting this point, as it does begin to flip. Obviously, what Alexander is doing is he's parking these Cav on the edge of the objective. The smart play is to push them off. But you don't have to, but you should be able to just move up and get them. Now, in the backfield, a little bit of pressure, as Gondola is hunted by the Mongolian Bretonnians. The Chaos Spawn do get attacked by Alberic and a bunch of Yeomen, and now some anti-large defenders of Fleur-de-Lis going to be coming in. So he could summon some units to help out in this position if he wants to, but yeah, that's the risky part against the Mongolian Bretonnians of calling in slow units, is they can isolate and pick off those pieces, right? But we saw this happen against NURGLE earlier, but NURGLE was able to rally back and do very well. So 2 points have been taken, and let's see how he's going to be dealing with this. The spawn, what kind of value are they getting? About 200 value here before they get sent to the trash. Because Alberic gives anti-large to all nearby units. And now we get Chaos Warrior Halberds being called in, which is a nice saturate. That's going to help the spawn last a little bit longer. But man, oh man, are there a lot of Bretonnians here. We'll see if the Halberds are going to be able to make any sort of a difference. Back here on the points, the Bretonnians have surrounded the Chaos Warriors and are just kind of shooting their Yeoman archers at them. And Festus is just kind of chilling out on this side, guarding the point. Healing Elixirs activated, and it looks like a Fleshy Abundance on some of the Chosen. We're at 69 models, by the way. Halberds get broken by Alberic, actually, or terror-routed. We're going to see. They should rally, and did they get any value there? They got about 100 value, and it looks like there's one spawn alive, which is pretty hilarious. But now Bretonnia is going to be mobility maxing and heading over to the middle right here. Granted, they will encounter Chosen, and the Chosen are wrecking these yeomen and fighting. Festus is probably going to want to take a troll unit with him or a halberd and move over to the middle and support that. All right. So, the big blobs are here. The warriors are holding, but Alberic's terror routes have been pretty strong. There's more halberds coming in to reinforce, and the Chosen in the middle. They will hold all day. Now, I don't know why Chosen don't have immune to psychology. I feel like that's a stat trait they should have. But regardless, these Khorne halberds are going to get broken by just the sheer mob of Knights Errant and Alberic as well. So the hit and run of Bretonnia does continue, whereas the more static Chaos Army is just trying to figure out how it's going to be playing this game. Halberds coming across. There they go. Chaos Warriors with halberds, and Festus the Leech Lord going to be maneuvering to try and re-secure objective number 2. Points lead is, currently as it stands, Bretonnia is actually up on points too. Halberds and Armored Chaos Trolls. Will the Bretonians finally run out of gas facing off all these grindy infantry, or will they be able to hit and run and do very, very good damage? Halberds up. Chosen up as well. Armored Chaos Trolls are going to be arriving. More Armored Chaos Trolls and more halberds getting up to the middle point. On this side, pretty safe. Chosen and halberds are going to be very tough to uproot. And now that Festus has arrived, that's going to be pretty big. Because the thing is if you own the middle objective, it's really strong in domination mode because it cuts off like the direct line to the sides, right? So then your opponent has to go like all the way around you, which is, a little bit more work. So what is going to be the next call-in for both players? Alexander Bignuts saving up for a big cav unit. He's got about 1,300 value in the bank. Not value, but supplies. Whereas Gondola looks like he just brought something in, and it's going to be Chaos Spawn, which I don't know. I feel like the same thing's just going to happen. And the Benny Hill Whack-A-Mole is going to continue. On the high ground, there are some Chaos Warrior halberds chilling. Probably got to unsummon these guys to get them back in the mix. The Spawn waddling on their own, I can't help but feel they're just going to get run down again. But Festus and company is rotating. Halberds and Chosen grinding where they can. Alexander could run out of gas here a little bit. It happened last time against NURGLE. The mobility hit and run is all fun in games until stuff gets tired, and it gets a little tricky. These Chaos Warriors, of course, will grind very well. Looks like a Fleshy Abundance is here. Armored Chaos Trolls going to be boinking a ton of these cav units, including the Defenders of Flared Elite. And it looks like right now Alberic is going to be going for Festus, which is a smart play. There's not really a lot of mass here to protect him, and he is very vulnerable to being hunted. And if Festus dies, it's probably GG. So I do like that. Armored Chaos Trolls are in the mix. Festus is going to be trying to waddle away. He needs to cast the Fleshy Abundance on himself right now before he gets low. Halberds on the high ground. This is pretty big. If they can seal that, definitely need to send that halberd up there as well. That would be strong. Looks like Festus is going to be waddling away with his healing elixirs and hiding amongst his halberds, which is very smart. 2 trolls get broken, just poor leadership. The name of the game for sure is the Armored Chaos Trolls trying to chase off these mounted yeomen off the objective, and the halberds here doing the best they can to possibly hold. But Festus runs away from his halberd support. He needs to stay right on top of the halberds so that at least Alberic will get ground down as well by those anti-large attacks. All right, the cheeky little halberd grab up in the high ground is always good fun, and Bretonnia does manage to wrestle this objective away from the forces of chaos. But now Bretonnia is going to be losing the objective again now that the Spawn and halberds are the only thing remaining. More Spawn on the way up. And Festus is, still going. He didn't hear no bell. He is more or less healthy. He's got his halberd bodyguard, and he's got some trolls to bodyguard him as well. So that's not terrible. Spawn attacking where they can, and this objective is going to be flipping back. Meanwhile, up in the high ground, the Chaos Warriors are fighting valiantly, and they're going to butcher these yeomen. These yeomen, I don't know. If I was a Bretonian yeoman, I would not take that order. Be like, hey, there's like 8 of us. Let's go charge that armored brick of halberds. Yeah, it's going to be great. But they get shattered and annihilated, and those halberds actually presenting a problem. Knights of the Realm are going to beat them, but they're going to take losses during that as well. All right, down to the low ground, Festus is going to be getting a Fleshy Abundance, and Alberic actually getting partially surrounded by Gondola here. The Chaos Trolls and the halberds are boinking him, and looking at the objective situation. Bretonnia is going to be trying to mitigate this cap here, and they might be able to. They have a lot of mobility pieces with a lot of capture weight. And what's coming in here in the back, more Armored Chaos Trolls. Meanwhile, on the high ground, these halberds need to be given an attack order to attack those Knights of the Realm. You can't let them just sit there for free. You gotta micro-tax your opponent, You gotta do it. All right, Chosen are up. Chaos Warriors as well, surging forth. And Alberic is landing in a bunch of halberds and trolls. Definitely a misplay there. Chaos does seem to be getting some energy. They got a lot going on here. They just need to find a way to secure the objectives, like partition their forces in a proper way. Halberds and some mass over there. You guys over here, call it a frickin' day. And I do like the idea of sending an individual halberd up to objective 1 just to force an overreaction from your opponent, but we'll see if he ends up doing it. Yeah, the Spawn are a little bit janky here. That's one of the weak links. Oh man, and the Festus being isolated, that shouldn't happen. There's got to be bodyguards for him at all times. Yeah, he's such an important part of your build. All right, Trolls and Spawn moving in, and a big brick of Chaos Warrior Halberds and Armored Chaos Trolls are coming here. Unsummon's going down from Alexander Bignut, so he's going to be unsummoning some of the boys. But the blob fights are definitely going to be good for Chaos, but goddamn, is Alberic just one of the strongest characters in the entire game? Giving anti-large to everybody around you just, like, massively warps the multitude of matchups here. That's going to be a Trident on the Spawn, but, Spawn are unbreakable. They don't really care about that. Back in the middle, a couple Yeomen coming out. As long as you just leave some Chosen and some Halberds there, it should be fine. The objective is in the process of flipping back. Gondola's being a little lazy with not chasing things off objectives. Like, you should always, if somebody's sitting here doing this to you, you always got to chase them off, then punish them for that, because this is a high-level play by Alexander, just camping the edge of the objective to mitigate the capture, but, like, it doesn't have to be like that, you know what I'm saying? All right, Chosen and the Cav are in the mix. He needs to wrestle this objective a little bit harder. Maybe send some Trolls or something. Like, why are these guys being allowed to just sit there and maintain capture weight? That is a big misplay. Festus probably going Harbinger of Pestilence is the correct play here. Yes, and he does do that. So that's going to be more dissension draining everything. Halberds are holding, but a lot of Bretonnian Light Cav and Cav are here as well. Chaos Trolls are in the mix, providing a little bit of anti-large or anti-armor boinking. More and more Halberds are scooting over there. And now we get Marauder Horsemen coming out to chase those guys off, and it looks like these Yeomen are going to break, and those guys should be rallied off. Yeah, Chaos is starting to win some of the value trading, I would say, with all the draining and then, of course, the healing from Festus. They're probably actually up in value. But again, the objective play is going to be very, very important here as we get into the later stages of the game. Pegasus Knights called out for Alexander Bignuts. It's a good call. They will be very good against the various troll units. And now we get back into the epicenter of combat. Just huge cycle charging. I mean, Alexander is having to micro so aggressively in this game. But the Halberds of the Trolls stand ready to meet the glorious Bretonnian charge. Harbinger of Pestilence from Festus putting in a ton of work. You can see that aura, that drain there, hitting a lot of pieces. But Alexander is just playing the objectives like an absolute king here. Pegasus Knights chasing down the Marauder Horsemen, which is great, and they should be able to kite back, and Trolls are going to be coming in to try and rectify that. But how are the Halberds holding? They're shaken. The Chaos Infantry are getting a little bit worn down from this attrition, but Festus has got to be getting big value here. Festus, the Leech Lord, is sitting at 700 value, so not bad from that drain. Alberic dives in, goes after big old Festus. The Marauder Horsemen are kiting. You also have to remember, Alexander is getting perpetual value from his trebuchets. He's had 2 trebs shooting the entire game, and those things are putting in a whole lot of work. Running back are the Marauder Horsemen. Halberds are wavering, and the Terror Route is probably going to be enough to send them off, and I think this might be the straw that breaks the Chaos Warriors back. The trebuchets have been able to grind good value, and with the Chaos lines breaking and Alberic able to hunt down Festus, that is going to be very, very, very tricky. All right, this is a true Bretonnian build, right? Just mass cavalry. I mean, Pegasus Knights, Knights Errant, and it looks like mostly just the Yeomen. But Yeomen, given anti-large, is pretty good. But yeah, Gondola's back is broken. His lines have been routed. It looked like he had a little bit of a comeback opportunity there, but the infantry just did not hold. Although there are some Chosen and Spawn still fighting over here, and some Armored Chaos Trolls. Is there any avenue for a comeback? I don't know. It's going to be hard. Finally, he's paying attention to the thing sitting on the edge of his objectives and getting a little bit of freebies right there. Marauder Horsemen are forced back. Festus does rally, but has, like, nothing to protect him. Rot Knights would have been very nice here. If frickin' Gondola had some Rot Knights in reserve, he probably would have had a good chance of winning this game, but alas, he did not, and he paid the troll toll. Chaos still fighting up on the point. They still got the boys going at it. The Armored Chaos Trolls are probably getting good value, about 300 there, not terrible. Spawn and Chosen having some decent performances as well. The Trebuchet play is very smart, because Halberds are very common against Bretonnia, so having the Trebuchets to counter the Halberds is a very, very much a rock, paper, scissors thing that's quite good. Troll's going to be chasing down the Yeoman here. A couple idle Chaos Warriors need to move up. And he doesn't have much time. His opponent is approaching 1,300 points here. Marauder Horsemen are moving. Trolls do get broken. Chosen still fighting the good fight. And he does have a second wave of Halberds coming over, and I think he's going to have to make a play for the high ground too. He's got to get both those guys there. Another Chosen unit on the way. His opponent is at 1,309 points, so he's very, very close to winning on objectives. Alberic is healthy, and there is a lot of healing too, I suppose. We have a Damsel of Life, and yeah, it looks like Festival is going to be getting hunted here by Alberic. All right, the Trolls move in, providing a little bit of mass support. Some Halberds saturating as well. Trolls suffering against a lot of anti-large. Remember, Alberic gives anti-large to everything, and there are some Knights of the Realm there. Cav unit coming over here to grab this. It is going to be a Knights Errant unit, and the Chaos Warriors are just like, no, I'm good. I'm just going to go home. On this side, Trolls and whatnot, harrying and fighting against those bad boys. Meanwhile, the Chaos Warrior Halberds making a little bit of ground and pushing back the Bretonnians. But Homie's about to be triple capped. His opponent's at 1,400 points, and it looks like Alexander Bignuts is going to be going on to the round of 4. GG, well played. was a really good match. Super fun, honestly. Yeah, the halberds did not perform. They kind of just got alpha struck and isolated. So very good play. Alexander is very good at that style. I didn't know he was such a good Bretonnian player, but he's making him look really, really good right now. All right. Hey, Unlimited. I'll read your comment in just a second. Thank you. And now we're going to do semis. And we're going to host that. And we will cast a different set of games. Failed to host. Come on, dog. Don't do me like that. Okay, there we go. So on the bright side, I don't need to change any of the scores. Alexander will just advance on. And, yeah. Looks fine to me. Advance to top 4. Yeah, that's a lot of micro, dude. That's very sweaty. Like, what he's doing, it's very hard to do. Okay, so let's do this, and we're going to do that. And, where are we? So this is going to be top 4. Top 4 time. And who is going to be there? So this is going to be the top 4. So we got Alexander Nuts versus Martinius. And then we already casted that matchup earlier. So we're going to go ahead and get the other 2 into our lobby here, which is going to be Demons of Chaos versus Poe Patty. Okay, so let's do that. Poe Patty. And then that's going to be Adler. Okay. Martinius versus Alexander. And then it's going to be Pope Patty versus... So 2 Bretonnians, by the way. God, is Bretonnia just the new meta terror, dude? I don't know. Mitson, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it, boss. Thank you for supporting the channel. Pope Patty versus Adler. All right. All right, very cool. If I win, mine wins. I'm dropping Brett versus Brett finals is no. Yeah, whatever. That's fine, Alexander. Yeah, do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. If you end up dropping, I'll display him for fun in the finals. I mean, obviously he'll get the win, but I'll display him for fun. So it's all good. So we got Mr. Adler versus Pope Patty here, and the map is going to be what? It's going to be the Bordelot Landing. Okay. Uh-oh, the dreaded French home field advantage. Let's go ahead and do the regular one, and great. So I am ready, and they can start whenever. Yeah, Bretonnian wouldn't be super fun. Like a mirror match in the finals. Yeah. I get that. Nice try, Gondola. It was a fun match, homie. So we got Demons of Chaos, 2 Bretonnians, and a Beastmen player in the grand finals here. Bretonnia off to a good start in the early stat brackets. Looking to be freaking 7 wins and 2 losses. Beastmen 5-1. That's all Martinius, obviously. And yeah. Who's in the pits? Oh, hell yeah. Wood Elves 0-4. Sign me up for that. Okay. Warriors of Chaos 4-8. Oh, they're trying their best, dude. You want the Beastmen to win, Matt? Is that who you're rooting for? The big beasts? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Let's go. Let's go, man. Okay, so Demons in this matchup, they got some tools, but Bretonnia honestly might be kind of favored against Demons. I don't know. Bretonnia does have some cost-effective magic. Magic damage units, I do dare say. Like the Knights of the Lionhearted, Fey Enchantress is probably really good here. I would wager that she's going to see a little bit of action. Probably a Fey build, right, from Pope Patty? This could be his Grail Guardian build, like Grail Guardians with Fey. Haven't checked in the notes, but Crocs need a buff. Croc R, you're saying? Or you're saying Croxagors in general? Wrong map, by the way. Oh, it is the wrong map. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was spacing out. So let's get the map. We're on Itza, because this is a semifinal, actually. Yeah, I forgot. We just skipped ahead earlier. So Battle for Itza is going to be the map. There we go. All right, a little bit more knockdown, drag out. Krokar's all right. He sees play. Sometimes he'll on his Velociraptor with like Hand of the Gods is like a sniping piece. He sees a little bit of play there, which is good. Okay. Very cool. And yeah, all good in the neighborhood, man. No, Corn almost makes me need to come out of retirement. I know, Pone, you need to come out of retirement and take all these sweats down, dude. All right, so yeah, your comment earlier, Unlimited. Low key and randomly think about how Total War 40k could be big. Yeah, man. Yeah, I think so. We'll see, brother. Thank you for resubscribing, by the way. Opponent, have you recovered from that 2-hour Catalina wine mixer Company of Heroes game last night? Jesus, man, that took it out of me. What's the biggest shakeup of the patch? NURGLE probably got a lot of good buffs, yeah. And contact effects now stack. So, like, various, like, poison type effects, they can stack, whereas before, apparently, they couldn't. They would, like, overlap. Those BL5s, I know, it was ridiculous, dude. That shit was insane. The grand finals are upon us once more. Well, semifinals, whatever, close enough. If one of the players has to drop, I will step in and play in the finals just for the memes. But we'll play the new NURGLE stuff. You're booting up Co3 right now. Oh, Pone, you're playing without me, dude. Oh, how dare you? To be fair, I'm resting my hand today, so no real gaming for me. No real gaming. So yeah, boob snakes are a thing. Maybe like plague bears are all right, but maybe like a bloodletter. I have no idea what Adler's going to play here. I don't know how this matchup goes. Bretonnia seems to be kind of good against a couple of the meta factions, strangely enough, but curious to see if they're going to keep, winning a lot of games. I am curious to see. Contact effect stacking. Yeah. It's good for NURGLE, so you can like stack a couple things and poisons and effects and all that, right? So it's very, very cool. Yeah, the patch notes were good. Obviously, Creative Assembly is doing balancing based on Catholic Alcoholics balancing document, so that's a step in the right direction for sure. Boob snakes. I don't know if boob snakes got buffed. They're already really strong. No, it's all good, Jeff. It's all good. Yeah. I wanted to play a single game anyway, so. Bretonnia is ready. Now, is Pope Patty going to go for... Is he going to go for his knight maxing, or is he going to go for like a traditional Bretonian army? We yearn for the olden era. Yeah, we do indeed. We do indeed. So there's a balancing document that, like, Catholic Alcoholic, he's a competitive player, and he collects feedback from players and, like, is really a good judge of balance himself. So he manages and curates a document, which we then give to Creative Assembly, and they basically just copy our homework and balance things based on that. So not always. Sometimes they do their own weird shit, but typically they work with us, which is great. Yeah, more than a lot of RTS communities can say, that's for sure. All right. So let's get it started and let's have some freaking fun. Ladies and gentlemen of the old world, welcome to the semifinals of today's tournament. Spawning in on the west side of the map, it's going to be the Demons of Chaos. We have Plague Bearers as the meat shield, Fiends to stop mass and cavalry, and double Exalted Flamer, which I love. Weak to Peasant Archers, but very, very good at melting things if they can sit and shoot. So I think that's a very fun choice. We got an Exalted Lord of Chicken with Final Transmutation. No, actually, Searing Doom and Gehenna's Golden Hounds. And the reason why you bring these two spells, the entire game plan here is to have the Chicken shut down the Archers. So Searing Doom on one Archer, Golden Hounds on another, Summon Furies, kill another Archer unit, right? So that is, that's what you do it. All right, so that's going to be it. And now looking at the Legions of Bretonnia, it's going to be a mass amount of Peasant Mobs, Spearmen at Arms, Archers in the back as well, and King Lewin in disguise with a Beastcaster. Very much a classic style. You don't need to bring a Lifecaster with Lewin because he automatically heals, so it's very nice. And honestly, if you're going wide, you don't really care about having the healing magic because your units are just not worth healing. Yeah, so a wide Bretonian Archer build with the King, Hail to the King, baby, and a Damsel of Beasts as well. Just casting Flock of Doom on demons, which is very, very cost effective. Searing Doom is also very good against Cav. Yes, it is. If you can catch them sitting still, in the Searing Doom, it can do a shit ton of damage, so we'll see how that all plays out. Fiends of Slanesh and Nurglings moving up, and I love the Exalted Flamers. Mr. Adler has been performing like an absolute God King lately in some of the battles I've been seeing, so curious to see how they do against the dreaded Pope Patty. The Chicken running away from Lewin, doesn't want any of that smoke, and got staggered there a little bit, and it looks like Flamethrower shots up in the sky does kind of bathe Lewin a little bit in some pink fire, but for the most part, he is chilling and he is all good. Now, you want to get the pink fire onto the Archers if you can. Oh, the Damsel actually getting targeted really effectively there. She kind of gets cooked a little bit. The Demons are going to need something to deal with Lewin because he's just kind of a bully right now. There's nothing to really effectively stop him. And the Bretonians looks like they will get all the objectives. And look at that, a Feral Manticore summon coming in from the chosen of the lady, the damsel over there, as the chicken is going to be trying to fight off King Lewin. But yeah, there needs to be some sort of a anti-bully unit. And maybe that's the Fiends. Yeah, like get the Fiends back and around. Lewin does eat some exalted Flamer Fire and does get boinked by the chicken with the KFC drumstick. And a little bit of Flamer action does get on those archers, doing big damage. But that Feral Manticore is also going to be a problem. If one of these Exalted Flamers of Tzeentch dies early, that's a huge disaster for the Demons of Chaos. Because look how effective it is. You can see here, it's just like melting a whole bunch of units here. Feral Manticore is coming in, Exalted Flamer is going to be skittering away, Lewin battling the chicken, and the Fiends of Slaanesh need to get over here and get their hands dirty. In the meantime, the Exalted Flamer is going to be switching onto the Spearman right there, and we will keep tabs on the fighting there, as the Fiends of Slaanesh are going to be getting in, and they should be able to peel these guys off. Another beautiful shot, and yeah, I mean, that's very, very effective right there, guys. If I'm going to buy Warhammer, should I buy... I would say wait for 40k, Exile, yeah. This game is great, but if you have to choose between the one, I would say you're going to get more longevity, more bang for your buck out of 40k in the long run, so... Because that's going to be a game that's around for like freaking 6, 7 years, 8 years. It's going to be big. Alright, Seekers of Slaanesh are going to be retreating back, and it looks like overall good stabilization from Mr. Adler here. Granted, Lewin is going after the other Exalted Flamer, and is causing a bit of mischief. But the Manticore does get broken and routed. Seekers and Fiends waiting in the high ground. They can definitely defeat these Knights Errant. It looks like they are going to be attempting to do that. Bretonnia has a 2-to-1 objective advantage over the Demons of Chaos right now. Both Exalted Flamers have been stabilized, so what looked like a very disastrous situation actually becomes a stable one here for the Demons. Oh, the Demon! He just cooked his own chicken! Oh, no! The Lord of Change ran right in front of the Exalted Flamer and just got roasted. Yeah, he lost like probably 400 HP right there. All right, so Pegasus Knights called in. Really good choice. Pegasus Knights are such a good counter against Demons. The anti-large, oh, they're not the royal ones, but they're still pretty good. And yeah, overall, kind of looking like Pope Patty is going to be in the dominant position in this game. He's just kind of like countering a lot of what the other... Oh, he just barely got back up in the sky against those Seekers. Man, that was very lucky. All right, Flamethrower Salvo into the Archers, and this is very good for Mr. Adler, though. 3 Archers are kind of getting put in the trash can a little bit, which is not bad at all. And the Slaaneshi Cav, I don't know where they went. Looks like they looped down and around here. So now we get the Barons of the Ba with the Bog, the Bang coming out. So anti-infantry, but more importantly, mass, and they can help pin down characters like Lewin. And now Lewin is getting hunted by some Seekers, which is pretty cost-effective. Seekers hit really hard, so if they can go after King Lewin, you know, keep him trapped down a little bit, keep him at bay, let the Exalted Flamers keep shooting, then that's a pretty good value there. Now, Golden Hounds of Gehenna activated. Beautiful play right there. That is going to be cooking those peasants, so that Haggard Hounds from Warhammer 1 pop out, and I think they actually are the updated ones. But yeah, doing good damage, breaking one of the peasant archers, and demons are weak to those archers, so getting rid of them is definitely a big prerequisite for success here. Archer is wavering, still hanging on, and it looks like the archers are, yeah, getting chewed up pretty good. Another Pegasus Knight is called in to deal with the inevitable engagement here. And now it looks like the demons are going to be sounding the Horn of War as they advance up. Plague Bearers preparing to massacre peasants. Tzeentch Fire roasting into them as well, which it looks very, very nice. And those guys are going to get cooked there pretty good. But Battletoads getting afflicted by Plague of Rust. King Lewin getting a little bit surrounded here, honestly. This could be a throw here, as Mr. Adler does get a full surround on King Lewin. And yeah, he is getting chewed up. Seekers hit so freaking hard. Pegasus Knights coming in to try and help out. And now the portal glyph is activated from the Exalted Demon. Fury's going to go in and try and chase those bad boys down. Big engagement from the sky, though. Pegasus Knights attacking the Seekers. I would imagine the Fiends of Slaanesh will pile in and try and help here. We'll have to see how that goes. The big Lord of Chicken here, not activating his Chaos Furies yet, being a little bit lackluster with that there. Meanwhile, the Archers of Bretonnia, the brave champions, the peasants, are able to nail down that Exalted Flamer. He's going to need to get back, like route back here, and then try and find a way to, you know, work elsewhere. Pegasus Knights kind of extended too greedily and too deeply. Though they did really good shock damage, there are 2 Fiends of Slaanesh that appeared, and the Fiends of Slaanesh popped out. Got big damage on those Pegasus Knights, so that's incredibly dodgy. But Lewin continuing to bully this KFC Lord. The Exalted Lord of Change going to be trying to run away. Meanwhile, Seekers come from the high ground and get a decent fold up. Mr. Adler, pretty good on value, but losing horrifically on objectives. It looks like he's on the brink of getting this one back, so that is going to help him stem the bleeding a little bit. Bretonnia is still up 600 points against 135 right there. Fiends of Slaanesh are waiting in the wings, while your boy, King Lewin over here, is going to be attacking into the Plague Bearers, it looks like, with a little bit of calf support from the Pegasus Knights as well. Really nice that for Adler that he has been able to keep the Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch online. I mean, that's a tall order. This thing getting hunted by Lewin, by Manticores, Archers, and he has been able to use all of its ammo just about, so that's a big accomplishment right there. And looking at the value trading, Mr. Adler is kind of pulling ahead a little bit. The Exalted Lord of Change, though, if he dies to Lewin, that would be pretty disastrous, but The Slanesh Cav Corps really putting in a lot of work. Well, the Tzeentch Firepower does some heavy lifting as well. And now we're going to be seeing 2 more wins. We're going to be seeing the Fiends of Slanesh crush these Knights Errant here. So that is going to be very, very bad for Bretonnia. And a beautiful Searing Doom coming in from Adler. So nice. So nice right there, as they just get absolutely roasted by that. Fiends are a solid counter against Shock Cav. Not Knights of the Realm, but against the Knights Errant. Yeah, absolutely. Rot, Glorious Rot activated. That's pretty funny. The NURGLE Rot on those guys. The army ability from Demons of Chaos is random. But the chicken is kind of getting cooked a little bit, guys. This could be a polarity shift here in the game, as we do see the big KFC Master running away. Sitting at 1200 HP, while Manticore is going to be hunting him as well. He needs to get some mass in here. Grab some of his mobility, have them come up and pin down that Feral Manticore and keep Lewin from killing the chicken. The leadership penalty would be pretty painful. Not game ending, of course, but it would be pretty bad. Fiends back here, still having a lot of success against the defenders of Flare de Lis with some Furies. KFC Master at 400 HP, and it looks like he is going to be sent back to the bucket of chicken wings here, as he is getting it. Drops the Searing Doom on the way out. King Lewin, the King of Bretonnia, is going to be banishing the Greater Demon. Epic! The Greater Demon taken down by the noble King of Bretonnia. And ladies and gentlemen, now it looks like Pope Patty might have a, a modality of a comeback here. He might be able to find a way. Fury's chewing it up. Still has the big objective advantage. Losing that chicken is quite painful. Slanesh and NURGLE forces fighting hand in hand in the middle. Plague Bears, of course, grinding well, holding on to the point. I still think that the armies of the demons may have an advantage. It just seems like they have a lot of strong assets around the battlefield. Knights of the Realm coming out. Ironically, the Fiends and Furies will probably win that fight, because the Furies will absorb a lot of the attacks, and the Knights of the Realm debuffed by Soporific Musk, and a lot of their attacks will be wasted on the Furies while the Fiends really punch into them. So a lot of value farming going down here for Adler, which is very, very good. And on this side, the Barons of the Bog with the Bog and the Furies are slowly uprooting that objective, but it's getting a little bit dangerous on points. Seekers of Slanesh and Rotflies recently buffed today, hunting down King Lewin, who's also getting afflicted by some Warpfire, but it looks like for the most part it's missing. And it does look like, despite that epic snipe by King Lewin, the Bretonnians are buckling all over the battlefield. The Demons of Chaos are just, they're everywhere. They're everywhere! And yeah, Plague Bearers rock in the middle. Rotflies, Seekers, Nurglings getting the high ground. Fiends are still just farming his backfield like horrifically here. And just like we talked about, the Furies, normally those Knights of the Realm would have probably beaten those Fiends of Slanesh, but because of the Furies absorbing some of the damage, very, very, very tough stuff here. You're playing Pwn right now in a game? Oh, hell yeah, dude. Nice. The GOAT. Fleshhounds of Khorne coming out to try and secure the objective real quick. King Lewin getting attacked by Rotflies. High ground objective is guaranteed for the Demons of Chaos. And I would not be surprised to see Pope Patty tap out here soon. I think he's cooked. I think he's going in the old can. We'll have to see. A very good run, though, getting all the way to the semifinals. But alas, I don't think it is going to be enough. As the Baron to the Bog with the Bog, get some good debuffs on him. Rotflies are just going to chase him down and stick on him like flies, basically. And this objective is in the process of flipping as well. High ground is taken. Slaneshi Cav rotating. Fiends finally do get broken back here. And Bretonnia has a bit of a pocket here. Really, really nice flame, though. That was a beauty, man, from that Exalted Changer. Exalted Flamer of Tzeentch. Yeah, cooking a couple of those cap units off. And he's going to be unsummoned, but Lewin isn't going to let that happen. Oh, he's going to get away. Oh, he doesn't get the unsummon off. That was a cheeky one right there. So if he had unsummoned him, he would have gotten a partial refund. Would have gotten like 200, 300 requisition or something, or supplies. So, yeah, nothing too nutty. Rotflies getting caught in a bad fight. Could the King rally? It is a rock hard triple cap right now, with Plague Bearers and Infantry on every single position. Slaneshi Cav trying to take down that Grail Relique, and it looks like they are putting a bit of a dent in it. It's at about 800 HP right there. Furies in the back attacking into the Knights Errant, and the Rotflies do get chewed up. Could we see the comeback for Pope Patty? I don't know. Maybe so. Maybe possible. Seekers coming across to charge King Lewin. They do get him in the back and do a little bit of damage. That Exalted Flamer gets cooked up. And now Bretonnia does have a little bit of gas on the battlefield. Currently, Mr. Adler, I'm thinking he might be saving for his chicken. The way he's banking points, it's either going to be a chicken or like a Fiend or maybe a Pleasure Seeker or something. It's going to be something like that. But it could be saving for the Lord, too, just to get the leadership and get the magic back on the field. We'll have to see. Plague Bearer is incredibly hard to remove. One of the stickier units in the entire game. Now getting charged by Knights of the Realm, and Pegasus Knights going to descend on the Barons of the Bog. We're trying to make their way across here. The middle objective is in flux. And what is it going to be? Okay, it's going to be Fiends, which makes a lot of sense. And Seekers, they need to come in and help. And the Fleshhounds of Khorne can also get a good envelop here and help out as well. But yeah, these Fiends on top of the Plague Bearers is going to be real tough. Going to be real tough there. That's a lot to get through. And Fiends will also fight well against King Lewin. Hounds getting a good envelop on the Knights Errant, as do the Seekers. And both players just kind of very, very desperately fighting here, having to send in whatever they have. Nobody's able to really save up. Plague Bearers getting chewed up with that one Plague Bearer unit spreading poison. So we got poison and we got Soporific Musk on a couple of these units, right? So that's going to be a lot of layers of debuffs there, which is going to be very, very nasty. Pretty back and forth game it is. The Bretonnian lines are starting to falter, though. You know, I think I was right in my prediction that the game was, you know, pretty favored for the demons. I could be wrong. King Lewin, of course, is a big carry piece, and he's still around and putting in work in the battlefield. But, like, uprooting these demons in these Slaaneshi Cav are going to be very difficult. Although, those freaking Fiends of Slaanesh with friggin' 12 models left actually start to disintegrate, which is wild. I don't know why they disintegrated so hard, even though they had infantry support nearby. I guess that's the downside of not having your Lord. Your army is much more flimsy. Mr. Adler going to be calling out probably another Fiend, but he's still holding on, as we do get another Fiend of Slaanesh coming out. That seems to be one of the units that the Bretonnians are having the hardest time dealing with. Knights of the Realm, though, will be reasonably good against them. Plague Bear is still fighting in the pits. And yes, this is it. Rally to the king! He has a little bit of time left. Not a whole lot. He's bleeding 3 victory tickets a second. And we can see the Demons of Chaos are going to be approaching 900 points as the Fiends of Slaanesh get in. Oh, we see the Plague Bearers wavering. The Fleshhounds are wavering too. Plague Bearers waddling over from that other objective to try and maintain capture. Could the Bretonnians bring it back, ladies and gentlemen? They might be able to. Killing that chicken earlier might have been enough. It may have been enough. All right, so the objective in flux, the Bretonnian Knights, the Grail Relique. I can't tell you how clutch this thing is right now. It's giving the leadership, the melee attack. It's so freaking powerful in this blob fight. Knights Errant getting chewed up. Plague Bearers really, really trying to get through this right now. And the demons are going to be calling out Furies of Slaanesh, which is a very smart play. Furies of Slaanesh have huge AP values, and you can use them to actually crush Bretonnian Knights. But man, if these Fiends get broken by Surround, that's going to be painful. Furies come in on the side, providing some nice DACA. That objective is in flux. Look like it's going to be going maybe to the Champions of the Lady. But the demons have basically caught him on points. So this is going to become a very, very scrappy game here, even if the Bretonnians do win this fight. Yeah, it's going to be a cockfight. All right, Plague Bears fighting it out. Fiends of Slaanesh fighting it out. Chaos Furies doing great damage, but going to be run down by the Knights Errant for the Lady. They got their lances out. And ladies and gentlemen, the Fiends do get buried. The fact that they have no infantry support, really, and a lot of anti-large Bretonnian cav there is tricky. All right, holy shit. I legit thought Patty was going to leave that game because it was looking so bad, but he has proved me wrong, and now we have a game on our hands. Fury's going to be heading this way. Good luck holding this. He's going to have to call it Seekers. It's going to have to be Seekers right here. It's his only play. He's got to just hold the objectives long enough to win. That's his only chance of becoming... Because Lewin is just bullying too much. Like, Lewin is just winning all these fights. And, yep, we still got it. They're calling out Seekers. It's the only viable play. Yeah, it's the only viable play. Fury's descending on these cav right here. And the Nurgling's going to get cooked out pretty good. And these guys are kiting back these Knights of the Realm, so they don't eat that charge. Plague Bears in the middle get wrecked. And man, this is getting really, really tight. All right, Nurglings holding. These Knights of the Realm, you might as well just charge them, honestly, with these Seekers. And it looks like that's what he's going to be doing, because their charge kind of got blunted a little bit. So Knights of the Realm get folded. He's got to hold this point for another, like, minute or so, and then do a Helm's Deep on Objective 1. Although, the Bretonnians could split push. They could take 2 cav units to go kill those Nurglings there, which honestly is probably the correct play. All right, Seekers coming across. They will provide a little bit of capture weight. Here they come. Furies are going to be leading the charge. Sword of Corone, though, very nice. Lowering the melee defense. Seekers come in and get some good damage, but not going to hold that objective for too long. Probably a Fleshhound call-out is going to be the correct play here, I would wager. He needs capture weight here desperately. And Slaanesh units are very flimsy. They're not the most sustainable pieces to hold up. Dude, what a freaking game. This has been such a cockfight. And King Lewin, yeah, just an absolute raid boss. 4,200 value on Lewin. Oh, that is a lot. And now we're probably going to see Mr. Adler tapping out. I don't know how he can come back from this because the points are still too close. He can't win on just one. And up on the high ground, unwashed legions of peasants have been called out from the farms. And there they go. So they are charging. Perfect, perfect. And on the backside here, guys, we do see the Seekers of Slaanesh engaging, kind of holding a little bit. I mean, some of the Bretonnians are getting mauled, but overall King Lewin is just anchoring that fight a little bit too hard. And as it currently stands, I think I can do math. I'm pretty sure the Bretonnians will catch them on points before it gets to that point here. Yeah, Lewin carried this game super hard. He really, really did. And the value actually got brought back even by Pope Patty. Nurglings to the high ground. What is Slaanesh going to do? Or the Demons of Chaos. I don't know what else they can really do here. The Seekers fighting it out. Pope Patty didn't hear no bell. Still going hard here. Those guys are grinding it out. Peasants cruising up. Plague Bears, yeah, they're not going to get there on time. They're not going to get there on time. The Knights are going to flank these Nurglings. The Peasants are going to get their pitchforks out. and they're going to lay into them nice and good. Like, all right, the Frolickers Bubonic at least do have the blister back, so when you hit them, they reflect damage at you. But yeah, not going to be enough. All right, so here comes the unwashed peasants. There they go, and nice plowing charge right there. Perfect, perfect. And yeah, Nurgling's going to get folded, and that point's going to be flipping. Now, it's really close to being a single cap. It's really, really close. Like, man, oh man. Dude, it is, like, if he had been able to hold objective 3 a little bit longer, he might have been able to win on just the one. But, yeah, not going to happen here, because he got 1,300 points before home. He got 1,400, which is always indicative. I guess if you fight and maybe can try and ninja one of the side points, Mr. Adler can do it. Yeah, it's off by like 11 points. It's really, really tight. That's always a way of, checking once you get to these thresholds. All right, Fleshhounds of Khorne, attacking Knights Errant. Should be able to win that. Nurglings are holding. And yeah, the Plague Bearers might get there. Flock of Doom activated from the Damsel. So what Mr. Adler is going to have to do to win this game is he's going to have to stabilize Objective 1 and then save up for mass mobility and with like 2 cav units and try and steal Objective 3 in the last second. So that's his only chance here. Plague Bearers are trying to make it, but they're very slow with their 28 speed. And the Fleshhounds do get those Knights off the objective. Yeah, he might be able to hold this if those Plague Bearers can cross the old threshold here. They're trying their best. What a cockfight this is. Come on, boys, you can do it. You can do it. And they do secure the objective. Now, he's going to have to play a win con somewhere else. Reinforcing here is only losing more. So you have to hope that your Nurglings and your Plague Bearers can hold this, and then you can ninja on the other side. Yeah, you got to hope that that's going to be the case. All right, so what do we got here? Nurglings moving up. Plague Bearers of Nurgle as well. Going to be hustling over that direction. And there you go. Hey, Puling, thank you for resubscribing. Hope you're doing well. Yes. So close, man. Look at the points. I don't think the players did the math. Granted, I think Bretonnia will probably flip this one before it would have mattered. Dude, look at that. They're at the exact same points. Oh my god, what a cockfight this game was. I thought it was over. I thought Pope Patty was dead and gone, but just compounding losses caught up to the demons in the end, man. And yeah, this is the right play, though. This is exactly the right school of thought. GG to Pope Patty. And let's see who advanced on the other side. All right, all right. That was a game worthy of the grand finals. Now, let me see if he wants to drop. Let me check here. All right. I'm going to buy Warhammer. Should I? I have no idea, Exile, what the best bet is. Maybe join my Discord and ask some people there. They'll be more in tune with that. Okay. Okay, talking to Alexander real quick. He didn't want to play a mirror match, so he might drop. If he does, it's totally fine. I get that. I don't like mirror matches either, and I would just play in his stead. Not for a win, of course, on my own, but I didn't earn it. But we would just play for fun. I'll forsake my entire family for a Total War Trench Crusade game. Yeah. Okay, Alexander says he's going to play. So we have a Bretonnian mirror match in the grand finals. All right, so GG, and let's get you in here. Yeah. Okay, just pick different banners. All right, all right. So there we go. And so it begins. You will watch Cav and you will enjoy it. That's right. And Bordello Landing is the grand final map. Hopefully they at least pick different lords, but I don't know if they will. I don't know. All right, guys. I'm trying to stay on that hydration train. I'm going to go refill my water, and I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. What did I miss? Hopefully nothing. The dreaded Bretonnian mirror match in the grand finals. All right. It's going to be Alberic versus Alberic, yeah. Well, look, to be fair, it could be a mass infantry build. You could literally see two infantry bricks fighting because both players are trying to like switch it up. It like Fey Enchantress could be a big game changer too. I mean, you never know. You never freaking know. All right. Let's do this. And yes. Deal. Deal. Yeah, some people here can... I don't play campaign, really, so I'm not a good person to talk to about what you should get and whatnot. But if you join our Discord, we have people who are very into campaign and can answer all that. I mainly just do multiplayer stuff. It's going to be a giant Chud Cap blob infantry build with the spark of humanity. That's pretty funny, Gondola. Yeah. Yeah? Alexander said he was going to drop. He's like, if we get a mirror match, I'm dropping. I was like, all right. But then he's like, you know, he saw the golden trophy in front of him and heard the call. Yeah. That's that, man. That's so funny. Yeah, correct. I'm responding to comments from both YouTube and Twitch. I have the chats combined, so yeah. We do have that. All right, guys. Let's do that. Perfect. And so it begins. The greatest battle of our time. Yeah, I'm curious. Probably Alberic has got to be an include, at least in one of them. I mean, Lewin is good. Sword of Crone is a big difference maker. Like, if two Knights of the Realm are fighting and Sword of Crone is activated, that's pretty massive momentum shift, right? The Bretonnian Civil War. I mean, I would imagine the Bretonnian dukedoms do fight, right? Have some infighting there. And Lewin's got to come bring them to heel. Yeah, Total War campaigns are amazing, though. They're really good. I mean, obviously, it's getting a little bit old now. We've had it for many years, but I'm very excited to see what Medieval 2 and 40k will look like. They announced the starting factions for Medieval 2, didn't they? What did they say it was going to be? It's like, I think, yeah, I can't remember any of them, actually. I think, did they have, what was in it? Was the Byzantines there? I think they were. Like we had an English faction, too? I'm not sure. They need the same flags. No, dude, why would you want that, Incendiator? I thought we were cool, dog. Why would you want that? This game reminds me of, yeah, sounds good, Exile. Yeah, man. It's very fun. And you'll enjoy the campaign, too. Even if you don't play multiplayer, the single player is very fun. Okay, so, oh my god, look how, okay, they're pretty different. So, Evil Alberic clones. But we have triple Pegasus Knights on Patty's side. And Mass Footsquires on the other side. All right. So, Velas says, answering here for the person that asked. Total War 3 is a great buy on sale if you like Total War or want to give it a try. You get the whole world map and like 8 factions. Don't get scared by DLCs. You just need what you want to play. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So if you just get the core game and then like find one faction you really like, you can dive into that, you know? Yeah, thank you for helping, man. Appreciate that. 2 blobs rubbing their sausages together. Yeah, it sounds like everybody's Friday night. Okay, so Pope Patty with Mass Pegasus Knights. Anti-large will control the momentum on many aspects of the battlefield with Alberic. Going to be quite good. We got peasant mobs, archers, and Grail Reliques. So a massively weaker infantry composition here. Now for Bordello going to be going heavy on the infantry with Mass Footsquires and the Holy Wardens of Montaisal. Montaisal, is that how you say that? Montaisal? Mycental, okay. Then we got some more archers, spears, and wait, Horse Alberic? Look at that. We got Horse Alberic up in here. All right. Very cool. All right, so we have the confirmed... You're saying the confirmed factions for Medieval 2 are England, France, the Turkish, Jerusalem, Byzantines were confirmed. Okay, yeah, and there'll obviously be 5 million DLCs. Hopefully they add the Glorious Kingdom of Poland. All right, that's what I want to play. Got to play my wife's people. All right. Yeah, so mass infantry with a Horse Alberic from Alexander Bignuts. And for Pope Patty, it's going to be a big mobility air force with monstrous Alberic. Mycental. Yeah, Mycental. It's good. That's going to be good. No, if the event, you're talking about the event on Saturday, if it's at 10 a.m. my time, it's going to be 1 p.m. East Coast, right? So, yeah. It is time. An existential crisis between the evil Alberics, yes. But yeah, battle's on, and the objectives are now going to be contested. The Pegasus Knights can definitely go do some sniping and hunting. That is going to be one problem for Alexander Bignuts, is a lot of his, a lot of his units here are going to be isolated potentially, but if he can keep it high and tight, keep his Knights of the Realm like in his formations and play it really defensively, he could fend off the Pegasus Knights for sure. Horse Alberic sees some fringe play. He's not the most common pick, but he can see a little bit of this. And I did not expect 2 Bretonnian players to make it to the grand finals here today. I mean, Bretonnia is a top tier faction right now, apparently. I don't know. I still have trouble believing it, but they've been doing really well in most tournaments. I mean, I've been seeing them win very frequently. I saw Anticity get crushed by them earlier on Slanesh. Like I've been seeing them just crushing it, dude. So yeah, it's a little hog wild. Don't know what planet we're on right now, but none of the objectives are open. And Spearmen at Arms heading over to the side with Alberic to grab that point. Same thing happening on this side. A couple Yeomen going to be grabbing objective 1, and it will be a big cockfight over the middle. Guac, one of the OG Bretonnian players in chat, saying Blessed Field Trebuchets, low-key cook in the Bretonnian mirror. That's a lot of Gen Z language there. I do understand it, though. I feel like I understand the Gen Z lingo, but Generation Alpha, I'm still, it's tricky. Field Trebuchets boink it away, hitting hard into the Foot Squires. Yes, not bad at all. So we do see the Treb. Guac has summoned his Trebuchet here. Meanwhile, the Pegasus Knights, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just, like, jump on, like, some chaff units and just insta-kill them, but you gotta be careful. Meanwhile, Alexander Bignut's gonna be grabbing objective 2, so he will have the objective advantage out of the gates, but look, he gets chased off his own back objective. Look at that. All right. So he does not even get his own point. Those Spearmen at Arms were thinking about it. And Monster Alberic is chasing Horse Alberic. Horse Alberic going to be running up into the lines. Meanwhile, the Trebuchet actually taking down some Peasant Archers here. Monstrous Alberic is going to be looking. Oh, why are you landing there? Oh, that's dangerous. Okay, I guess he has the Pegasus Knights nearby, but he lands right on the Questing Knights. But there are a bunch of spears. I have to say, I don't love that play. Trebuchet's coming in, but Monster Alberic looks like he's going to be able to get away, while the Wrath of Manon does some good work. And Alexander Bignuts is actually full-on pressing. He's getting all his Foot Squires, which is smart. If your opponent has like just a weak-ass army here, you might as well push it and try and punish it, Okay, so Pegasus Knights mostly escape, and Monster Alberic takes a bit of damage from these Questing Knights here. And the other Pegasus Knights have detached from the main formation, and now they're just hunting archers around the map, which is smart. And the Pegasus Knights are feasting a little bit, shaken here. The Monstrous Alberic should be able to help break them, and I would wager he'll make his way back. The lines have clashed here. Couple Cav coming out for Pope Patty. They're going to be running down the peasant mobs in the front, but Foot Squires do have great weapons still, and they can cut through cavalry and sustain combat. It's not an ideal fight for them, but they can. But yeah, we'll see how well the lines of Pope Patty hold. It's a lot of peasant mobs fighting better quality units. In the back, the 2 big boys, the Pegasus Knights, do get a little bit of a surround on Horse Alberic, and now Horse Alberic is being attacked by his evil monstrous twin. And there's a call-in here of the Companions of Quenelles. That's actually very nice. I love that call-in by Alexander Bignuts. It's very, very good. So these guys are anti-large great open units. A very, very good tool against the Pegasus Knights. The Pegasus Knights can beat them in numbers, though, if you have like 2 Pegasus Knights on them and jumping them. They're even taking a bit of damage here, because they are fighting 2 Pegasus Knights. So it is a bit of an uphill battle, especially if Alberic comes over there. Peasant Spears do get broken, and how is the mainline fighting looking here? It looks like Alexander is starting to break through the initial lines. You can see the Bretonnians of Alexander Bignuts are going to be getting into the Spearmen, who are ready to hold the line. I like that color scheme for Bretonnia. It looks pretty cool. But yeah, they're going to be getting pushed nice and good. Meanwhile, though, the Pegasus Knights are value farming, and Pope Patty might just be winning this game on the value farming alone. His mobility squad is just doing so much work. It is ravaging the backfield of Alexander Nuts, shutting down all the mobility pieces, and it's hurting pretty bad. Companions of Quenelles are like a 1,600 gold cav unit just about. So that is a big loss there. Those Pegasus Knights doing some heavy lifting. Knights of the Realm fighting it out here. Monster Alberic versus Baby Alberic. It is going to be favoring the Monstrous Alberic, obviously. Heroic Killing Blow activated. And Horse Alberic is going to be getting surrounded. And sure, Alexander might be winning the infantry fight over here. He might triple cap. I mean, look, could Alexander win on a triple cap situation by just stuffing this army back? It's not impossible, honestly, even if he loses, like, the leadership fights. Now, stranger things have happened, man. Yeah, stranger things have happened. Monster Alberic hunting down the Baby Alberic. And the companions are defeated by the Pegasus Knights, who are going to be probably rerouting and looking for some opportunities to hunt things down. They can definitely do some work there. And, yep, there is a fat spell right there. So that's going to be the Trident Manon thing, the Wrath of Manon ability. Splish Splash, it does help break the leadership of these spearmen. They're at -18, probably will turn and run. There's no Grail Relic nearby. And they stabilize. Wow, what chads. Fighting for their farms, man. They certainly take it seriously. Pope Patty needs to take the points a little bit more seriously, too. He should grab this one with 2 cav units. It's literally free real estate. He has been able to stifle the advance a little bit, but it looks like the Holy Wardens have broken through and will be advancing onto the Trebuchet position, which is continuing to provide, you know, fire downtown there, that's for sure. And Foot Squires getting charged, yes. Knights of the Realm. Knights of the Realm there get a good engage, and Pegasus Knights are going to keep farming. It looks like Pope Patty is just trying to bleed him on value so badly that he won't be able to come back. But overall, I do think Pope Patty is probably in a winning position. His monstrous Alberic is going to be a big game changer, and a lot of these infantry units, like these Foot Squires, are probably just going to be picked off by cavalry charges in the late game. And yeah, Pope Patty stole his opponent's home objective. He's going to be stealing the middle objective. It does look like he's in good shape. Halbert's coming back here, though. Smart play by Alexander Big Nuts. There's going to be 2 of them coming over. The Pole Arms. Questing Knight's also called out. He does. Objective is, looks like it's going to be controlled by Alexander. Trebuchet is offline for now, so the Trebuchet did get unsummoned. The Holy Wardens are pressing the archers and certainly doing well. Some sort of witchcraft. Heaven's Caster going down there from Alexander Nuts. Going to be blasting those spearmen off the point. But good luck dealing with this big Death Star. It's going to be hard. The back objective is going to be resecured by Alexander Nuts, but the middle owned by Pope Patty. Big Nuts does have a big points lead, though. I mean, he does have that going for him. We'll see if it's going to be enough. I don't know. Maybe. We'll have to find out. So Holy Wardens of Mycental are cruising in. These guys have been Terminators, but only 100 value. They only killed like 1 peasant mob. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I guess the front line that was presented to these guys was just absolute, just crap units. So that's really, really funny. The Holy Wardens there getting her done. Foot Squires fighting it out. Yes. And the Damsel looks to be dropping a Chain Lightning right here. Yeah, nice Chain Lightning. That is going to be cooking those bad boys up. A beautiful one. Yeah, very, very nice. All right, lads. So the game continues to rage on to the grand finals. It's very sweaty. Objective 3 going to the forces of Alexander Big Nuts. Can his objective play win him the game? Earthblood activated onto the Pegasus Knights up in the sky, and it looks like the Red Army is slowly starting to defeat the Blue Army here. As the Foot Squires are being worn down, the attrition of fighting in enemy lines for so long starting to really get to them. Knights of the Realm going to be coming across the board, and Foot Squires have god-awful defensive stats. They have armor, but their melee defense is only 26. So getting charged by a fully erect lance formation is pretty painful, and here they come. So these are Pope Patty's Knights running down the Foot Squires of Alexander. All right, so the back objective is going to be flipping back most likely to the home player here, Pope Patty. And the middle objective is owned by Patty as well. Looking tough for Alexander. He's doubled out on value. There's a monstrous Alberic on the battlefield. I just don't see how he wins this, man. It's going to be very tough. Looking for the car keys? You got it? Oh, shit. All right, so the battle continues. Knights of the Realm going to be cruising up with Alberic to resecure objective 2. There are pole arms here, but like, yeah, pole arms, they're still peasants, and they don't have any Grail Relic support. So what's going to happen is they're going to get hammered from 2 directions, although there is a Grail Relic here, but I assumed it was going to die. Backside is retaken by Pope Patty. The middle objective is going to be taken by most likely Pope Patty here pretty soon. Alberic needs to finish off that Grail Relic. Looks like he's thinking about it. Letting that Grail Relic gather would be tough. Questing Knights getting charged by Pegasus Knights. And, oh, these are Grails. Oh, Grail Knights. And the Halberds charged them. They were not braced. Although, talk about a beautiful Chain Lightning right there. That's going to be very good. The Grail Relic is almost dead, 62. Beautiful Chain Lightning coming in from Alexander, though. Really, really nice. And it looks like a Wrath of Manon going to be activated as well. Hey, Blue Boo, thank you for the jewels, dog. I don't even know what that is, but thank you. Oh my god, what a Chain Lightning, though. Those Grail Knights got folded. If this was a closer game, that would have been a very, very big difference maker. Companions of Quenelle is called back in. The fighting continues to rage on. Trebuchet is shooting in, but the men-at-arms with polearms are holding well. Monster Alberic doing his thing. Pegasus Knight's going to be rear charging into the back of the polearm formation, trying to break through them. Wrath of Manon would be really, really good use right there. And now we see more Pegasus Knights coming out to engage, as the Companions of Quenelle are going to be charged by Knights of the Realm. And they will win that, of course. But Knights of the Realm will do a little bit of damage on the way out. And they take about 500-600 HP off them. And are these polearms going to break? With the Grail Relic being gone, the Terror from the big monster Wind Blast activated there. It looked like from Alexander. But yeah, the Monstrous Alberic, I think, is just too much of a game changer, dude. Too much. Pegasus Knights descending from the skies, and on the backside objective, it looks like it's secure for Pope Patty. And he will be soon to the point of winning on 1, like very soon. But at this, I don't know if it's going to matter. Like, yeah, Alberic is just a raid boss here, and against Baby Alberic, yeah, you can see this. He's shattered right now, so that's going to be a punisher. Companions moving in and getting a beautiful charge there, but they're going to get charged by the enemy companions, and I guess there are multiple regiments for now. And on that note, this is going to be won by just 2 objectives by Pope, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so he gets that. Who's going to reach? Does he reach 1,000 before Homeboy gets to that? Wow, this would be like a 1-point game. No, it's a win for Pope Patty. GG, well played. Knights of Origo claim victory, and that was actually a kind of, I have to admit, as far as mirror matches go, that was kind of fun. I thought that was cool. That was like, they brought different shit. Their styles were different. It was fun. I enjoyed that game. I think the Foot Squires were the weak link. It was a lot invested in units that just kind of didn't do much except just get dragged through the mud. All right, guys. GG, well played. Pegasus Knights getting it done. Victory here for Pope Patty in the grand finals of our tournament today. And once again, I want to sincerely thank all of you homies for joining. It was a very, very fun stream. So for all of you guys on ye olde YouTube, if you could please drop a like on the stream, it helps out quite a bit. And for those guys on Twitch, consider following or subscribing if you enjoyed what you saw. And you can also head over to YouTube and drop a like as well. All right, guys, that's it for today. Take care of yourselves. We will see you around. Tomorrow, I am going to be not streaming. Saturday, we're back with the Minecraft event. Sunday, we're off. And then we'll be back streaming all next week as well. But there will be videos going up every day. So should be good. All right, lads, take care of yourselves. GG, well played. And victory to the Pope. He has done it. All right. See you guys around.